And a happy Sunday and welcome to Koikimedia Live. 27th day of the month of July 2024. First and foremost, there's a kind of some breaking news coming out from Abuja this morning, and we will be giving you that. There's been another kidnap case in Kuje, in Abuja. So much development in Nigeria, the insecurity continue to be very, very difficult. So I believe I have a visual from Abuja where the incident took place. But let me first welcome you to our Sunday broadcast. Please invite as many people to join us and let us discuss some of the topics that we have uh, with us this morning. What am I going to be discussing this morning? It's got to do with our culture and the more reason why the Yoruba people is uh, now or never to exit Nigeria. Nigeria is not for us. It was never for us, and there's no reason why we should save Nigeria now. So, mo kí gbogbo wa ní gbogbo ibi tí ẹ bá ti ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa lórí ìkànnì wa tí à ń pè ní Koiki Media, bringing the world closer to your doorstep. So, first and foremost, like I said, some sad news again as usual. But before we play that, I believe this is coming from Abuja. All right, that is all right. So that is just some developments. Uh, Coming from Abuja, like I said this morning, a very, very sad development. I'll be telling you everything that you need to know. But like I always say, there is so much insecurity in Nigeria. And if you are one of those that continue to say that there's nothing happening, Nigeria is safe, there's not problem in Abuja, there's no problem in Lagos, maybe you should listen to this because, like I said, this is the development coming from Abuja this morning. Moki Professor Adebanji Akitoye that gave us a very, very quick, reason why the Yoruba people should cry, shout, scream, rally, protest, donate, get involved so that we can get out of Nigeria because things are getting out of hand. There is nowhere that is safe again in Nigeria. This is the breaking news to start with. Koikimedia breaking news, bringing the world closer to your doorstep. Today, the 28th of July 2024, it's coming up to 7:50 a.m. We're getting a development happening in Abuja regarding another kidnap case that have just occurred. Ẹ káàárọ̀, alàgbà, ẹ jọ̀ọ́, kí ni ó ṣẹlẹ̀ gangan tí ẹ fi bá ìkànnì Koikimedia sọ̀sọ̀?
Ni wọ́n kidnap ìyàwó ẹ̀ ní òrùmọ́jú ní nìkan bíi 1 o'clock ní after 1.
Wọ́n kidnap ìyàwó ẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ sà, a jọ sọ̀rọ̀ ní àti ohun gbọ́dọ̀ jọ sọ̀rọ̀ nìkan bíi 10 lánàá títí di 11 o'clock lánàá. So àárọ̀ yìí nìkan bíi 6, nìkan bíi 5:30 àbí 6 ló kù pé wọ́n kidnap ìyàwó àti àbúrò. Àbúrò ẹ̀ tẹ́ ọkọ̀ fẹ́ escape rẹ̀ bí ó ní àbúrò àtọmọ ọkọ̀ escape ó ní láàárọ̀ iná wá ní pé ọmọ nìkan lòun nígbà tó padà pè pé wọ́n rí àbúrò ẹ̀. So
àwọn mélòó ni wọ́n kidnap báyìí?
Àwọn bíi 3 náà kidnap bẹ̀rẹ̀ báyìí wọ́n ṣùtì ẹnìkan ní ẹsẹ̀. Wọ́n ṣùtì ẹnìkan lẹ́sẹ̀ ní ẹni ọgbọ̀n ọ̀bẹ ní ọ̀bẹ tẹ̀lé wọn náà wọ́n ṣùtì ẹ̀ ní ẹsẹ̀.
Níbo gangan ni ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ yìí ti ṣẹlẹ̀ sà?
Ní Kuje area council.
ìyẹn ní state wo. Ní state wo ni mo mean. Abuja federal capital. And ṣé agbègbè Abuja lẹ́yìn wà àbí ibo lọ̀rẹ́ yín náà wà ní ẹni ọ̀rẹ́ yín ò sí nílé nígbà tí ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ yìí ṣẹlẹ̀.
ọ̀rẹ́ mi ò sí nílé, ọ̀rẹ́ mi wà ní Ẹ̀dó.
Òun wà lẹ́nugu. Ǹjẹ́ àwọn tí wọ́n jí wọn gbé yìí àwọn wo ni wọ́n pè é? Ǹjẹ́ àwọn ará àdúgbò ti ń sàn kankan pé àwọn èèyàn báyìí ni wọ́n àbí ọlọ́pàá ti sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí? Torí mo mọ̀ pé aago 8 àárọ̀ ló fẹ́ lù báyìí.
Actually mi ti dé ilé ọ̀dọ̀ wọn, mo ń lọ sílé ọ̀dọ̀ wọn báyìí mo ṣe máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí, mo ń lọ sílé ọ̀dọ̀, mo ti wà nínú ìdí kankan báyìí. Mo lọ sílé ọ̀dọ̀ wọn.
Okay, for the benefit of our listeners that are not Yoruba speaking, we have just got another confirmation of kidnap case in Abuja, Kuje, precisely. Today's Sunday, 28th of July 2024, 7:53 a.m. Koikimedia breaking news. If you get to Kuje, can you please give us a call back and let us know the development? Tí ẹ bá dé ọ̀hún, ẹ fún wa ní update padà. Ẹ ṣé gan fún ìròyìn tí ẹ fún wa yìí láti ìlú Àbújá lórí ìkànnì wa tá à ń pè ní Koikimedia. Ẹ ṣé gan ní alàgbà wa. Ọlọ́run ọba Elédùmarè ẹ jẹ́ kí wọ́n rí wọn padà àti ìyàwó àtàwọn tí wọ́n bá gbé lọ lórúkọ Jésù Kristi, inshallah, láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Security is a very, very important issue in Nigeria today, and we hope that the federal government will intensify to protect the citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so much, and thank you. God bless. Well, that is the development that is coming this morning from Abuja regarding that. Let's see if we can go live to Abuja to get further updates on this latest kidnap and what we know so far. Bear with us. I know there's a lot of interruption in the broadcast, but it's important. Ekaro Alagbami, Moti wa lórí at Moti wa live by. Tí ẹ bá lè kúrò níbi táriwo wà so that kí ẹ lè rí mi bá sọ̀rọ̀, please.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí n gbé fún àbúrò ọ̀rẹ́ mi yẹn tí mo sọ pé so a lè fún yín ní more details nípa incident yẹn kan gidi. Gbà báwọn sọ̀rọ̀. Hello sir.
Ẹ káàárọ̀, a wà lórí live program báyìí.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ sir.
Kí ni a mọ̀ sófà nípa in tó ṣẹlẹ̀? Ẹ ṣàlàyé fún wa torí a fẹ́ gbé sí gbogbo àgbáyé kó lè bá mọ̀ pé ní Àbújá ní àárọ̀ àbí ibo lẹ́wà gangan. Ṣàbújá lẹ ẹ bá gbóhùn sókè.
Inú Kuje ni mo wà ní Àjẹ́.
Ẹ ṣàlàyé kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ gangan fún wa.
Nǹkan bíi 12 ní ìdájí ni mo gbọ́ sound ní ìta, so mo wá ṣe ṣíkọ́tì pé àwọn wo ni wọ́n ń pariwo ní ìta, wọ́n ń try àti já lẹ̀kùn neighbor wa. Mo wá yọjú mo rí wọn, àwọn ẹ̀ kò ní ti neighbor wa yẹn wọn rí já, wọ́n wá sí tọ̀dọ̀ wa lójú window mi, wọ́n wá fi kàn fọ́ gbogbo glass tó wà níbẹ̀. A fẹ́ yọ burglary pé kí àwọn wọlé, bọ́n ẹ̀ lọ gba wájú, wọ́n fipá já lẹ̀kùn wájú, wọ́n wọlé. Kó èmi àti ìyàwó ẹ̀gbọ́n mi nìkan la wà nílé, ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ò sí nílé. Wọ́n á kó gbogbo wa sí pálọ̀, wọ́n di ọwọ́ wa, wọ́n di ẹsẹ̀ wa ní pálọ̀. Wọ́n á lọ kitchen, wọ́n kó gbogbo foodstuff wa, wọ́n gbé rice, wọ́n gbé pot, wọ́n gbé maggi, wọ́n gbé epo pupa, wọ́n di gbogbo ẹ̀. So wọ́n á mú wa ní káàkiri ilé yẹn tá bá ti wọ̀, wọ́n á kó yẹn bẹ́ẹ̀, wọ́n á dà wá papọ̀. Ilé yẹn tá bá ti wọ̀, wọ́n á kó wa bẹ́ẹ̀, wọ́n á dà wá papọ̀. Tóbi ilé bíi 5 wọ́n ti bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ṣe. Wọ́n á kó wa àtóbi 8 tán kó. So ẹsẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ ìyẹn kan ó escape, àkùbí 7. Ìgbà tó yá àwa méjì náà a escape nígbà tí àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan wá attack wọn because àwọn nìkan steady ni wọ́n ní SS ọ̀tá, wọ́n yìnbọn ni láti ìgbà kan ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ yẹn, láti kan bí 12 yẹn di nǹkan bí 2 yẹn, wọ́n yìnbọn SS ni kò sí wọn top. ìgbà tó yá náà wá kó àwọn tán wá ń láìda àwọn èèyàn ní ká máa lọ nígbà tí wọ́n ti rí pé wọ́n fẹ́ àtàkì wọn náà ṣẹ̀ wá gba inú igbó yẹn náà ti di àwọn foodstuff tán ní tán kó yẹn wọ́n di ilé àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan nù wá lórí a ní kán máa rìn wájú kán máa sáré ibẹ̀ ní èmi àti máa nǹkan láti sáré takúrò ní ẹni wọn tán àwọn aráyè tí wọ́n mú wọn wá kó àwọn èèyàn kó wọn lọ báyìí sì ṣá àwọn èèyàn bíi mẹ́ta òun náà kó lọ wọ́n gbé ìyàwó ẹ̀gbọ́n mi wọ́n gbé
ẹni sọ̀rọ̀ alàgbà and go too fast àwọn kankan wà tí mo fẹ́ béèrè
okay sir.
Ẹ̀yin mélòó lẹ wà nínú ilé nígbà tí wọ́n wọlé?
Inú ilé ti ọ̀dọ̀ mi àwa mẹ́ta la wà bẹ́ẹ̀ èmi ìyàwó ẹ̀gbọ́n mi àti ọmọ wọn kò tí ju 2 years lọ.
Ọmọ yẹn tí ju 2 years lọ.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni sá.
Ọkùnrin àbọ̀bìnrin?
Ọkùnrin ní sá.
Okay, so.
Èdè wọn sùn lọ́wọ́ wọ́n wá kó aṣọ wọn kò lè lórí wọ́n gbé sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ kan.
Okay, mo ń gbọ́.
So báyìí ṣe nìyẹn tí wọ́n kó gbogbo wa wọ́n kó foodstuff wa àgbàdo yá náà wá ilé tán wọ̀ láti yẹn máa yẹn wọ́n ṣùtẹ̀ ní gbogbo ẹ̀tàn wọ́n ṣùtì gbogbo ẹ̀tàn wọ́n jálẹ̀ pẹ̀ wọ́n kó foodstuff ìyẹn tẹ̀ wọ́n fi kalẹ̀ tó ń bí.
Nínú ilé kejì.
Wọ́n á lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sá.
Okay, so inú ilé wo ni wọ́n ti wá kó gbogbo yín sí? Ṣé inú ilé tọ̀dọ̀ tí yín àbí ilé the other person?
Wọ́n kó wa sínú ilé kankan wájú ìtanú kó wa sí nínú igbó tí gbogbo wa lie down kan di ọwọ́ wa.
Ẹ̀yin mélòó ló wá kó síta yẹn tẹ lie down?
Àwa mẹ́fà la padà kú because àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan escape lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ tí wọ́n ṣe ń kó wọn jáde.
So ẹ̀yin wà lára àwọn tó escape?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ mo wà lára àwọn tó escape.
Now nígbà tí ẹ rí wọn irú àwọn èèyàn wo ni wọ́n? Ṣé just ordinary kidnappers ni wọ́n? Irú àwọn ẹ̀yà wo ni wọ́n? Ṣé Yorùbá ni? Ṣé Ìgbò ni? Ṣé Kànúrí ni? Ṣé Fúlàní ni?
Sir, mo farabalẹ̀ mo study wọn dáadáa wọn kì í ṣe Yorùbá wọn dẹ̀ kì í ṣe Hausa Fúlàní ni wọ́n sọ Fúlàní wọ́n dẹ̀ ń sọ Hausa.
So Fúlàní ni wọ́n ẹ confirm ẹ̀ pé Fúlàní ni wọ́n? Ṣé wọ́n ń sọ èdè ṣé broken ló fi ń sọ̀rọ̀ àbí English?
Wọ́n sọ broken Hausa náà sọ àti èdè wọn sọ English kankan dítù pé èmi gbọ́ Hausa láti jọ ń communicate.
So Hausa lẹ̀ ń bá wọn sọ kí làwọn nǹkan tẹjọ́ ń bá wọn sọ nígbà tí ó di pé wọ́n ti kó gbogbo yín síwájú ìta?
Ìgbà tí wọ́n kó gbogbo wa síwájú ìta wọ́n wá pè mí á ní kí máa dárúkọ ilé àwọn tí ó bá ní owó ní àdúgbò mo ní àpèmí mọ pèmí gan ṣẹ̀dí àdúgbò yẹn wọ́n wá fọ etí mi wọ́n ní ilé tí mọ́tò bá ti wà pé kí máa má wọn lọ́bẹ̀ mo ní èmi gan ṣẹ̀dí ni pé mi mọ around ni wọ́n fi wá ṣiṣẹ́ ilé tí wọ́n bá ti wá rí wọ́n kàn wọ́n wọ anyhow wọ́n wọ ilé anyhow.
Okay, àdúgbò tá à ń sọ yìí ṣé estate ni àbí orí títì ló wà àbí just báwo làdúgbò yẹn ṣe rí? Bear with us. Ṣẹgbọ́n nǹkan tí mo béèrè lẹ́ẹ̀kan sà.
Hello sir.
Mo ní àdúgbò tá à ń sọ yìí báwo làdúgbò yẹn ṣe rí? Ṣé inú estate ni àbí just an open street?
Open street ni sir open street ni but new development buildings ló ṣe wà ń bẹ wọ́n ṣe ń develop ibẹ̀ yẹn ní Agwanza extension.
So far nísìn.
but building ti wà ń bẹ building wà ń bẹ tó pọ̀ gan táwọn èèyàn lè ti ń gbé bẹ̀ ó ṣe ń develop náà ni.
Ó ṣe ń develop ni. Kákọ̀ tó clear àwọn mélòó gangan ni wọ́n ti gbé lọ báyìí nísìn?
Àwọn mẹ́ta náà kó lọ báyìí.
So wọ́n gbé ìyàwó ẹ̀gbọ́n yín lọ?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni sá.
Wọ́n gbé ọmọ 2 years old lọ?
Ara ọmọ níbọ̀ mi àgbàlagbà ni tí ọmọ 2 years old ni ọmọ ìyàwó brother mi tí a lórí.
Okay, protect yẹn ni ẹ sáré káṣọ bò lórí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ọ̀dẹ̀ pariwo àdúpẹ́ tó pariwo síta pé wọ́n lè pọ̀ mọ́ wọn bẹ́ẹ̀. So àwọn mélòó ló wá gbé lọ? Wọ́n gbé ìyàwó ẹ̀gbọ́n yín lọ?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni wọ́n gbé ọmọ níbọ̀ mi 15 years.
15 years old ẹni sùúrù ọkùnrin àbọ̀bìnrin?
Ọkùnrin sá.
Àti tatu ni?
Àti máa nǹkan láàrin ládùúgbò wa.
Okay, so wọ́n di mẹ́ta. Now
bẹ́ẹ̀ni sá.
Kó tó di pé wọ́n lọ yẹn irú àwọn kílẹ̀ rí lọ́wọ́ wọn ṣáàdá lọ́ gbé wọlé ni àbí ọ̀bẹ?
Ẹ̀sà ṣe àdá wà lọ́wọ́ wọn sóòdì yẹn ẹlẹ́nu méjì gbogbo àwọn mẹ́fà yẹn àwọn mẹ́ta wọ́n lo AK-47 then àwọn mẹ́ta wọ́n lo àdá
Okay, so mélòó ni gbogbo wọn all together?
Mẹ́fà, there are 6.
So 6, so mẹ́ta gbé AK-47 dání.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni sà.
Ẹ̀yin dá AK-47 mọ̀ ní báwo lẹ ṣe mọ̀ pé AK-47 ni?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, mo dá AK-47 mọ̀, so.
Ẹ ṣọ́ pé kò ń ṣe pump right dání?
No sir, AK-47, I'm sure about that sir.
So 3 AK-47, 3 cutlass. Now, ǹjẹ́ àwọn ọlọ́pàá ti dé pé wọ́n wá investigate after tí ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ láti aago mélòó lẹ́ni ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ti ṣẹlẹ̀ á tó time o? Láti 12 o'clock ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ yìí ti ṣẹlẹ̀ lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí wọ́n lọ ǹjẹ́ reach out sáwọn ọlọ́pàá pé ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ báyìí ṣẹlẹ̀ ládùúgbò wa o àti pé ṣọlọ́pàá ti wá àbí security kan?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni sà, wọ́n wá àwọn security, àwọn sójà kankan náà wá, wọ́n ti gba àwọn details wa, wọ́n béèrè àwọn questions wọ́n dẹ̀ lọ padà.
Ok, ǹjẹ́ àwọn tó gbé lọ yìí ǹjẹ́ communication kankan ti wá, ǹjẹ́ wọ́n gbé fóònù náà lọ, ǹjẹ́ wọ́n gba nọ́mbà kankan lọ, ǹjẹ́ wọ́n mú mobile phone lọ, ẹni wọ́n gbóúnjẹ náà nínú ilé?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni sà, wọ́n kó gbogbo phones wa, àdẹ̀túntà àti àwọn phones wa kò lọ.
Fóònù mélòó ló kó lọ?
Fóònù mi 2 dẹ̀ ń tìyàwó kan, mi ò wá mọ̀ tàwọn níbọ̀ tó kú bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n gba fóònù mi.
So far 2 mobile phones as well. So phone 2 ni wọ́n kó lọ. Now,
power bank 2.
Okay, power bank 2. Now the question is, nígbà táwọn people yẹn dé tẹ́ ń gbọ́rọ̀ ìbọn, àwọn wo lẹ́yìn rò pé wọ́n dé nígbà tí ẹni ẹ̀ ń gbọ́rọ̀ ìbọn tó dé? Àti pé ṣé wọ́n bojú wọn nígbà tó wọlé dé? Ẹ mọ̀ pé àwọn tó lè bá dé, àwọn olè bá wọlé, ṣé wọ́n máa ń bojú ni? Ṣé àwọn ilé bojú nígbà tó wọlé dé?
Yes, àwọn eléyìí ò bojú, wọn ò bojú, àǹtẹ́lẹ̀ ṣe dé ilẹ̀kùn yẹn tán lọ, ilẹ̀kùn níbọ̀ mi tó fẹ́ já wọlé wọn ló jí èmi tí mo fi wò wọn láti ju wíńdò. Ìgbà táwọn àríbẹ̀ yẹn wọ̀ náà wá sí tọ̀dọ̀ wa.
Now,
because ó wà very loud.
Okay, after how many hours ni wọ́n fi operate?
They started around 12 sharp and wọ́n lò tó bí 2 hours.
So after tó bí 2 lórúkọ fi lọ. Ṣé àdúgbò yín yẹn tó súnmọ́ bí igbó ni? Torí pé sọ pé new develop ni, ṣé ó tún wá súnmọ́ ibi tí a lè sọ pé ó súnmọ́ igbó díẹ̀?
Kì í ṣe pé ó súnmọ́ igbó náà lọ títí bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn sà. Kò í ṣe pé ó súnmọ́ ẹ lè máa wo igbó far away, far distance, kì í ṣe pé ó súnmọ́ igbó. There is boundary between igbó àti àwa.
Okay, local government wo là ń sọ̀rọ̀?
Èmi gan mo ní ìbíbàjẹ́ mi ò mọ orúkọ local government ìbíbàjẹ́.
Okay. Ṣé irú ẹ̀ ló ti ṣe?
Ẹ̀yin University of Abuja yẹn.
Okay.
University of Abuja ẹ̀yin ẹ̀.
Okay.
Là ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ẹ̀yin ẹ̀.
Okay. So back of University of Abuja. Irú ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ báyìí ti ṣẹlẹ̀ rí in terms of pé kọ́ wá kidnap àwọn èèyàn.
Àwọn tó wá tẹ́lẹ̀ wọn kì í wá kidnap, wọ́n kàn wá fún money and then foodstuffs àti phones.
Àwọn tó máa ń wá tẹ́lẹ̀ bí ti bá ọkọ̀ yé wa.
Àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan ti máa ń wá tẹ́lẹ̀ tó yẹ pé wọ́n á wọlé, wọ́n á kó oúnjẹ ẹni, wọ́n á dẹ̀ gba fóònù, á dẹ̀ máa lọ, wọn kì í gbéyàn. But ní àwọn tó wà yìí oúnjẹ náà kó, wọ́n dẹ̀ gbéyàn.
Ẹ̀yin sọ pé bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀, ta lẹ bá sọ̀rọ̀ nu gbogbo wọn? Ṣé yẹn ló lead wọn ni?
Wọ́n ń béèrè question.
Kí láwọn question tó ń bí yín?
Òun náà ni mo sọ fún yín, wọ́n sọ pé kí n máa mú àwọn lọ ilé àwọn tó bá lówó ládùúgbò.
Okay.
Mo dẹ̀ wá pé mi gan náà ní òun ládùúgbò.
Okay. All right. We hope that the security will do everything swiftly to bring these 3 people. So if you're joining us, that is a live report coming from Abuja this morning about another kidnap that took place at the middle of the morning, between 12 and operated for 2 hours. The gentleman speaking to us confirmed that these are Fulanis with AK-47 and cutlasses. 3 people have been taken away, a 15-year-old boy, a man, and a woman, who the woman is meant to be his brother's wife. Imbo ọkọ brother tẹ̀yìn wà nísìn because bí ṣe gbọ́ lọ́nà tí a bá sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n ní ó wà ní Enugu. Ǹjẹ́ wọ́n ti ń bọ̀ padà báyìí?
Àwọn lọ ṣiṣẹ́. bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà wọ́n ti wà lọ́nà.
Wọ́n ti wà lọ́nà.
ṣiṣẹ́ ní
Ọlọ́run aṣọ wọn dé. But
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà.
so far,
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni
there
sà.
is no contact yet of ransom or anything.
Not yet, sir.
All right.
Not yet.
Tó bá ṣe jẹ́ ẹ bá mi fún brother mi ní development update. We pray that these individuals would be found quickly, safely. Àwọn gbogbo àwọn èèyàn ní gbogbo àgbáyé tó ń gbọ́ wa máa fi àdúrà ràn yín lọ́wọ́ ní wákàtí tí ẹ̀ ń go through a very difficult time. Ẹ ṣé gan tí ẹ wá darapọ̀ mọ́ wa lórí ìkànnì wa tá à ń pè ní Koikimedia. Ẹ ṣé gan ni sir. Thank you so much. Happy Sunday. Well, I'm not sure it's a happy Sunday for them. Let's come back into the discussion here because I was just prepping for my program when the message came from Abuja that there's been another kidnap case. This is how the message was sent to me prior before coming live that I eventually called back, this individual. He's one of our listeners, but he lives in Abuja. He has arrived at the scene of the crime scene, and we've taken down some of the things that we need to know. These are not Yoruba people that have done the kidnap. These are not Igbos. These are the same threat that Igbowo is fighting for, Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for, Babaki Toye, Simon Ekpa, and many more that believe that we should exit Nigeria as quickly as possible. The family members are already in distress. The good thing is the security operatives have come down there after the incident. They've taken details and they've gone. So we hope that they've gone to look for the kidnappers and those that have been kidnapped. How far they've traveled now from that distance, we don't know. But one thing we know is that Nigeria is not safe. And it's entirely up to you to either believe it or not. But I hope that you will not be a victim that I will have to report on this broadcast one of the days that you will be kidnapped. For those of you that continue to say Nigeria is safe, these are Fulani terrorists. They've become very powerful within Nigeria. We shouldn't be shocked about that because we have always been told. But the first message that was sent to me came at about 7:15 a.m. Let's see if I can listen to that. Then I'm going to, I think what I should do, let's listen because he sent it to 2 mobile phones. One was sent here. So 3 actually was sent from here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to transfer the ones from here straight into this one because that is how the development came to us on this platform this morning. Like I said, I was just preparing for my own Sunday broadcast while that breaking news was coming. You don't have to believe that Nigeria is in a big mess, but my job here is to remind you always that no one is safe. If you travel to Nigeria, just have it at the back of your mind that you could get kidnapped, you could get killed, or you could even not return back. But if you return back, just give praises that you are lucky. So let's listen to those audios.
Mr. OLAYOMI lè fi rí pé ọ̀rẹ́ mi wọ́n kidnap ẹ̀ mọ́jú ní Àbújá láàárọ̀ ní eré àpòjé. Wọ́n kidnap ìyàwó ọ̀rẹ́ mi àti àbúrò rẹ̀ ní àárọ̀ yìí. Wọ́n ṣùtì ẹnìkan ní labour wọn ní ẹsẹ̀. Èèyàn bíi mẹ́rin àbí mẹ́ta náà, èèyàn bíi mẹ́rin náà kidnap ní àdúgbò yẹn báyìí sìn. Àti mọ̀ whereabout ẹ̀ ní FCT ní eré àpòjé. Mo kàn ní kí n sáré fún yín ní breaking news yẹn ni. Bí mo ti ń send message yìí sí àdúgbò wọn mo ń lọ láti lọ wo situation tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ níbẹ̀ báyìí. Nǹkan tó ti sọ fún mi nìyẹn báyìí. Tí bá débẹ̀ máa fún yín ní more information pẹ̀lú kidnap pẹ̀lú incident yẹn. Okay, ẹ ṣé lọ.
And I also have a visual that was sent to us from that location. Let's see if we can get something out of it.
So, I'm going to ọ̀rẹ́ mi lélẹ̀. Ẹ̀rù gbogbo bó ṣe yìnbọn. Ẹ̀rù ṣe destroy everywhere. Your husband no dey now, your husband travel. Wọ́n ní àti ìtọ́jú aago bíi méjìlá náà ti wọlé. Wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní disturb náà ti ń fi àwọn ọlọ́pàá. Àwọn nǹkan tí ò rẹ́ anybody. Àwọn àmì ìjẹsẹ̀ wà lára di láàárọ̀ ìlú wa tẹ́lẹ̀ṣẹ̀. Wọ́n ní wọ́n dún more than 5 hours tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n dá gbogbo wọn kalẹ̀ sínú mọ́tò nínú.
So that is the visual coming. So let's go straight now into our Sunday broadcast. Please do not interrupt by trying to call me right now, because when we're live, we do not want any kind of interruption. This broadcast is going to be fully immersed in English, and do not ask me to speak in Yoruba when I'm communicating in whatever language on this broadcast. Mokibuwala and say very good morning and welcome to Koikimedia Live, our Sunday broadcast, educating us as why Yoruba people have no more business in trying to protect Nigeria. You will not be able to protect or save Nigeria. You will be consumed trying to do so. So the only option right now is for every one of us to get the hell out of Nigeria before it is too late. Let's first remind you what this man told us some few years back.
You are depending on the armed forces to stop the killings. You will all die one by one.
Let's rewind it again.
In this state is under assault. There's an attempt at ethnic cleansing in this state, and of course in all the riverine state of Nigeria. We must resist it. We must stop it. Every one of us must rise up. The armed forces are not neutral. They collude. They collude. They collude with the armed bandits. They kill people, kill Nigerians. They facilitate their movements. They cover them. If you are depending on the armed forces to stop the killings, you will all die one by one.
Well, if good morning, our father Babawa Omoba Biodun Craig Chapel. I will not be mentioning names this morning. There's not enough time for that. We will appreciate everyone. Let's crack on, but let's appreciate the medias that we spot on the program. Let me first remind us that that is not the first time that incident like this is happening, and it will not be the last. Tinubu will not be able to stop it. Your governors will not be able to stop it. Your politicians will not be able to stop it. The only thing that can stop it is for us to pull out of Nigeria, then protect our border lines, put as much security, the technology, the manpower, and go after all these terrorists with a full force and eliminate them, kill them. That's what I mean. And that's exactly what needs to be done right now. But if you're expecting the politicians to do such, I'm not going to show you this video because it's a very, very graphic one. It's just one of those so many videos that we've seen. This particular one, I believe the left hand was chopped away while he was still holding it to his right hand. And as many of such will continue because we are all cowards not to fight back. We have been told by the UN not to fight back, that we should continue to pray and hope that, your government will sort this problem out. I don't think any government is going to sort anything out. So if you're in a community, protect yourself, defend that community, and kill them if they come in, and give the bodies to the security operatives. I mean, kill these Fulanese terrorists. You will not wait for the security. If it was here in Europe, it is only 8 minutes. If it's got to do with weapon I expect them to be right here in under 5 minutes. But I am not. In Nigeria, you are likely to be in danger, as many of you, as we've said so many times.
Please come and interview him, please. Right, please interview him so that we can get the video evidence.
Take this man to hospital. He waste blood.
Please let them take him.
So what you've seen there is one of his hand has been chopped off. That particular hand, this one has been chopped off, and that's the hand is holding right there. Continue to live in denial. You cowards Yorubas that want to love Tinubu against your people, that we are saying that Nigeria is no longer valid. Most of you are cowards. And I hope that most of you that support Nigeria should be the one that Fulani should kidnap, not the ones that are struggling and doesn't believe in one Nigeria. And like I said, I stand again with my stand yesterday. The protest must go ahead so that the crisis and the anarchy can kick in, and that will probably bring the beginning and the end of Nigeria. Good morning, share the program. My name is OLAYOMI KOIKI, as we welcome you into the transmission this morning. Igbo reminded us multiple times of such an activities that we just heard about. I won't play all the video, but let's just get a snip of what Igbo said during that period.
fún aráàlú tí wọ́n dìbò fún tó jẹ́ ìjọba lé lórí tíjọba bá wà tí ààbò bá sí fún aráàlú tó ró ìṣèjọba lé lórí aráàlú dìde fúnra ẹ̀. kì í ṣe pé mo pàṣẹ àbí mo dédé pàṣẹ àbí mo kàn sọ kan tí ó wá látọkàn mi. Ìkẹ́ tó fa ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ni wípé ẹ̀yin náà wò láti bí ìjọ mélòó kan sí bí ọ̀sẹ̀ bíi méjì sí nípa ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn Fúlàní tó wà ní gbogbo Ìbàràpá. Ẹ wo dókítà wa Dr. Fatai PhD doctor ọmọ Yorùbá tó ọkàwé tó gboyè ó wá lọ sí lóyìnbó ní àìníye ọdún ó lọ ṣiṣẹ́ ó wá dé okòwò dé ó wá lọ lu bàbá ẹ̀ nígbà ó dá oko àgbàdo ẹ̀gẹ́ èso oríṣiríṣi nǹkan sóyà bẹ́ẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ gba ọmọ wa ní gbẹ̀ngàn bẹ́ẹ̀ náà sí bẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀tẹ́ tó máa ṣiṣẹ́. Fúlàní wa jẹ oko ẹ̀, ó wá gbéra láti lọ bá àwọn Fúlàní sọ̀rọ̀, láti lọ bá Sẹ́ríkì Fúlàní pé ọwọ́ tí àwọn ọmọ yín ṣe lórí oko mi kò yẹ kó rí báyìí lórí ilẹ̀ bàbá mi. Wọ́n dẹ̀ dé lókun bẹ̀ náà, wọ́n dẹ̀ sápá. Àìmọye yẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ tá a lè múrúkọ wọn làwọn Fúlàní yìí bẹ́ lórí tó pa wọ́n. Wọ́n jí àwọn kan gbé, ẹni tó bá gbowó tó kéré lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀ wọ́n gba 7 million, wọ́n gba 10 million, wọ́n gba 11 million lórí ilẹ̀ bàbá wa. Ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn dùn mí, ó bà mí lọ́kàn jẹ́ gan. Tá a bá torí pé tó Ọlọ́run bàbá wa, àwa àwọn ọmọ tí tẹ̀lé wa tó ń ṣàbò fún wa, àwọn tí ọ̀lẹ́ ẹjọ́ tẹ̀lé wọn kọ́.
And that's exactly what we saw this morning from Abuja, the breaking news. Now, I want to take us to 2 different articles that was written by one of our brother known as Kayode Emola. Shout out and good morning to many of you that have joined us again on all the platforms. What you can do is to help us to share this broadcast so that we can continue to highlight to those that still want to believe in one Nigeria. Kayode Emola is one of our brothers in this Yoruba nation struggle, and he does write few articles on a weekly basis that many of you might not know. We are all doing different things. While we are doing the videos on a daily basis, there are some that are working quietly, and likewise some that are working continuously to make sure that the Yoruba people are free from the danger and the shackles of what is known as Nigeria. Kayode Emola is also one of the brain behind what we know as the YSDM today, with some other that decided that we needed something that can unite us together, and then use that as part of the vehicle of the movement. And that's exactly what YSDM stands for. Yoruba Self-Determination Movement. Under the leadership of our emeritus Professor Akintoye. Professor Adebanji Akintoye is also the leader of Ilana Omo Odua that took us to the UNPO just before the pandemic. As many of us might not know, UNPO is not United Nations. The UNPO is known as the Unrepresented Nations and Peoples Organization. And what the UNPO does is exactly what it says. People that are not represented properly in their own country where they are currently we know that Nigeria that was put together was for a particular purpose and reasons. And that is the reason why the first step in this struggle was to get the attention of international community so that they can have a better reasons why the Yorubas are campaigning and want to leave Nigeria. Under the UN today, there are many other countries that are also registered as a member of this organization. And you can find them also on Twitter, known as X, as @UNPO Intel, as INTL. And I'm just looking at some of what they've written in the last couple of days, which is just about yesterday or day before yesterday, their last post on the 26th of July. The situation for the Kurdish Kobars is alarming, just as we can also say the situation of the Yorubas today are quite alarming, and we're all in danger for as long as we remain inside the contraction known as Nigeria. In the last year alone, according to the update of the UNPO on their Twitter handle, also known as X, 39 were killed and 356 injured, many by the military gunfire. Kobari isn't a choice, but a necessity due to lack of jobs and economic neglect. The situation of the Kurdish Kubas. When we look at the situation of the Yorubas in Nigeria today, it is quite alarming as well. And it is quite depressing. And it could be very, very stressful for many people, especially those back home, where we have about 35 million of us. Some might argue that since you have representatives that are your governors, your senators, your House of Rep, the bulk of the problem of what you are facing should be with them. They should deal with it. But I can tell you that they can't deal with it for as long as we remain inside this contraction zoological country that the British formulated as a crime scene, because what the British created was a crime scene that we are trying to unbundle today. There are many countries around the world that are doing the same thing that we are doing, and they are doing it within the capacity of the international laws. So what we have done so far is still within the law, and we will still remain within the laws. And that is the reason why Professor Banji Akintoye continues to argue that it can be done peacefully, but does not mean there are no other ways to get a country. The first thing to establish is, how do you get a country? And how do you know that you are due for a country? And how do you know whether a country can be yours? All these is written, and many others, in what Baba Akintoye has proven again and again, that the path to prosperity is contained in this document, not in the fraudulent 1999 constitution that Obasanjo, Yaradua, Jonathan, Buhari, the monster, and Tinubu, the drug pusher, has used and they are still using. So if anyone thinks that the 1999 constitution will be much better than this kind of document, you are then living in denial. This is the document that we should be thinking about for the future of the Yoruba people. The document that told us that for us to have a better judicial system, you will never, till you die, because your parent died the same way, trying to fight for one thing or the other, thinking that the legal system will work for them. But most of them died eventually. And they were even buried without a proper arrangement in a country known as Nigeria. You can ask those family that lost their loved ones in the Sosoliso plane crash. One of our mothers that spoke to me, the 60 angels, I believe she's still sleeping in the country where she's currently residing because she left Nigeria. The family of the Sosoliso plane crash during the Obasanjo, the monster, never got a justice to what led and what happened, not to talk about even compensation to the families of the Sosoliso plane crash. One person survived it. She's currently out of the country. I believe she's in America, where she has graduated with about almost 90% still reflecting of the plane bomb crash on her. But this, our mother that I'm talking about, lost her first son in the Sosoliso plane crash. Most of you probably don't even know what the Sosoliso plane crash is. But for the families of that particular Sosoliso plane crash, would not want to think about Nigeria again, because they were unable to get a good judicial system to resolve who should be held accountable for that plane crash. So when many of you today continue to pray for that monster country that Britain knows that it is not going to be working. And yet, we are sitting to remind us that the only good news that we can think of is to walk towards the exit of the Yoruba people, the Biafra, Hausas, and as many people that wants to be free. And don't ask me how many countries should pull out of Nigeria. As many that can feel that they have the population, they are not encroaching other people's land. Because what we are asking for, I am not encroaching other people's land. I am not asking for Yoruba nation inside Kano, Sokoto, or Castina. Till the God that created me for as long as I will be on this earth, I don't need to go to Sokoto, neither do I need to go to the north. I don't have any bloody business in that part of the world. But I want to have business in Kwara State, in Kogi State, in Ekiti State. I want to establish Koikimedia in Osun State. I want to make sure that Koikimedia is represented in Lagos State, in Ondo State, Osun State, and Oyo State. But I don't want Koikimedia to establish in any of the Yoruba states today, and I cannot challenge not even the smallest or the biggest person in a legal battle in case things goes wrong. And that's exactly why most of you, your businesses collapse, especially the diaspora. You live in a system where everything works, that you can challenge as the smallest, even when you have issues with your car insurance. Because the insurance company knows that they have to deal with that issues, because there's a legal procedure that if they don't, it might end up within your local court, within any part of the county that you live outside Nigeria. But most of us think that we can just go and set up a supermarket because we have a relation that we have been deceived, that we have the numbers. Investment into that crazy country, we can make money. Oh yes, you will make good amount of money. But one day, just a slight issue would engage between you and the locality or the local government that you've set up that business. It could be anything. But because you believe that you are a well-intelligent, stupid Yoruba man or woman, that we are telling you now that the legal system in Nigeria will not support that business, you would try to find a lawyer. That's if you find one. Every part of the system in Nigeria is so corrupt that even the lawyer that you will get, and I'm sure some people will be thinking, wow, it looks like this discussion this morning is applying to me, because you would think that you would get a lawyer, the legal team, to help you resolve whatever the issue is. It could be the slightest issue. It could be you and the electricity supplier. It could be you or one of the, your client that you paid and you expect the services to be delivered. What you would then end up would be what we called a legal battle between you and whatever the problem is. So Babakitoye is now confirming to us that if we are one of those and you are expecting to get these judicial system to work, you better think otherwise now, so that your investment might not go in the drain. Let's talk about why in a Yoruba country we shall create a trustworthy and respectable judiciary, in the opposite to the Nigeria today. You will not achieve or gain a trustworthy, respectable judicial system in that madness that the British created. I live in England, and for the past years I've lived there, I've come across some few legal cases that everybody enjoy, including those of us that are not born in this country. Now imagine you born in Nigeria and you're thinking that you should be gaining everything a country including the judicial system. But it is the opposite. You will not gain any judicial system because the whole system itself is corrupt. In Nigeria, your judiciary is beset by three weaknesses. First, magistrates and the judges commonly take bribes. So your case, that whatever that issue between you in that location, it could be the apartment that you rent, it could even be the land that you own, that people call omonile, will up one day because they are crazy after smoking their drugs and their cocaine, will eventually just pop in and demand money. It could just be the slightest thing. Apart from the fact that you might be attacked spiritually, but the physical aspect is you want to solve it because you think that you're a Yoruba smart idiot and you would use the legal system in Nigeria. The judges, the lawyers, the senior advocate of Nigeria, they are all born bastards that are so corrupt. Only few, like the late Gani Fawehinmi, and probably some today, you will not get that because they are all bribe takers. Quite ordinary citizens like you and myself don't have the money to buy this kind of judgment in the court. Go to Igboshore Court, go to Abuja High Court, go to Inewi High Court, go to the Northern High Court. Even those ones are using Islamic Sharia against innocent Yoruba people that live there, that doesn't believe in Islam. Yet, they are applying Sharia, and stupid idiots known as the Yorubas want us to remain in this nonsense created country by Britain, where their own legal system, that Deizani, a criminal that stole so much from you and me, she's now enjoying today. She doesn't need to buy it. She just has to earn it because the system she has used to apply for a bail condition with some strange attachment, because she's a flight risk. If we give her a passport, she will run away, just like others have done in the past. But most of you this morning don't have such amount of money to buy judgment. While you are even fighting a legal court case, they will then bring out those to attack you, to intimidate you, to push you out. And that's exactly what every one of us have experienced in the madness you are calling a country for the past 63 years. The intimidation. And that intimidation continue because your governors, your reps, they are all in coerce with the judicial system. So if you think that you can then use social media to shout it out, they will do something. Like all your governors at so many court cases or crime cases, let me put it that way, especially when somebody like Dr. Oluke Oluwakemi Olunloyo continue to use a platform to speak out. And when people like that raise their voices, the governors pretend to do something because of the noise coming from the social media, which is our only new ways of the communication. And at the end result, nothing happens. Then another case comes up, then another noise on the social media, then they pretend, and that goes on and on. And that is the way the system operates. But we want to be in a system that everybody will be accountable regardless of your status. As Deizani Alice Madueke, the criminal, she's enjoying on a £70,000 bail condition. And I can always say, if they born a mama well or a papa, let her leave her house at 1 minute past 11 p.m. and the electronic tag on her leg would trigger back to the police station that has been attached to, and she will lose a bail condition and will be sent to prison until November next year, God willing, when we will bring back to court. The same thing with Ike Kirimadu. I pray that by the time Ike Kirimadu comes, he will not return back to Nigeria, but he will be returning back to Biafra country, where they might charge him again for another crime. Because my prayer every day is Nigeria should resolve before Ike Kirimadu comes out of the prison for a crime he committed, not in Nigeria, because Nigeria doesn't have a legal system that he would have enjoyed in UK. He thought he could bribe his way out by trying to use somebody else's kidney because her daughter or his daughter had issues. But we know what happened. Ike Kirimadu was given the privilege to defend himself at the legal court case in London here, where I attended. And we saw the end result. We sent him to prison. We will be looking after him because we don't want him to die in the prison. He might probably reform because the purpose of prison is to reform as long as you have not killed anybody. But if you have killed somebody, your length of prison sentence will be for life. But many of you today are all in prison in Nigeria because the quite ordinary citizen by Babakitoye can't buy judgment in the court. Ask many people today, all those little cases within the surroundings of your community have not been resolved, and many people die along the line. But many influential public persons are known to be able to get whatever judgment they want in the court because they have brought many judges across the country and able to buy any judge at ease. Ask Tinubu, your current president, how he was able to tell us in an article that I read yesterday that he doesn't owe any cabal because he fought hard to become the president and he also spent his own money. I laughed when I read that because when Tinubu said he spent his own money, I asked which part of the money. Is it the $100 million that Dangote paid to him to acquire the land in Yoruba land? Or is it the one that he strangulated every idiot of you, the Yorubas in Lagos State, to enrich himself and his family? Or is it the one that his son or nephew or whatever that now controls Orlando PLC that have used that to strangulate many of you, that you are ending up buying fuel at about 700 naira per liter, while Libya, a country that the West destroyed because while Gaddafi was paying up to child benefit that the stupid, idiotic country you call Nigeria could not pay. Not that Nigeria doesn't have the wealth to pay every single child benefit on a weekly basis, like many of your aunties, nephews, cousins, including my children, are enjoying in the UK today. Because every week, there's a small amount of money that bounces into their account, and if they're still young, whatever account that the parent put to the HMRC. And if I give you roughly the value of what the child benefit is today in the UK, the child benefit works at about almost £25 equivalent in the UK. And I'm reading now from a government website, which your crazy country doesn't have because they try to hide everything from every one of us. They don't want us to know. Just hide it from Koiki, hide it from Chinedu, hide it from a beautiful Hausa known as Abdullahi, because we don't have problem with the Hausas. We might have issues with each other. But what we are saying is that as humanity takes, everyone should not be living in the forest known as the IDP camps. I expect next week they should move every IDP individual to live in Aso Rock. Dump them there. Dump them in the National Assembly. That belongs to Nigerians, because all these born bastard politicians cannot be living inside an air condition. And if you know their houses, especially all those houses known as Lagos and Abuja, just go and dump people right in there, especially the people from the IDP that have suffered the negligence of the shithole country for a very long time. So those of you that wants to protest, I've heard that before in a Twitter space. I am just encouraging you, by tomorrow, make sure you have vehicles, lorries, to load as many IDPs from Benue, anywhere you can find them, and give them a free ride and drop them inside Aso Rock and let everybody live there for as long as Nigeria will collapse. And when Nigeria collapses, we will then take the one that are Yorubas, we will bring them back into a proper where we will give them a trustworthy, respectable judicial, and we will also look after them by paying them child benefit and making sure that they are taken care of in a country that values citizens. Because your country today doesn't value you because you are just a number. And it doesn't matter what prayer Baba Adeboye does this morning in the church for Nigeria. I will keep calling his name, Baba Adeboye. Nigeria died long time ago. I was speaking to a pastor yesterday and I asked him, why is Baba Adeboye not coming out to inform us what God is showing him about Nigeria? And he said to me that not that God is not showing him, he just doesn't want to accept the truth that Nigeria has finally collapsed. But the good thing I love about our brothers in the Redeem, the KICC, I love the white garment churches and the rest of the Muslims as well, is that many of their members, I am talking about not just members, those that are operating on their behalf in Nigeria and outside Nigeria, are calling me and say, Baba might not speak, but I can tell you that in my chapel, we believe in Yoruba nation, because Yoruba nation is not for idols, worshippers. Yoruba nation is for the Christians, the Muslims, and the traditionalists, and even the atheist that doesn't believe in anything, that would enjoy a respectable judicial system. Because as a Christian in Nigeria, you, the ordinary citizen, will not be able to buy your judgment. Many innocent Christians are languishing in Kirikiri, in Abolongo prison, in Kuje prison, because they can't buy their way out. Many Muslims have ended up in the prison for crime that should have been resolved through forensic, I'm not talking about forensic detail, to confirm whether this particular Muslim individual is a criminal. Many traditionalists have been accused of crime that they've not committed. They're languishing all over the prison across Nigeria today. Where is Daddy Yati? Maybe we should ask the bomb buster, shotman devil that wants to be your next president, as you idiot Yorubas might not know the evil that is in his blood, known as El Rufai. If we lose this period not to pull out of Nigeria together, I will not return to Nigeria, because I don't have no business in Nigeria, and I don't plan to set up any bloody business in Nigeria. I will be enjoying my life outside Nigeria, but you all would die quicker than the 52 years that the World Health Organization told us that the average Nigerian would die. even those that have money, Ifeanyi Uba died. People are celebrating his death. He was 52. Not that he doesn't have the money. For somebody that can fly to London on a first class, where many of you doesn't even have the wealth that he has, he did not survive 53 years old. So that shows something, that whether you are rich or you are poor in Nigeria, you are all living in a what they called entrapped prison. That if we don't break the jail of that prison called Nigeria, you will not enjoy a proper life. The UK government is telling us that if you have just given birth and you are not aware, your eldest child or the only child, because not everybody wants many children, especially we have been deceived by not giving birth to many children. Our culture is different from the English culture. My dad had many children, and I said yes, more than a football team. And he was able to look after every single one of them while he was alive before he died. He built his house in Lagos and likewise in his hometown in Ijebu-Ode before he was 33 years old. But many of you today continue to live in that back house in Lagos that you don't want them to destroy because you are scared of the Igbos that have bought every part of Lagos. But you are not scared of the Lebanese and the Fulanese and the Shagoris and the Chinese and the Pakistan, the Indians that continue to suck you dry. Many of you don't even know what happened in the port on a daily basis, but you are more concerned that next week the Igbos will destroy Lagos State because they are upset that Peter Obi that will never be the president of Nigeria. If Peter Obi likes, let him go to do whatever he needs to do to destroy Lagos. He will still not be the president of Nigeria. But whatever happens next week, it is just the beginning of the gunpowder that has been kept every part of Nigeria that wants to explode. Because everybody knows that. Because when I say Nigeria is sitting on what, you all tell me it's sitting on a keg of gunpowder. So why are you concerned about what happened in Lagos next week or what happened in Abuja? Whatever will be next week, so be it. But what I can assure us is that we will rebuild whatever was destroyed or will be destroyed. But we will not forget. And we will make sure that as soon as we are able to pull out of Nigeria, we will fingerprint every foreigners, because they will become foreigners in our country. Every foreigners must be fingerprint and facial recognition. Like I was watching a movie with my wife yesterday, and there were people quickly due to facial recognition. We were former neighbors because they will now be our neighbors, especially those that have intermarried and those that have lived with us in that enclave prison called Nigeria. We will give them non-visa to fly into our country. But as they are arriving at our Yoruba airport, before they go into the town or before they even leave the airport, we will capture them so that when they commit crime and want to burn down that Yoruba nation, we will use the proper, created, trustworthy, and respectable judiciary to deal with them. But if you think that you can deal with the Igbos or those that want to fight the anarchy next week, you can't even fight that. For as long as we are one Nigeria, everybody has a right to protest in your state because it is still known as Nigeria. You might not like it, you might hate it, but that is a fact. We are all Nigerians. That's what we're told. While I'm saying we are not Nigerians, you said to me we're Nigerians. So why are you concerned about next week protest? Let the protest go ahead, because I have prayed every day of my life since we joined this movement 4 years ago that whatever would be to bring down Nigeria is my prayer. You can say But you are far away. What kind of prayer is that? Because the British did not consult even that prayer when they were joining this madness country together. Because nobody created Nigeria, not your God. In Christianity, not my God. In Islam, that's my Quran. And not our tradition was consulted when that madness was amalgamated. But why the British citizen continue to enjoy and the non-British citizen, because many people do not have a British passport in this country, but yet they enjoy and they are enjoying what is known as child benefit. So this morning, fún ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ gbọ́ mi, because I know the English is becoming too much, but ẹ gbà bẹ́ẹ̀ láàárọ̀ ẹ̀, èyí tí mò ń sọ ni pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá inú ẹ̀wọ̀n la wà presently nínú Nàìjíríà. A dẹ̀ fẹ́ break jail kúrò nínú ẹ̀wọ̀n yẹn so that kí a lè ní a better, trust, respectable judicial system and also as many benefits. The youngest or the only child that you have in this country will be paid £25.60 for child benefit. The second one, the addition, will be paid £16.95. Let's take it to the equivalent of Naira that Nigeria should have paid every child, regardless of who background. The exchange rate as at today is about 2016. So every week, weekly, Monday to Sunday, that's a week, ó jẹ́ kó máa san equivalent of 51,000 naira fáwọn ọmọ yín. And you will not need to call me, call your uncle, call your nephew, your cousins, and cry out that your children are hungry this morning, because you would have been paid the money to feed them. That is what the child benefit is meant for. It is the money to look after Omotobi. But how does the government make this money back? That is where the tax comes in, known as the taxation, that many of your criminal politicians, including that Peter Obi, you bomb bastard, uses to take money out and stash it somewhere in a tax haven, because that's what they do. Even here in England, most of them are doing the same thing. So tax would then be paid back to the government, and so many other things that the government have to make sure that we can continue to pay, even though the government cap it now. Some people have enjoyed it. Their children are 7 in this country. Some of them are 4, and they are being paid for the 4 children. But right now, because things are becoming tough around the world, so the UK government has capped it that we will only pay the first 2 child that you have. The rest, we can't. But at least that is still something than nothing. The buying and the selling of judgment has been with the Nigerian court since the inception of court in the earliest years of the British rule. Many Nigerians that are Yorubas of background, I cry when some of you use your stupidity on the social media to defend Nigeria, as if you know Nigeria better than the British that created that fraudulent, corrupt, 8 country that would not give anybody. Didn't even realize that I lost my Twitter space. Let's start it there again. I'm not sure what happened there, or maybe I didn't even start it at all. Many of you, I'm not sure I started it. It's okay. Many of you would not have the privilege to enjoy what the British created. The British knew that the near future, some of us will wake up from our slumber Why some of you are still sleeping? A lot of us have woken up through the campaign, through Igbowo, through Babakitoye, and through many people that continue to push for what is known as self-determination. It is not a crime, and we're not fighting the government. I don't care whoever the government was prior to, or as we pray that Tinubu will be the last government. But what I can tell you is that going back to the UNPO that I was explaining earlier, Babakitoye registered the UNPO, the Yoruba people under the UNPO, but we are not the only countries that are registered as members. And I can tell you that some countries or some nations or indigenous people have used the UNPO as part of IMAC to push for their independence. And or the Scottish are registered members as well. As we continue to engage the international community, that the landmark that we are fighting for belongs to us, not Igbos, not Hausas, or the rest of the indigenous people. These were all crafted as one. So what we are trying to do now is to unbundle it and amalgamate it without any violence. And we are trying as much as possible to give it that non-violence for now. Because what violence does is it kills many people spiritually, internally, or physically. You can go and ask how many people have been killed by Israel, the evil country that thinks that they are defending themselves against Hamas, while innocent babies, innocent children are being killed on a daily basis. So many of 40,000 people have died because the world is an evil place that we live today, careless about humanity. So if any one of you think that if a war breaks out in Nigeria, America, the West, the Asia, Russia, China will come to our aid, they're not going to come to your aid. What they will do is they will evacuate their people to start with by bringing in their naval ships and helicopters and allow whatever the people that are fighting to give them the room to take out their loved ones. Then what is going to happen is United Nations will start having what they call the Security Summit to discuss about the crisis. And the crisis is coming up either through the protest that wants to erupt or through other means that the push is going on right now, because the push for Yoruba nation is not going to stop, and those that are also asking for the right to self-determination. But as we are still discussing these, creating a trustworthy and respectable judiciary that many of you will not enjoy because you don't have the money in the first place. Most of you are poor, not because of your fault. You are poor because Bola Tinubu wants you to be poor, because Bola Tinubu knows that he cannot want to get Nigeria working and then go and bring in the Olori Buruku or Mali, Buhari, to run a country that Ambabe and Olomanda Kakiri. Baba Buhari, all they do is put cows from one end to the other, because we know how it came in the 80s through a coup d'etat. But Buhari told Tinubu that we thought was a wise man, but we didn't know that he was also a selfish bastard that wanted to just enrich his pocket alone. That the wife said that we don't need the Nigerian money because my husband and myself are rich, as if they earn it. But we know how that goes. They strangulated all those people in Lagos that could not speak, but now wants to bring Oro out. do not allow our Isheshe to be disrespected within the next couple of days, because people will come out, whether your Oro comes out in the morning, in the afternoon, or in the night. I have listened to, I will not play that audio. People are now telling people what to do in the event of Oro is coming out. I've never, ever since I have managed to know the word Oro, that there is something that can be done to either fight them back. We've never had it, but there's an audio circulating now that people are now telling people what to do in the event that Oro comes out. Oro is a tradition of our people, well respected, but because Tinubu and his cronies and Sanwo-Olu thinks that they can use that to stop the people that wants to come out, and Oro will start operating from the 1st of August up to the 15th of August. The buying and the selling of judgment, like we said, is what the British knows very well. I'm not even sure whether the British allow most of our forefathers that they took as slaves. We can fight it. MK Abiola talked about it, and we know the end result, that he wanted some money back for what they've done. And I said to him, we make you, we made you, but we will kill you. And MK Abiola was killed with his best friend known as Babangida. You think your court will deliver you with any judgment? You will die waiting for such if we remain one Nigeria. With such a judicial tradition, no country can exist in assured peace. So when people say the protest must be peaceful, stupid people, when the military were operating in Nigeria, were they peaceful? When the military was running the shenanigans in Nigeria, were they peaceful with us? So why is everybody thinking that something has to be peaceful when there's always violence that can push things, and then we bring that peace back to the table? Because before you can get peace, you must first bring violence and crisis and anarchy. That has been like that ever since the existence of the world that we live today. So if some of you think that you will have peace with the fraudulent judicial system in Nigeria today, I want you to think otherwise. And I want you to think very well. You will not get peace and order or develop in a healthy manner. And that is why most of you are dying slowly and slowly, because nobody is there to fight on your behalf, especially the masses that are crying out loud in the day, or today's Nigeria rather. My name is OLAYOMI KOIKI, and you're watching a live transmission, the Sunday broadcast. We're 1.5 hours into the program. I will start touching on the 2 articles by Kayode Mola, a very powerful Yoruba leader that is using his pen to remind us that our heritage is not for sale. So tell Adeleke of Osun State that the Yorubas are not selling our heritage yet. We know he has Igbo blood in him, so he should be careful trying to sell Osun to the Igbos because of his own selfish interest, just like Tinubu is selling the Yorubas, not to the Fulani. Some of you think Tinubu is selling us to the Fulani. Tinubu has his own agenda. He's selling us to the Lebanese that will become very powerful in Yoruba land, and you that continue to fight the Igbos would then have to start fighting the Lebanese. So that is the first topic that we will talk about just after the conclusion of this judicial that Baba Kitoye asked me, because this is the last week. Because next week, we're going into another topic. So we're going to talk about the Yoruba heritage is not for sale. It's an article. Then we're also going to talk about the next one that he wrote just about a few days ago or a few weeks ago, the Yoruba independent, a path forward. How do we get it? Is it through just talking and talking? Is it through diplomacy? Is it through a total declaration out of it? All that, we will see what has been written in that particular article. But the only thing that can give us joy and peace in Nigeria today is to get the hell out of the British entrapment country that some of you love so much, because the white that tells you that we are one and we should remain one, they are not one. Yesterday, here in England, because some people don't know the difference between England, Scotland, and Wales, but I tried to separate them because that is the only way you can have a better understanding. And for those of you crying out for regional government, Tinubu will not give you a regional government is another trap to make sure that while some of us are pushing for self-determination, is using another gangs of people to promote regionalism that failed since the inception of a fraudulent British rule. Because the British knew that it was not even a regional government that we needed at the earliest time of when they were making back what belongs to us. But because they're very crafty people, I've lived with them, their government, regardless of whichever is there in the power today. So yesterday, Tony Robinson, a 41-year-old, thank you so much, Idris, took out crowd of people, and I'm talking about white men, white woman that owns England, according to them, that their forefathers brought us to where we are today. But buffoons, the Yoruba knows, that should be Yoruba nationalism to fight back and take back what belongs to us, are there defending Tinubu that is so old that I pray that within the next 60 years, Tinubu will still be alive. I pray the next 60 years, President Bola Tinubu will still be alive, but I do not pray that Tinubu is alive while Nigeria still existing, because Tinubu only has a very limited time, even if he's not killed in the process of the government that is currently running in that shenanigans. So, share the program and love it and like it as you're joining. Again, our destiny is in our hands. If you are still one of those thinking that your destiny is in the hands of Britain, Britain care less about you and me, because the buying and the selling, Mara, Kudemata, the buying and the selling of judgment has been with the Nigerian court since the inception of court in the earliest years of the British rule. With such a judicial tradition, no country can exist in the assured peace and order or develop in a healthy manner. Secondly, the influence of the executive government on the Nigerian court is too much and too balanced. In Nigeria, your Nigeria, the one that you want to die on behalf, just like the one that Ifeanyi Uba has enjoyed so much that even at his death, the family will still live a better life than you stupid Yoruba Ronu idiots, because he has so much that he has left for them. But I can assure you that the legal system will not be able to solve the family crisis that people are already fighting for. As the ESC died yesterday, oh, some people were celebrating, while some people are already thinking about the cars, the wealth that he has, how they can take it away from the children that he left. I don't have a problem with his children, But I bet you the children will not get anything out of the death of their father's property because the legal battle, the side chick way in the knack, will come out now. Oh, yeah, this is the time they will come and go and ask the family of MK Abiola. They were children that he gave birth to that the wife did not know before. They will pop out. The crime that he committed in the Biafra land would also be demanding the right to some of his properties. So all kind of sort will erupt since the death yesterday. And as you can tell, the war did not end after his death. That is what you should be thinking. When we all die, this world is not dying. It is just the globalist bomb bastard that want to erupt and create some of the people like the Yorubas to be suppressed and subdued while I am knocking your head to wake it up. You Yoruba Rono bastard, continue to sleep because that is the injection of the vaccine they've put in every one of your brains. So you are thinking that one God will come out and save us. God is not stupid like you and me. God has given us the knowledge. God has empowered us. God gave us everything that we should be consuming on our land. The most important human talent, human resources, human number 6, koro head. But your head has been suppressed down. They've put iron on it. They've ironed the t-shirt. And when I mean iron, I'm not talking about the electric iron. You know those charcoal iron? Charcoal, the one that I used when I was in secondary school. When I returned back to Abeokuta, we would then go to Chapon with my mom. They would buy some few things. Then they would buy this iron. Awa kwe du sinwe. Awa ma fe. I didn't even know that there was proper iron until I got to London, or probably when I go back to Lagos. Then I will see proper iron because we have iron in my house. But when we go to Abeokuta, because there's no light in Abeokuta Grammar School, all those bastard government destroy every public school that we cannot have 24 hours electricity. How many of you enjoy electricity? Yeah, I mean, they bring it sometimes. I can't remember, maybe generator was wrong. I can't even remember. But I know that throughout my years at Abeokuta Grammar School, the windows were never locked. They were all open. Some of them, the louvers, they have broken. When we should be in an air-conditioned environment, schools, with a proper electronic board, it's only when I got to London, I did my foundation at London Metropolitan University, I was seeing a proper, unique standard auditorium where we can tell the lecturer, it is too cold, it is too warm, and they will start reducing it for everybody to make sure that it adapts to our bodies. Then I can start seeing that there's what they call projector. I didn't know projector. I was just seeing projector. Everything comes on the screen, the slide. When we're giving something, they'll say, go there, it's on your laptop, just log in with your student ID. Idiot. All come out of university today. I am a learned man. They cannot even operate computer because they didn't use it in secondary school, not to talk about primary school, not to talk about universities. So the expectation is that just one day, Nigeria will be the glorious country that the IMF criminals, that the current British High Commissioner was the director of IMF before he was moved to Nigeria, Richard Montegori. So many of you in Nigeria, the people in the executive arm of government usually operate with the presumption that they are the lords over the judiciary and the legislature and all. The executive government intervention in court cases are common and the judicial has never stood its ground. And furthermore, the executive government commonly refuses to carry out or simply ignores court judgment. Good morning once again and welcome. Tony Robinson posted 9 hours ago. Who is he? Tony Robinson, an Englishman fighting for the English people. He cares less about me. He cares less about Africa. He's not interested in whatever is probably his grandfather has done in Africa. What is more concerned is there's too many foreigners in this country that are not English, and their own heritage is going down. Tony Robinson, 9 hours ago. They can't imprison, but no longer with their media lied and control the narrative. Their corruption has been watched by 3 million people today. Britain banned documentary Silence. They were all in the town yesterday in central London, doing what they know how to do best. And what is that? Making sure that the English people are aware that the English have the right to defend and protect their country. And that means that many of you today that we are telling about Yoruba nation that needs to wake up from your slumber as a Yoruba people that needs to get the hell out of Nigeria before it is too late are there defending Nigeria, while people like Tony Robinson is preparing his people, the English, on how and reason why they need to take the control of their country. Number 3, before we go finally into this and then we can move to the next topic. Some of the judges themselves have been found partaking in Nigerian culture of official corruption. That one is normal in Nigeria. Yes, the English flags were flying left. I decided not to go because, it was just not worth it. If you want to see it, just go on the internet and type in Tony Robinson. You will get to know more about him and what he stands for. What do Koikimedia stand for? What do Babakitoye stand for? What do Oloyegbowo stand for? What do the Yoruba people stand for? We stand for the right of the Yoruba people to exit the madness country that the British created. If you're expecting any of our elite, your influencer, your pastor, your imam, your traditionalists to tell you otherwise, all these trustworthy and respectable judiciary, you will not get it. This is the week 10. We're going to week 11 next week for another topic. But for now, we will continue to highlight the manifesto of the goodwill, the good news, path to prosperity in our Orílẹ̀-èdè Yoruba, written by Professor Adebanji Akintoye. Don't ask me for the copy. I've told you where you can find it. Go on koikimedia.com. You will find a copy there. If you have been on my Koikimedia WhatsApp group, that is only for news. You cannot post in there. And if anybody is communicating with you for money, just let me know. We'll take them out. But we cannot stop anybody that are in that group that they might not communicate with you, because that is the way social media is right now. Especially Nigerians are so desperate, fraud, and some are genuine. So even if you're in any WhatsApp group, anybody can communicate with you behind the scene. But right in that group, you will not be able to post any goddamn thing in there. The only thing that will be posted is controlled by myself and a couple of my admin discussing about issues of Yoruba Nation and some other news that we post in there. So if you want to be part of that, just make a request. We add you in there. So this copy continue to be shared in there, and I'm sure some of you already have a copy. But like I said, if you want a copy that I believe everybody should have, this is like our own constitution to start with. Have this in hand, you would then understand why Yoruba people should exit Nigeria. So it's like a manifesto. Very powerful. 95. This is not the first one Babakito is writing, but this one is so detailed with all the topics of different part of what we have discussed. So if you have missed some of them, let's go back on my timeline on YouTube, Facebook, wherever you can find me. I think I need to get another cup of coffee because the first one I did went so fast, and I just need to get another one. But while we're gonna do that, I'm still always short of one phone. Let's see what we can do. So, like I said, yesterday was full of the flags of England by the English people. Excited. Do you blame them? But our own people are not excited. They want to be excited in a fraudulent Yoruba flag. And this is the reason why, shout out to many of you watching me from Lagos, Abuja, and as we are reporting this morning, that there's been another kidnap in Abuja. I might have to take down those of you here. If you're going to be wanting to watch this program without interruption, you have to stay on the OLAYOMI KOIKI Instagram that is not interrupted. And a good thing, I think Facebook has allowed us to remain, for the 4 hours, which I wasn't enjoying before. So if you're still finding me, go and watch it there. So as I like to say good morning, I'm just going to go and do my next coffee. Is the second one on this beautiful Yoruba self-determination cup that was given to me by my big brother Heritage. Some of you might be asking, where is Heritage? Is he still doing Yoruba Nation, or is it abandoned Yoruba Nation? I can't speak on his behalf, but I know that he's still involved in the Yoruba Nation struggle, but he might have some other things, like we all have different projects. Since you are not paying him a salary, don't expect him to be on Yoruba Nation 24/7, especially if you live in this country, you have to survive. So the reason why I have stick to the full time of Yoruba Nation is not because the donation is coming as I wanted to, but I can only say that it is embedded in my blood that this is what I want to do with my life. My wife has accepted it. My children have accepted it. It is costing me a lot to remain on Yoruba Nation struggle. I am also losing so much. But the good thing is, the future will be calling my name, just as we are doing with Awolowo today. That for me is more than enough, than money. And that is the reason why I will be your last man standing. Because I do not want my name not to be involved in this beautiful campaign of Yoruba Nation. So, if you're still not sure how to support us voluntarily, I'm not asking for money for Yoruba Nation now. I am asking money for the donation of our media portal called the Koikimedia. Thanks so much to all those of you that also freelance and say, Mr. Koiki, there's something happening here. Are you aware of it? Just like the call that we got from Abuja this morning. And if you missed that breaking news, I will play it back again. And this is just to remind every one of us, and my team are working very hard. A video has been created on it already. That video will be posted out as well, because that video needs to go on the social media of Facebook and the other platforms quickly. And they've converted that. That is loading already. I'm going to use that and post that out. But this is how I was waking up this morning from Abuja. So listen to that. My background, I'm sure you love the landscape that we're using this morning. We're used to portray all the time. Remember that I operate from home. That means that while we were doing this program, it looks like my voice, excuse me, was waking up my wife, that she only just slept this morning, and she had to control me to reduce. Not because she doesn't love what I do. She even asks me sometimes why I'm not doing my program. How are you?
Good.
You okay?
Yeah.
Did you sleep well?
Yeah.
I love you. So if you are not okay with those sound noise at the background, look, there are so many other things you can go and listen to on the social media. But I'm sure many of my listeners understand that I am operating from my house as my mobile studio. There will be washing machine. There will be this. This is not the BBC studio that you are paying for. Some of you that are contributing to my media, I can't mention all your names, especially the regulars that say, no, we don't have enough, but we will keep you going. And that's the reason why we're going. But if the video that I did yesterday means that people love what we are doing here, I went back this morning. Not that I'm shocked. The video yesterday on the Koikimedia alone has now been viewed without the Facebook. I'm operating 4 different channels on Facebook. We have 2 YouTube channels. The Koikimedia YouTube channel that Lai Mohammed wanted to destroy, like he wanted to do with Simon Ekpa, Nnamdi Kanu, and others as well, managed to survive managed to survive Lai Mohammed regime with Buhari. The only thing that we lost out on the Koikimedia that has 47,000 subscribers as of today is that we didn't get any monetization on it. Do I care? No. Was I worried that the £1,000 plus that was paid to me is no longer coming to my pocket? No. That's about what I was making from my monetization. But for the past 1 year plus now, am I worried that that money didn't come to me anymore? No. But what I'm thanking God is that we stand firm, that more people are joining after Tinubu came to power. They now realize that Omo Baba Wiri ni Tinubu Ori Eteti wa san ju te. Koiki Mbolowa, we are looking for you. We hate you. We don't like you. You were talking rudely to everybody, but now I want to come and listen to you because what you have been telling us is becoming reality. That is more than thousands of pounds for me. So, as at yesterday, my YouTube channel was less than 46,000 plus, but this morning it has gone exactly 47,000. My Twitter is doing very well because I can tell you that half of those on that Twitter are Biafrans that are following me because they believe that what I'm doing is okay, and the rest of the half is Yorubas as well, and that is why I carry them along, not because of anything. So the video we did yesterday, 11,000 people watch it on Koikimedia. If I've been given £1 on that, that will give me £11,000. I'll probably say to my wife, that's £1,000. Take the children to holiday. I don't need holiday right now. The struggle continue, but I can't send them to holiday. That's fine. But my children and their grandchildren and their great-grandchildren, they will say their father was one of the staunch media that fought the international community that want to keep us and entrap us in Nigeria, because we will break Nigeria, not me alone. We, Bubuwa, Omar Dijani, I always tell you, I don't give a F word. Ama panyoni, ani panyoni, wama pawani. The world is full of killings. 40,000 people have been killed by the Israel's government. So don't come and tell me killings is something, hey, Koiki, shut up. The world is evil. They can stop all these killings and the one in Russia and Ukraine. And they cannot defeat Russia. So that means more blood will flow. So if anybody is not coming, Koiki, Mama Sorobenyo, it's going to happen. It's the reality. So thank you so much to many of you that are finding me, that probably you lost and then you are looking for me. But the regulars, I can't love you less. That is why I will not allow anybody to come on this platform and disrespect it. We have built this platform. It is owned by you, and it will be yours. If you come on this platform, if I don't spot you like I spotted one bastard, I will not say Biafra, but Igbo person with the name, talking nonsense on a comment of the video we did yesterday. I wish it was live, so that I would have caused his father and his mother and block him. But I did block him, so he will not find me again. If he needs to find me, it will not be through my channel. He will look for me from another person's source. So 11,000 people watched the video yesterday, but do you know that we didn't make £100 yesterday? I did not make £100 yesterday, but so far at one of my channel, 11,000 people watched it. That's good for me. Then the next channel, which is our backup channel, because when we had issues with the Koikimedia, a lot of suggestion was coming that rather than not operating on the YouTube, why not have a backup channel? So we created this backup channel. And I can also say thank you so much to every single one of you that follow that channel. It is called WD76 Media. It's a channel that was only set up less than a year, and it has gained 4,000 subscribers. But it seems that that channel, more people are looking for me as if I am lost. The video we produced yesterday alone on the backup channel has now been watched 21,000 K, and you can multiply what that means in the total numbers. So that shows that we are not doing bad so far. It can be slow, but it is steady. I'm a dele leri. And I'm worry. Any media to danto. I stand firm with every one of you, whether you're in the diaspora, whether you're in Nigeria. Look, my wife, I've told her, and she knows my stand. When that down, I'm not coming for your protest because we're not the one doing protest. But when the right time comes for me to return home and protect and be part of the one Yoruba man out of millions that want to defend Yoruba land, even if I don't have the money for the ticket, I will call Aziz in Miami to send the money for a one-way ticket, even if it's £1,000. He will send it to me, and I'll fly out of UK through a country, because that time I don't think that there will be an airport operating in Nigeria, and I will arrive in Nigeria to be part of the people to protect and defend Yoruba land. The Ukrainians did that. You all saw me when I went to their own, as they were preparing to move back to Ukraine. I was almost attacked. I'm sure some of you remember that video. So it is not new that we go back home and defend and protect our land from the evils that is about to play out. So for those of you that are watching me, I just want to appreciate you. And for our donors, whether it is in Naira, whether it is in pounds, in dollars, I appreciate. And for those that doesn't have, and say, Koiki, we don't have, but we will pray for you and your family, because we understand that you are dealing with a big fight. I am a face that people want to see, and I'm also a face that they are ready to eliminate if they have the means to. And that is why some of you say, come back to Nigeria, because you think that coming back to Nigeria, you will eliminate and kill somebody like me. You can't. You will not be able to. Not by your will, not by your power. You will try, but ultimately, let me know. I know they do. We're working hard, spiritually, physically, because I will not be the first person that they might want to kidnap. Buhari wanted to kidnap Umaru Diko in London. that failed. So whatever what you plan evil against us, it will not work. So this is how the news came this morning of another kidnap, and then I'll play the interview along with it as well. While I get my coffee, you can also get yours, and let's listen.
Ẹ lè bìlíìfù pé ọ̀rẹ́ mi wọ́n kidnap ẹ̀ mọ́jú ní Àbújá láàárọ̀ ní area Kuje. Wọ́n kidnap ìyàwó ọ̀rẹ́ mi àti àbúrò rẹ̀ ní àárọ̀ ìwọ́n ṣùtì ẹnìkan ní labour wọn ní ẹsẹ̀. Ìyẹn bíi mẹ́rin àti mẹ́ta náà, ìyẹn bíi mẹ́rin wọ́n kidnap rẹ̀ ládùúgbò yẹn báyìí sí. Àti mọ̀wé àràbà tó ní FCT ní area Kuje. Nítorí kí sáyé fún yín ní breaking news yẹn ni. Bí mo ṣe ń send message yìí sí àdúgbò wọn mo ń lọ láti lọ wo situation tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní mẹ́bàá. Ìkànnì láti sọ fún mi ní nǹkan tó ti sọ fún mi nìyẹn báyìí. Òtún bá débẹ̀ máa fún yín ní more information pẹ̀lú kidnap pẹ̀lú incident yẹn. Okay, ẹ ṣe lọ.
Koikimedia breaking news, bringing the world closer to your doorstep. Today, the 28th of July, 2024. It's coming up to 7:50 a.m. We're getting a development happening in Abuja regarding another kidnap case that have just occurred. Ekaro Alagba, Ejo, kini ó ṣẹlẹ̀ gangan tí ẹ fi bá ìkànnì Koikimedia sọ̀sọ̀?
Ọ̀rẹ́ mi ló ni wọ́n kidnap ìyàwó ẹ̀ ní òrùmọ́jú mi ní tàbí 1 o'clock ní after 1.
Wọ́n kidnap ìyàwó ẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ sà, àjọ sọ̀rọ̀ ní àti ohun gbọ́dọ̀ jọ sọ̀rọ̀ ní kan bí 10 àná títí di 11 o'clock lánàá. So àárọ̀ yìí ní kan bí 6, ní kan bí 5:30 àbí 6 ló kù pé wọ́n kidnap ìyàwó àti àbúrò. Àbúrò ẹ̀ tẹ́ ọkọ fẹ́ escape mi mọ̀ bí ó ní àbúrò àti ọmọ ọkọ escape ó ní láàárọ̀ náà wá ní pé ọmọ nìkan lòun nígbà tó padà pè ní pé wọ́n rí àbúrò ẹ̀.
So àwọn mélòó ni wọ́n kidnap báyìí?
Àwọn bíi mẹ́ta náà kidnap bẹ́ẹ̀ báyìí. Wọ́n ṣùtì ẹnìkan ní ẹsẹ̀. Wọ́n ṣùtì ẹnìkan lẹ́sẹ̀ ní ẹni ọgbọ́n ọ̀pẹ ní ọ̀fẹ́ tẹ̀lé wọn lọ. Wọ́n ṣùtì ẹ̀ ní ẹsẹ̀.
Níbo gangan ni ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ yìí ti ṣẹlẹ̀ sà?
Ní Kuje area council.
Ìyẹn ní state wo?
Ní Ibemo street yẹn.
No, ní state. Wọ́n ṣètò kidnap yẹn kan l'Abuja. Wọ́n ju ẹni àwọn mẹ́ta. ọmọ 15 years old. Àti wo ni mo mean? Àgbàlagbà méjì.
Abuja Federal Capital.
And
local government.
Ṣé agbègbè Abuja lẹ́yìn wà àbí ibo lọ̀rẹ́ yín náà wà ní ẹni ọ̀rẹ́ yín ò sí nílé nígbà tí ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ yìí ṣẹlẹ̀?
Ọ̀rẹ́ mi ò sí nílé, ọ̀rẹ́ mi wà ní Enugu.
Òun wà lẹ́nugun. Ǹjẹ́ àwọn tí wọ́n jí wọn gbé àwọn wo ni wọ́n pè é? Ǹjẹ́ àwọn ará àdúgbò ti ń sọ kankan pé àwọn èèyàn báyìí ni wọ́n àbí ọlọ́pàá ti sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí? Torí mo mọ̀ pé aago 8 àárọ̀ ló fẹ́ lù báyìí.
Actually mi ti dé ilé ọ̀dọ̀ wọn. Mo ń lọ sílé ọ̀dọ̀ wọn báyìí mo ṣe máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí. Mo ń lọ sílé ọ̀dọ̀ mo ti wà nínú ìdí kankan báyìí. Mo lọ sílé ọ̀dọ̀ wọn.
Okay, for the benefit of our listeners that are not Yoruba speaking, we have just got another confirmation of kidnap case in Abuja, Kuje, precisely. Today's Sunday, 28th of July 2024, 7:53 a.m. Koikimedia breaking news. If you get to Kuje, can you please give us a call back and let us know the development? Tí ẹ bá dé ọ̀hún, ẹ fún wa ní update padà. Ẹ ṣé gan fún ìròyìn tí ẹ fún wa yìí láti ìlú Àbújá lórí ìkànnì wa tá à ń pè ní Koikimedia. Ẹ ṣé gan ní alàgbà wa. Ọlọ́run ọba Elédùmarè á jẹ́ kí wọ́n rí wọn padà àti ìyàwó àtàwọn tí wọ́n bá gbé lọ lórúkọ Jésù Kristi. Inshallah, láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Security is a very, very important issue in Nigeria today. and we hope that the federal government will intensify to protect the citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so much, and thank you. God bless. Nigeria is still a country that is operating today. So, Moki Aditu Oro Eledumare, a strong, staunch Yoruba media, and we want you to please continue to support all those that are fighting for the self-determination. I was listening to Ashake yesterday, and I wish I have out of my money that maybe you would have donated to me to have wired to her this morning. It's sad that our campaigners that comes out and say, we are struggling. Some of you think that we are beggars. That's fine. How can we have somebody like Ashake TV? Fantastic job. Just like Aditu Oro Eledumare. Must be is happy now that Yoruba people have come to his aid. And Mudukbelo Ugomo Yoruba on behalf of Must Be TV. Because he sent me a message that he got an i7 laptop with a, you okay? Yeah. With a camera and everything that can allow the broadcast to be very powerful. Báwo la Ashake TV náà ṣe wá jáde nísìn, and I believe that Yoruba people will come to our aid. Ẹ bá mi pè wọ́n. I am not asking you to send the money to me. Let's get her a laptop this week. Mo bẹ̀ yín diaspora, mo fi Elédùmarè, mo fi bẹ̀ yín. Ẹ bá wa pè Ashake TV. Owó tẹ́ bá fẹ́ fẹ́ mi ní wíìkì, ẹ send us Ashake TV. She was struggling with the program yesterday. People were asking, kí ló ń ṣe sound yín Ashake? Laptop it. Ẹ rántí ìgbà tẹ́mi náà bẹ̀rẹ̀. I mean, today we have 3 laptops, even though we are managing. I'm using 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 mobile phones. The one níwájú mi báyìí. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mẹ́rin wà níwájú mi, méjì lélẹ̀. 2 laptops. Mo dẹ̀ ṣe none of that big one that I use for the software, the Alienware. But right now, it's being used, for a project by my son. Onikojekara is a software showing you the background and all that. So Ashake TV is crying for you all to come to her aid. I don't think I've ever had her ever she started because support to Alaja Eleha, she's crying. She needs a car to move from point A to B. She reached out to me and say, "What in donate to one dear, but we take making bones okay." I know it is not easy, but for the fact that now we media me to shishay. Awarawa no la jon shishay. I was listening to Very Dark Man yesterday, and he said that it was there last month when Ifan Yuba came to make 30 million naira worth of clothing. Aṣọ tó fi rán fún, ó kàn wá take measurement, oríṣiríṣi aṣọ àti bàtà. Ifan Yuba died in London yesterday. I don't know what is going to happen with those clothes. Whether the wife even knows about that or she's still mourning. Whether the children will be asking for the money back. We don't have that kind of money today. And that is why I was just saying it. Teba Femini, £1 11,000 or 21,000 viewers, 21,000 pounds. I can assure you that 10,000 out of that money will be used to produce flyers and other materials that can be needed in Yoruba land. But we don't have that money. Yes, the 50 pounds is coming, the 60,000 naira. I had the 60,000 that was sent to me yesterday, and it went like that. Yes, I sent 20,000 to my family, but the remaining 40,000 was split between my team and some other people. So I don't know, but I hope that the diaspora will support and come in. Ẹ má kọ̀ wá máa lọ comment lọ́dọ̀ wa nìkan. Ashake TV, she's crying for a brand new laptop. She's doing, Yorùbá tí wọ́n ó wà very accurate ju tèmi lọ. We are all different. Gẹ̀ẹ́sì tèmi ó bẹ́tà níwọ̀n tèmi náà ní bíbá. So I'm pleading, and the same thing with Adituoro Olódùmarè, and the same thing with all gbogbo media tẹ́ bá ti gbọ́ tán ní ẹ ràn wá lọ́wọ́, ẹ má hesitate láti ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́. Ẹni kan sọ pé agbeni wà ń tọrọ owó, that's fine. Àwọn olówó táwọn politicians yẹn gbé dání sọ́wọ́, tí bá ríru mọ́tò Dino kan tà tí mo dẹ̀ gbọ́ owó gidi lórí ẹ̀, màá mílẹ̀ Yorùbá díẹ̀. Kò ń ṣe fún ti violent o, gbọ́hùn Koiki pé I don't have to tell you what I will do, but màá mílẹ̀ yẹn díẹ̀. Tèmi bá ní 30 million nísìn, màá mílẹ̀ yẹn díẹ̀. Nígbà tẹ́ fún wa ní support yẹn, ẹ̀yin náà ṣàrà àwọn kan tó rí bá 2021 kó tó di pé wọ́ olúkálukú dé, olúkálukú ní àwọn náà ti di management, ẹ wá dá sí, ẹ wá ṣe. I don't want to go into all that. Ìyẹn máa jáde ní ìwé mi lọ́jọ́ iwájú. Àtẹni tó parọ́ mọ́ wa, ó lè ní okòwò jẹ ní kíní kan kíní. Yes, ibi tí wọ́n bá ti ń ṣe ènìyàn ti ń jẹ, èmi àtayébáyé nìyẹn, àjẹpa ni kò má jẹ. We were buying walkie-talkie, à ń fún wọ̀nyí, à ń load ẹ̀, à ń ship ẹrù sílé. Afẹ́tọ́ ẹ̀mẹ́ lò ní ẹ bá send ẹrù sílé ìyá wa nígbà tí mo wà ní Nàìjíríà 2021. Roughly bí ẹ̀mẹ́ lò. Afẹ́tọ́ ẹ̀ márùn-ún. While I was in Nigeria, ẹrù tó ship wá sílé fún mi, afẹ́tọ́ márùn-ún tó bá jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Loads of stuff that we were buying. But nígbà tó di pé àwọn kan ṣé kò ń ṣe pé Koiki ti fẹ́ dolówó níbi Yorùbá nation yìí? Ṣé kò ń ṣe pé Koiki ti fẹ́ dolówó? Ó di pé tí àwọn èèyàn bá pé àwọn èèyàn kan pé Koiki la fi bá sọ, ẹ bá wa náà sọ̀rọ̀, kí lẹ fẹ́ ṣe? Àwa náà lè ṣe é. Kódà some were asking, how can I sit in Nigeria? Bá mo ṣe ń san with me. Inú Yorùbá nation náà mo fi ń san. Bó ṣe láti rí nìyẹn. Ṣé journalist tó lọ sójú ogun tó report fún BBC, àbẹ́mọ̀ pé BBC journalist wà ní Ukraine. Ẹ̀yin orí wọn lórí journalist BBC wà ní Ukraine ni. Before they can send him there, wọ́n máa cover pẹ̀lú insurance. Because tó bá kú sójú ogun, ta ló máa sanwó fún ìyàwó àtàwọn ọmọ tó fi sílẹ̀? Inú owó tó ń san fún ló fi ń san mortgage ní London. So I don't think most of us understand ìtàgbédání. Not everybody, but some don't understand it. Èmi wà lójú ogun. So báwo mo ṣe máa support ìyàwó àtọmọ tí mo fi sílẹ̀? I don't know. So ẹ bá wa attend sí issues yẹn. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí mo kí gbogbo àwọn èèyàn wa. Happy Sunday to as many of you that are joining us. I'm just trying to see people ẹ kó tútù ju bó ṣe yẹ lọ. And if you want to call in, ẹ jẹ́ kí n lọ sí the next part. We might extend this program for maybe 4 hours. We'll see how it goes. I'm not interested in Malawa project printing machine. There's so much I'm dealing with. Oh, go and look for printing machine. Allow to find our access to printing machine. I need the printing machine. Dollar, bàbá yẹn ṣe pé mi pé kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ Mr. Ṣé ẹ tó printing machine ká máa lò màá tún máa sọ fún wọn pé kọ́ lọ print fún wa lọ́fẹ̀ẹ́. You dey play. Gbogbo tí mo print nígbà tí mo wà ní location 9 àti outside location 9, I had access to a printing machine, but I have to buy the materials, and I was not charged for the workmanship. But gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ Yorùbá ṣáwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn àní fún wọn ní ṣé màá kọ́ máa ní ó yẹ ẹ máa print o torí pé wọ́n ti fún mi ní access. I won't say the country. Àwọn bàbá yẹn fún mi ní access sí company wọn ká máa lò pé ká máa fi print just like ẹ̀gbọ́n mi Kúnlé Shita. I don't know whether it's in this morning. Bàbá mi Kúnlé Shita tẹ́ bá wà lórí program ẹ̀ kọ́ bá mi ṣe é lò kínkín dáadáa. Gbogbo banners tí mo ṣe ní Nàìjíríà more than 5,000 pieces. Gbogbo banner tí mo tẹ́ ń pè mí Mr. Koiki àwa náà ní ìdá tí rí pé ti fáwọn kan ní banner ọ̀fẹ́ là ń ṣe o mo ò fowó ṣe bọ̀ nítorí pé púpọ̀ ní gbogbo nǹkan lẹ́rù pé à ń fowó ṣe nígbà yẹn Koiki ti dolówó Yorùbá nation yẹn orí ẹ̀kẹ́ bó ṣe ń yí ọ̀pọ̀dọ̀ dókítà mi kan l'Amẹ́ríkà ó nífẹ̀ẹ́ mi gan She was worried when she was seeing my picture on the social media in 2021. Oh, recommend so many booster vitamins pé kí n máa lò. But no, won't like bí ṣe wà báyìí. Some were even saying I should return back to London because it looks like pé mo kàn ń rù ni. Bá dúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run pé wọ́n tẹ pààyàn sínú ilé Ìgbòho. Tó bá pa mí sínú ilé Ìgbòho, listen, I'm sure some of you would have moved on. Ìyẹn la ṣe dúpẹ́ fún Lady K pé wọ́n rí pa. Lóòótọ́ wọ́n pa àdògán mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́. My brother, I love him so much. So mo kí brother wa Kunle Shita. The business folded up because Nigeria collapsed the business for him. Ọ̀dọ́ wọn ni mo ti lọ print. Ìbá wa tún pé wọ́n á Koiki máa bẹ́ ẹja o. Má jẹ́ kí n bẹ́ ẹja. Mo ní mo ti sọ fún àwọn tó wà níbẹ̀ pé ìwọ lọ̀gá nísìn. In tó bá ti sọ fún wọn lọ́ máa ṣe. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe rí nìyẹn. Kò ṣeye quantity tí bá ní kọ́ print out. Kódà mo máa ń fún wọn ní deadline. Ìmí à máa pè wọ́n. Wọ́n máa gbéṣẹ́ tí wọ́n sílẹ̀. Wọ́n máa print iṣẹ́ Yorùbá Nation. Gbogbo ẹ̀kọ́ la máa sọ. Plus so many other things that is not meant to come on the social media. But I'm not writing any book now. But series ni ìwé mi. Kábíyèsí Elédùmarè. Series ni. So, ṣẹlẹ̀ ó dà pé yẹ́sítà bọ́ọ̀dì náà gbogbo wọn ló ń sọ jágbajàgbà ń gbà yẹn. Ọ̀bọ̀n bastard àwọn jókòó sí Dublin. Ṣọ́mọ bí Dublin ṣe di Dublin lẹ́nu pẹ̀lú Dublin passport ọgbẹ́ dání. Wọ́n já ogun ní. Wọ́n máa criticize Ìgbòho. Àwọn ò ní kí Ìgbòho kí ni Ìgbòho ń ṣe pẹ̀lú Yorùbá Nation tó ń ṣe pẹ̀lú Koiki. Kódà ó sọ ń gbà yẹn pé ìyá tèmi pàdé ní London nígbà tó ń ṣe Barry Nation. Stupid people all over the place. Ẹ̀yin jókòó sí Dublin. Ibo ni ìyá Dublin lórí burúkú wà? Àwọn bomb pass àwọn ìyá òfò. Ìyá Dublin ẹ bá mi rántí orúkọ ẹ̀. Ọlákúnlé yẹn ò sí lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ láàárọ̀ ẹ̀. Many people yẹ ká máa top yín náà up lẹ́ǹkan. I do it. Kò ṣe pé àmọ́ máa ní ẹ send account number sí ibà. I do it. Ẹ ní láti sọ ọmọ Yorùbá ní mí. Àwọn tá a bá fi lẹ́ǹkan kan máa ń pè wọ́n lẹ́yìn. Ó yá send account number 5,000, 10,000. Ní láti máa jáde máa ṣe sọ pé à ń ṣe give away. Èmi ò ní láti máa sọ yẹn. Owó tí mo ní láti máa ní kẹ́ ṣe give away. Owó náà dà. A ní kẹ́ donate owó fún wa, kẹ́ fún wa lówó ká ṣe printing. Látọdún kan ní sàn rí printing ṣe. Gbogbo ẹ̀kọ́ lẹ máa gbé sórí YSDM. Media yìí tó bẹ́ẹ̀, ó jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Ẹ̀yin lẹ ṣì ń wò pé kò tó bẹ́ẹ̀. Mélòó ni BBC? Owó ẹni tó jẹ́ BBC director, ọmọ ọdún mélòó ni? Because ẹ ṣì ń rè mí pé ọmọ kékeré ni mí àbí. Tàbá kówó ńlá fún a lọ fi kọ́lé sí Nàìjíríà. Ilé kílè mi fẹ́ fi iléeṣẹ́ Nàìjíríà ni. Gbogbo ilé tẹ bá rí tó bá ní Koiki lónìí. Máa gbé lọ. Mo fún yín for free. Onímọ́tò kan tó gbé fún wa náà nísìn. Ó kọ̀ tí àbánà síbẹ̀ àrówó fi túnṣe. Kódà plant mo ní nígbà yẹn pa tún máa ṣe pure water. Tá máa gbé Yorùbá Nation lé lára. Wàláì tàlà. Ní 2021 àti cost gbogbo ẹ̀ àti cost èlò ló máa cost mi fún water pumping ma everywhere a máa print tá a máa gbómi síta tí máa knock price ẹ̀ wálẹ̀ tó máa Yorùbá Nation water ó máa ẹ má ẹ̀ka sọ̀rọ̀. So sometimes I just wonder àwọn tó mọ̀ ń pa kínní. But kò ní sú wa, kò ní rẹwà. Mo kí gbogbo yín tẹ́ wọlé. Thanks so much once again. We continue the program in just about a few minutes.
Are you done?
No, I'm not done.
How many more minutes?
I still have 2 hours. Mo kí ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wọlé lọ́tùn lósì. And happy Sunday. Yes, tẹ́ bá fún mi lówó ṣé mo ní fún ìyàwó mi lówó. Mo ní fún àwọn mi lówó. A ní kẹ́ support kò ń ṣe pé ká wo fídíò nìkan. Imagine kí n jí láàárọ̀ kí n bá 21,000 lákàntì mi. Wíìkì tá a fẹ́ mú yìí ẹ̀yin náà máa bèèrè pé Koiki yẹn ẹ máa gbọ́. Owó ló fi ń ṣe gbogbo tá à ń ṣe. Yes, we need your advice. Mr. Koiki ẹ ṣe lé. Ìmọ̀ọ́kọ̀ òwe dẹ́rẹ́ wọn ni ẹ ṣe lé. Ìmọ̀ọ́kọ̀ ni mo ti gbọ́ ni. Ẹ ṣe lé, ẹ ṣe tán. But we won't give up. Mo kí olóyè Ìgbòho. kí olóyè Ìgbòho mo kí àwa títí Adérìntò ìyàwó mi mọ̀ pé stand by ni mo wà báyìí láti move lọ sí Nàìjíríà anytime ó mọ̀ tí bá tinú ti yá báyìí akọ release passport mi wà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ó kàn máa mú lé mi lọ́wọ́ ni máa lọ mo fọlọ́n sí ẹ lọ my wife tó wà lẹ́mi ó ń gbọ́ mi báyìí ó ti lọ sókè passport mi wà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ tí bá ti sọ pé ó ti yá báyìí ó máa mú lé mi lọ́wọ́ á dẹ̀ náà fọlọ́n sí ẹ lọ. Ẹ máa sọ pé mo dey play ẹbí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sọ fún mi nígbà yẹn pé mo ní wálé ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ń lé ẹ̀yẹn ṣàfọkànbalẹ̀ it is king ay àwọn ọmọ mi tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ nìyẹn ó wà káàkiri aláwọn kan tẹ́ pé ẹ̀ní rí wọn gbogbo ẹ̀ DSS èyí tèmi nínú bẹ̀ èmi náà kí àjọ ń kíra wa DSS jà àbá sójà jà àbá ọlọ́pàá jà àbá gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì jà Yorùbá nation là ń ṣe ẹni tó bá bá wa jà máa pariwo yín lórí social media máa pariwo yín lórí social media bàbá kan ní mo pariwo ẹ wọ́n ti pè mí padà mo ní mo fẹ́ bá bàbá yẹn sọ̀rọ̀ tí bàbá confam fún mi pé Yorùbá nation làwọn ṣe I will come out and apologize to him gbogbo tí mo tí ì kọ́ come back sí mi nílẹ̀ Yorùbá mẹ́rin wọ́n ní bàbá yẹn kò lè yàgbẹ́ fúnjọ́ mẹ́ta nígbà tó ń gbọ́ tatata tí mo gbé jáde lórí social media wọ́n níjọ́ mẹ́ta ìgbẹ́ dínì díẹ̀ ni wọ́n ní bàbá yẹn ní Yorùbá nation lòun ṣe I don't know that mo sì ń dúró pé kọ́ get back sí mi I don't come out again màá tún fídíò yẹn ṣe bàbá ti gbóhùn sókè wọ́n dẹ̀ ní kí n wálé ẹ̀yin kọ́lẹ̀ máa ní kí n wálé èyí náà lè travel ẹ gbé private jet kájọ pàdé ní in between ẹ lè wọ London ẹ má bọ̀ London ká pàdé London èèyàn kan ní máa sọ pé kí n wálé lásìkò bá tó ìyàwó mi àtàyè ìyá mi wọ́n sọ ìgbà tí máa lọ́lé ẹ tó bá fi bá mi sọ̀rọ̀ ní private ẹ pè mí lẹ́yìn mo ò ṣe visa o I don't do visa mo mọ̀ bá ṣe ń wọ UK o bàbá wa dé bíbà a lè fẹ́ dín ọlọ́run ẹ̀ ṣe nísìn labour ti wọlé wọn ní gbé lọ sí Rwanda mọ́ so you be living here as an asylum seeker gbogbo táwọn òyìnbó yẹn ń sọ problem tí wọ́n nìyẹn as much of Africans tó bá lè wọ bíbà continue to come in I care less they created the problem as soon as I finish my coffee we go back into the program so àwa ní break the scene lecture room so ẹ support wa abẹ́yìn. We need a lot of funding. And don't put everything on the SDM. Let them be, let us be. Organization like one on Ibiba. We will continue to raise money for YSDM. I don't have any problem with that. I believe it's going under reform. And Baba for Tofi Bank Konjembe Atile Wandano. So, you know. So I not raise the one Ibiba. Can raise the water pot at that. Can live fish in enjoy. So next week, Emma Berry, what will be. If I can recopy, mo kí brother mi heritage. Imagine ká ṣe copy tó pọ̀. Àwọn yẹn máa nourish ẹ ní Yorùbá Nation Cup. Tó bá fọ́ nínú ilé wọn báyìí wọ́n máa lẹ̀ padà. Bẹ́ẹ̀mi náà ṣe ń tọ́jú tèmi lélẹ́yìí. Àwọn ọmọ mi mọ̀ nísìnyí pé cup yìí kò ń ṣe tán máa fi ń ṣe. Kódà mo lè gbé fọ́ọ̀mù odò àpò gbé lọ sí kitchen kó má lọ lẹ̀. Torí kò ní ṣe náà ò lè lọ́mọ nílùú yìí so bó ṣe wà báyìí nísìn imagine if we produce this mug ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ̀ fún wa tẹ̀dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín wọ́n ní ká fa account number síta ẹ bá lọ sórí website mi wà níbẹ̀ àwọn tí mi ló lè bá fi síta mi pé mi busy báyìí gbogbo wọn dẹ̀ sùn báyìí mo ti jí wọn lẹ̀ láàárọ̀ nígbà tí breaking news yẹn kíá kẹ lọ ṣe fídíò kẹ ọ̀gágun ọ̀sán yìí ń sùn ọrùn wọn lẹ̀ ń sùn kò sọrun lórí jajájọ grandma mi ló mo ṣe rántí pé grandma mi á ní ọjọ́ ọkú lọ́jọ́ ìsinmi.
Koikimedia
so wọ́n ti convert sí fídíò
closer to your doorstep.
Today the
28th of July 2024.
Facebook ọjọ́ mo ṣe rántí grandma mi á ní ọjọ́ ọkú lọ́jọ́ ìsinmi ìjáyà ohun ọ̀ní tánlẹ̀ láyé kò gbọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀ ni mo play lánàá the voice of the voiceless bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Yorùbá nation no going back ó ń ṣọmọ lókù bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọn ní sín pẹ̀lú ìyá rẹ̀ wàláì ìbẹ́gbọ́n tó lóye náà sọ ní ìmẹ̀kọ mo dẹ̀ tún kí kábíyèsí ìmẹ̀kọ mo kí dáadáa bàbá ẹ ṣé gan ni ẹ kú àdúrótì mo kàn wá rí i pé ara ń ta Wálé Àlè lórí ọ̀rọ̀ pé olóyè lọ sí ìmẹ̀kọ Wálé ìwọ náà lọ Nàìjíríà náà at least olóyè ti lọ Nàìjíríà ìwọ náà lọ Nàìjíríà ẹ yé jókòó sórí social media nìkan
breaking news
orí social media kọ́ láti máa gba Yorùbá nation a kàn create awareness ni wàláì.
ẹjọ́ tí dáàdi èèyàn bá wá láti Kogi.
rárá àfẹ́ dáàdi ẹ̀ wo ló wá láti Kogi nìkan pẹ̀lú yẹn dáàdi ẹ̀ tó wó láti Kogi yẹn kan wá àbọ̀rọ̀ mọ̀ yẹn yẹn inú Yorùbá land láti máa I'll put the account details out mọ̀mọ́ tí mi ṣì ń sùn ni but I'll put it out in a minute but if you're looking for the account number mo ti post ẹ̀ láàárọ̀ máa ń post ẹ̀ sínú community channel mi lórí YouTube ẹ support ẹ fún alówó gidi tó yẹn bá jọjú but a bá ń gba 100,000 lẹ́yìn ọ̀la 20,000 we need the money in bulk so that we produce things mo kí Àrólé Odùduwà mo kí Ṣẹ́gun Ọ̀ràn Sparkies so within the next 5 minutes I will go back into the program ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà lórí Mixteller mo sọ fún yín pé I have to pay extra money to keep it going mo kí Tony Ages ẹ̀gbọ́n mi kan pé àwọn náà máa ń bínú pé Koiki tó bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ lórí social media pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ funding àwọn wíṣ pa àwọn ní tó pọ̀ ààrẹ ráwọn olóṣèlú tó fẹ́ gbowó fún wa ààrẹ lè gbowó lọ́wọ́ olóṣèlú ìjọ tí bá ti gbowó lọ́wọ́ olóṣèlú lórí ìrìn àjò yìí mo ti compromise wàláì no matter how much they want to give èèyàn ti compromise nìyẹn even tó bá rí kíyàn ṣì máa sọ tán sọ internet lọ́dọ̀ àwọn olóṣèlú ni pé kó jáde ní National Assembly wa àbí State House of Assembly kó sọ fún wa pé Yorùbá nation làwọn fẹ́ gbogbo wọn pátápátá because gbogbo wọn Yorùbá ni wọ́n bí méjì ní Haúsá Ìgbò tó wà láàrin wọn let every state House of Assembly come out kí speaker sọ pé Yorùbá nation is what we want no Nigeria anymore ìyẹn ju owó lọ́kọ́ fún wa kódà gbogbo wọn ni máa pọ́nlé máa dọ̀bálẹ̀ fún wọn but if you don't do that House of Assembly yẹn will be shut down very soon how soon is what I don't know but next week ẹ lè má ní access sí I know you have gone on recess. That is why Yoruba died in London, because if they were still operating in Nigeria, it shouldn't be in London as a senator. Kí ló wá ṣe ní London? Kí ló wá ṣe ní London? I'm not here to mock the dead, but the Biafrans are celebrating his death. Ọmọ wọn ni kọjá máa lọ yanjú ẹ̀. When Akeredolu died, we were not happy that he died because he was a staunch Yoruba man that stood against the Fulani, even though we would have loved him to have used the last day of his life to sọ pé Yorùbá nation la fẹ́ kọ́ ló ń gbà fún wa Yorùbá nation òun lọ́nà àbáyọ tó bá yẹ pé Akérédolú sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ kó tó jáde láyé ni ó sọ ní kọ̀rọ̀ tá gbọ́ I'm not here defending him ó sọ ní kọ̀rọ̀ tá gbọ́ ó sọ àwọn ọmọlúkàlẹ̀ confirm it. But he died without confirming Yoruba nation is what we want. Ṣé kọ́lọ́n fọ́run kẹ́? I don't know about that. Whatever tàbá ṣe láyé ni kọ́lọ́n fi judge gbogbo wa. So bó ṣe rí nìyẹn. So mo kí gbogbo alẹ́ kan sí. So I'm okay back now. We have dealt with these. Those of you on the Twitter space, we appreciate you. We love you all. If you're new to this platform, don't come and tell us about Nigeria. One issue we boo indirectly our Yoruba nation gone or Twitter space. I always say that Showore is still a Yoruba man or Elijah, whatever. Now come up with Yoruba. So let's just leave him. Okay? People were sending me message that Showore was knocking us off, during the Twitter space he engaged with. As of yesterday, I don't reply him, but we still communicate. Moki Iyawa Tinuade Erelu, Moki gbogbo àwọn kábíyèsí, Moki gbogbo yín lórí ní palace. Mo ń bọ̀ wá kí gbogbo yín láìpẹ́ kábíyèsí máa ṣe fàájì la máa tẹ́ máa ròyìn tẹ́ máa sọ àwọn ìtàn táwọn àwọn ọba yín máa ń sọ fún inú yàrá tẹ́ máa sọ fáwa náà. So we love our culture, we love who we are. Showore still sent me a message yesterday at about 10:53 a.m. The revolution is going to happen. Whether I lead it or not, it is just a matter of time. It is a ticking bomb because you cannot hold people to ransom for this long and not face the consequences. Things will blow up in the faces soon. Omoyele Sowore on Arise Television with Charles Anagu in Abuja. He sent another one to me on Friday. If I call him, he'll pick. We're in contact. Just like with Simon Ekpa and some other people that we don't want you to know as well. So I am a public figure presenting one in the access. And a lot of them will keep it quiet because Tabat is over. Now. So let's just leave Sowore. Egbon Segun is a confused man. Every one of us must come out to hashtag bad government. And then in Nigeria now, hashtag Nigeria bad government. He said it on his video that he is not a Yoruba, that they are being polluted by Yoruba. God help him. So, all right, let's go back and now talk about our heritage is not for sale. Adeleke is selling it to the Igbos. Chibusuzu, Chibututu, Wilson. I will not be covering the Osun Osogbo this year. I've told you that already. Ogumola Abiodun Mokie. Either way, everyone can support the Yoruba Nation movement. There's no doubt about it. Yes, Abiodun sọ pé òun náà wà lórí space yẹn. Ṣé ká fi Sowore sílẹ̀? Baba Adesina, Bishop Adesina, I will call you after the Tebawa available. Reading of the articles. And Sowore talk against the Omale Yoruba, shouting Yoruba agitators, not the entire Yoruba Nation agitators. Okay, so it looks like, so let's leave him. I love him. His energy is good for the current state of Nigeria. Push because Nigeria is sitting on Kilamankwe. Powder here, all mix, it's everywhere. And I would love to see the protesters go to the IDP camp, bring everybody from there and dump them inside the National Assembly. Now that the National Assembly is empty, just put them there, but make sure that they do not switch off the light because they want to be in the air condition. Cut the joke will see everywhere. Next week go hot. I've done that yesterday. I don't want to go. I'm moderate. I'm not shouting. It is only a fool Yoruba people will not be supporting Yoruba Nation. So to finish this up quickly, thirdly, some of the judges themselves have been found partaking in Nigerians' culture of official corruption in the court of stealing and sharing of public money. Not long ago, millions of naira in the naira notes was found by police officials in the homes of some of the judges. More recently, the Chief Justice of Nigeria was caught in the act of stealing millions of naira and had to resign. All this has been done much damage to the prestige of the judiciary. Nigeria does not have a judiciary system. In our own Orile-Ede Yoruba that we are campaigning for, if any one of us, including Olayomi Koiki, including Chief Sunday Adeyemo Igboho, the Grand Commander of Yoruba Nation, including everybody, goes against the constitution of the law of the land would then have to deal with them in accordance to a proper judicial system. Igboho will not be able to bribe himself. I will not be able to bribe myself. You will not be able to bribe yourself. It will be everybody would have to be whatever you do as at the time. And that is the kind of country I want to find every one of us. I will appreciate everyone. If you're in and out, I will still appreciate you. But let me focus back in the program. And finally, the last the last phrase, the last paragraph. English na bastard. Gbogbo kini nisin èdè Yorùbá rẹ̀ kí wọ́n fi kà. That is what they've done for us. I would have loved to be reading in Yoruba like this. That's why we need people like Ashake TV show. If you're listening to this for the first time or you're one of my followers, tell my number and work with me. color laptop to mama fi operate. And you don't need to ask country wo le wa ma. Account tobacco fún yín kẹ́ fowó sí. Sometimes people don't want people to know what country they are, operating. Oh, that's somewhere, around the world. No, irú èmi ẹ mọ̀ pé London lèmi wà, èmi ò lè hide. Báwo tẹ̀ ṣe tí bá tẹ̀ hide kí la gbà lẹ́yìn kò possible. I live in London, you know that. Èmi àti Jaya. I remember Jaya doesn't want to bring his face out. Ìgbà tó dẹ̀ yọ ní kíni. Ó kọ̀ gbójú ẹ̀ jáde lọ́dọ̀ Lady K níjọ́ náà lọ́nà. Ìjáyà ẹ bá ti jẹ́. And some of us, we don't want them to bring their faces out. The people that are working quietly, like Dr. Ali, we don't need his face out. We want them to be faceless because of so many reasons. And kudos to every one of us, including myself, that are working tirelessly in this struggle. It's a struggle. And struggle goes a lot of things that sometimes we have to look into, we have to review it. That is why they call it a struggle. Yoruba nation struggle. We will encounter obstacles, problems, issues until we get there. Even I want to tell you 2 by 2. They are still Yorubas who are agree pẹ̀lú Baba Akintoye àti Igboho because wọ́n ní wọ́n ti dalẹ̀ wọn. That's fine. Sonke sọ pé good afternoon, good morning làwa ṣì wà níbí o, but ó ṣì wọlé náà. Àròní Koiki ti dẹ̀bọra sínú Yorùbá nation struggle. Ẹ̀bọra, èmi ò ń jẹ́ ẹ̀bọra o. Ọbásanjọ́ lẹ̀bọra. Do you get concerned or worried each time I'm using this? Logo tèmi nìyẹn, ẹni bínú ni o. We're all family, right? My wife keeps saying, why do you do that? Everybody has their logo. In tọmọ Igbo yẹn sọ gangan. Ó kó ṣe ọkọ sí mi ni. Ẹran kí mo náà mọ Igbo kan lọ sórí comment mi. Program tí mo tún wá ṣe ó dà pé lómi ṣé wọn gbọ́n kan tí wọn bá ń sọ ni. The program I did yesterday was not even attacking the Igbos. It was more like saying to the Yorubas that àwọn Igbo kan ní problem wa ṣe lélẹ̀ tí wọ́n attack èmi ṣá. Ẹ wá mọ tó sọ. Ó ní you have lived in UK for decades. Why you always like shouting like that? Why not do like Mayegun? Orí ẹ̀ pé I no be Mayegun general, born bastard. Mayegun is a brother to me. I haven't spoken to him for some time now. Koda, I think he wants to do a summit in Scotland. He hasn't invited us. I only heard it on his show because I do watch his show. I know he communicates frequently or more in English. I am not Mayegun. That is why they say this is Koikimedia. Koikimedia and Mayegun are from the same state, Uno state. We are both Yorubas. Okay? But I am not Mayegun. That is why this platform is not others. So if I scream, if I shout, if I abuse, if I curse, that is why they call it Koikimedia. Idiots. Why are you not like Mayegun? You know, come and call Mayegun. Mayegun ṣe tèmi. And he's doing very well. Mayegun làwa mọ̀, tá mọ̀ kó lódodo. Mayegun làwa. Whether it's does Yoruba Nation or not, at least he has Yoruba Nation flag behind him. And he's a Yoruba man. He's just doing his own thing. He doesn't want to be involved with what we are doing. We will all meet at the top because every one of us would participate in the government of Yoruba Nation, directly or indirectly as citizens of that country. That's all. So don't get hype up. And these are one Igbos that always think that Yoruba Nation are the Yoruba people are the problem. Orí ẹ̀ ò pé ẹ̀yin ò ṣe problem. Gbogbo wa jọ ní problem Nàìjíríà. Yoruba ìtò dẹ̀ ń dùn wọ́n ṣe ni pé báwo ni ṣe wà níta tó ń rìn káàkiri and Nnamdi Kanu is in the DSS custody. The man behind it. I saw if a Biafra watching me, please can you confirm that the video I saw on the space yesterday is a long time video? Was it Ifeanyi Uba and our brother Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? I don't know what he was saying in that video, but every time he was saying something, Osham Sile, and I know in Yoruba land, it is very, very symbolic that when things like that is happening, it's a message. But I believe it was Ifeanyi Uba to work with. I don't know what he was saying. It was about 40 seconds video. I saw it on the Twitter space. But a lot of Biafrans are celebrating the death of Ifeanyi Uba. So what's your journey? So let's move swiftly because we're coming up to 2 hours, 35 minutes so far. So if you're new to the platform, the good thing you don't do for me is you don't like it and you don't share it. I don't know. If you do it, we will appreciate. Thomas Taiwo Mutiriembe, Baoni brother mi, Imole Yoruba. Good work to you. Mr. Ahmed Tolani, you said you want to talk to me private. As long as you are not asking for money or anything, you can always reach out to me behind the curtains. So let's move swiftly because of the time. Our Orile-Ede Yoruba is ambitiously conceived by us Yoruba people as a country of great order and peace with a judiciary that is implicitly respected by all, including by the executive government. Our country will enact special laws for these purposes, including laws by which the executive government can be compelled to respect the court. Right now, Tinubu doesn't respect the court because he thinks is a warlord, a drug leader, or a criminal. And don't tell me he's not a criminal because money that involves cocaine end up in his account in Chicago. That's why they call it Bobo Chicago. Bobo Chicago. Oh, the Tower Boris Lagos State. And Yemi Osibajo was his chief judge when he was in Lagos State. So that pastor man that called Pastor Ruga, Shortman Devil, he was the one using the laws to protect Tinubu crime in Lagos State. So we should be holding Yemi Osibajo, our learned senior advocate of Nigeria, well-read professor at a very young age, but he was using his knowledge of law to protect the criminal Tinubu in Lagos while he was the chief judge. If I'm wrong or right, I want to make sure that I got that right. Can somebody type in there? I can check it out myself. Anyway, what I'm asking when I don't, let me go and ask if Yemi Osibajo, Lagos chief, because I know it was something to do with Yemi Osibajo. Let's go and look at his Wikipedia. Was born in Lagos in 1957, graduated from the University of Lagos and London School of Economics. Shortly thereafter, he started teaching at the University of Lagos while practicing law privately until 1999. That year, Osibajo was appointed the Attorney General and the Commissioner for Justice. He defended and protected all the crime that Tinubu produced while Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State. Commissioner for Justice, Eshegoni, Mr. Larry Jinadu, and I've seen some of you that have also, Shegun as a Commissioner for Justice, Attorney General of Lagos. What was his record while he was in that role? Kini record Yemi Osibajo protected the criminal Tinubu. Can you send one of the video link where he talk about Yoruba Nation get sense and not fighting on the broadcast? Idris is our main man. Arole Dua, you're a main man. I don't know what is bringing all these get sense. And immediately get sense. I'm not kicking out of this broadcast. Yemi Osibajo, a pastor at the Redeemed Christian Church of God, allow Fulani to invade Yoruba land. Prior to the 2015 presidential election, Osibajo was chosen as the running mate to the APC nominee monster Muhammadu Buhari. I remember when they were having that meeting. Before we go to the next slide, Osibajo will always sit down there with the economic team. They'll be passing paper. He'll be reading it. So all those economic Osibajo past record as a theft or thief or whatever. So gbogbo time tí Yemi Osibajo tó máa ń jókòó yẹn, you know, they sit down that round table, they're drinking tea, sometimes he's chewing something, I don't know whether na cola nut or something. What actually was he talking about? What were they dealing with then? Because we now realize that after they left the government, nothing came out of it. So gbogbo ìgbà tí Yemi Osibajo wà yẹn, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ jẹ́ ọ̀mọ̀wé ẹ̀yin ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n kí nìkan tó ń ṣe gangan gbà yẹn náà because now after Ọ̀ṣínbàjò left with Buhari we now realize that the economy of Nigeria drain Sparkly sọ pé lórí Koiki máa báṣẹ lọ má jẹ́ káwọn yẹn kó no I'm just my power inquisitive. Ọ̀ṣínbàjò is a disguised criminal. Ijaya. I mean, this is we respect him so much that there was a video he did then, and he knows how to talk. Safety dominate is all scam. Engineer Rashid, let me read some of the comment out. Engineer Rashid Adegboyegani, we are always praying for successful of this program. It exposed thousands to the reality of the politicians and the Nigerians. Kudos for your amiable leader. May Allah guidance be on you. And I say inshallah as well. Eshegon Engineer Rashid. And like I always say all the time, don't look at us as our superior. Irodio. Emma Warole to do at the Mitaja wa London wo Sokoto àti jeans la fi ń gbéraga níbí o. Ẹlòmíì wa kò sí ṣe ń gbá lákàntì wa àdúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run. But we can get a good judicial system. There's problem in this country as well. There's a lot of problems. So, program by. So 9 minutes past 11. Life level. I'm still. Ebami Sonic by Ebami triple DRS. Kill it also. Is nothing but a spare tire, as CSI call it. How do we say Ọ̀ṣínbàjò, a learned, intelligent Yoruba man, failed to deliver us from the Fulani? Kini must be in fun laaro anything. Can I use this audio? Audio will also. Why not? Yes, now. It is free to must be the hey, headline must be my lagbara o. Ẹ̀yin ya latata ko must be confirm pé breaking agent pé sibi. Àbúrò bí atata. We have around headline must be wá gbọ́wọ́ lè ṣàánú ọ̀bí ẹ̀dá. Agent pé sibi báyìí. Ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀ gbọ́n must be. I just love him, for his and he's happy now. Yoruba make him must be happy because he's bought a laptop, high cost. He sent me a message to appreciate as well. So, okay, okay, must be. I'm just excited that our message is trickling in. So, Yemi Ọ̀ṣínbàjò, I'm sorry, bye. Yemi Ọ̀ṣínbàjò. Teba fẹ́ pè wọlé Bishop, ẹ bá mi pè must be mo wà live o so but kò lè sọ gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ àbí sọ èmi náà ni mo pè must be headline wo ló fẹ́ jáde báyìí torí breaking news Abuja ó ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀ láàárọ̀ ni o àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ń gbọ́ ẹ kí ni headline tó fẹ́ fún wa ní headline yẹn àbí ká kọ̀ máa retí ẹ̀. Epa. Ṣé pé headline máa lágbára díẹ̀?
Kó gbọ́dọ̀ lágbára bí ìkọ̀lá àwọn náà ṣe lágbára.
Wàá ṣe ni mo ti gbọ́wọ́ ọmọ mi bí Ọlọ́run bá wà pẹ̀lú ẹ bá máa support ó yá dúpẹ́ fún gbogbo àwọn tèmi ò fún ẹ lówó bọ̀ ó fẹ́ dúpẹ́ fún àwọn tó support ẹ fún laptop nǹkan ó yá dúpẹ́ wọ́n máa gbọ́ ẹ báyìí dúpẹ́ ọkọ lè bá fún ẹ lówó sí o ó mọ̀ pé onídìí owó ó yá dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ wọn wọ́n ní ẹni tó bá dúpẹ́ tàná ló máa gbà mí o ó yá dúpẹ́ ló pàpọ̀ mi kò fi dúpẹ́ wọ́n ń gbọ́ ẹ.
Ẹ ṣé mo dúpẹ́ gbogbo ẹ̀yin ìyá àti bàbá mi káàkiri àgbáláyé tí ẹ dúró sí mi tí ẹ fún mi ní support tí mo fi get àwọn tools kankan tí mo need tí mo ní àwọn tí mo need ẹ ṣé mo dúpẹ́ lágbára Ọlọ́run ìgbà tá bá máa gba òmìnira yìí gbogbo àwa tá à ń ṣe tọkàntọkàn ní dúró ìṣẹ́jú kan fún anybody nínú wa lágbára Ọlọ́run kọ́lọ́n adé fún aláǹfààní kí òmìnira ìṣojú gbogbo wa bí nǹkan ti ń jẹ́ tọ́lọ́run ẹ ṣé mo dúpẹ́ gan ní gbogbo ìyá àti bàbá wa. Thank you.
All right then. Bye for now.
Yes, sir.
Bishop, ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀ nípa Ọ̀ṣínbàjò díẹ̀. Màá sì sọ̀rọ̀ nípa topic méjèèjì because I might extend program, you might do 3 hours. Look, enter a lórí mixella, ẹ fọkàn yín bá ẹ secure pa. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá fẹ́ ṣe 9 hours pẹ̀lú mi, á tún reboot rẹ̀, at increase the capacity mixella. If you don't know what the mixella is all about, quickly, what is the mixella? They can listen to me, but they cannot see me visually. It's like listening to the radio, and it's not a radio, because I've told you that Ijile is a 419 that keeps saying Ijile radio. There's nothing called Ijile radio. It doesn't have a license in Turkey to operate a radio station. It's going to apply for Nibiba because it involves a lot of things, that some of those things that Intimation only might allow it Kundalori radio officially. But because the social media, everything goes. As long as you're not talking about terrorism, and other things. Look, Mbanekwe Amafi AK Amafija. One fi AK, one finja ni Iran, one finja ni Turkey, one finja everywhere. So it's a big deal. But don't talk about terrorism and promote terrorism. That's what the government is not happy about. So, Bishop, the line is open if you're free, if you're not in the church. And if you want to call in as well, why did the government of Osibajo fail to tell us more about Tinubu while he was the Lagos state and after he left? What was he protecting? So while we're waiting for those calls, in case they come through, +44 74 04 405917. Team, if your number sit like a pin and mole. So while I'm still doing that, let's first read about a July article 20 that came out a week ago from Kayode Emola. And it goes like this. Yoruba independent, a path forward. What does it mean by that? By Kayode Emola. I'm just reading what somebody is writing there. I love when people appreciate what we're doing. Denix, thank you so much. Osibajo and OBJ, nothing to show in Yoruba land today. At least I'm enjoying life. That is still something to show. The cry for independence is not new. However, what is new is the approach adopted by the current proponent of the self-determination struggle. Our approach goes far beyond merely crying for independence, but actively and persistently taking action to fulfill those cries. Our doggedness provokes fear in the political cycles, as they know that we will not give up or accept compromise in this time. I love that part. OLAKUNLE ti pẹ́ wọlé gan. So lọ church ni abo ṣe jigijigi mọ̀jú tó tètè dìde láti over 2 hours láti wà ní program tó ti lọ pé 3 hours mo dẹ̀ rí lóògbé rárá. Because this is not the time táwọn máa sunrun àsundátọ̀ àwọn máa sùn díẹ̀ àwọn kò ṣe ẹ̀ka ló wà live tábà sí live ẹ̀ sùn padà ẹ̀ka ló wà live, because a lot is about to play out in Nigeria and I'm preparing with my team as well. Our doggedness has provoked fear in the political cycles. Because why? Ani Olóyè Ìgbòho, ani Bàbá Akíntóyè, a dẹ̀ ní gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá. Tẹ́lẹ̀ ìtàn ṣe yìí tó bá yẹ pé tẹ́lẹ̀ ni kí la ṣe ń bẹ̀ yẹn olúkálùkù wọn ní dá wa lóhùn. But what they've now, kò sí náà, no lie. Àṣẹ o, charging problem. Èmi ń charge níbẹ̀ yẹn nísìn 1 2 3 4 5 6 5 things plug in charging. It's a very sad thing that today there's no daylight in Nigeria. I'm using the light, extra light. I've got one here. And there's still a light coming from outside. So Nigeria is in darkness. Africa is in darkness. And what we need is to exit Nigeria before there will be more people in darkness. Ẹlòmíì ojú ẹ̀ ti bàjẹ́. Kò ṣe fault yín, is because of the inconsistent of electricity. Ẹlòmíì ò mọ bínú ilé ẹ̀ ṣe rí. Bóyá ó dúdú ni, bóyá ó pupa ni, bóyá ó dark ni, because ẹ rí daylight. Ẹ rántí tí mo sọ fún yín níjẹta. For 63 years, there is no daylight in Nigeria. For us to have a daylight, it will have to be to question why Obasanjo $16 billion electricity or energy was no longer used to produce electricity. Tinubu will not give you the daylight. Ó tẹ̀ fún yín ní daylight nígbà tó wà l'Ékòó. So what we've done in this struggle is that, yes, some people might end up and fall apart. Say, look, Shemo, we go back to the politician. Look, since Nigeria is still operating, you have every right to join politics. It's entirely up to you. And we're also getting some feed of some people now saying, no, we will do politics. We will go in the line of politics. I will not go in the line of politics. No. I will remain firm on this self-determination cause because that is the only way and the way forward. But that does not mean that because we are doing Yoruba Nation, we would not question our representative today because they are still our representatives. They are the one involved the governance of the people, the protection of the people, and to make sure that the people are well looked after. Like I told you, that a British citizen is getting about 50,000 naira equivalent in Nigeria every week. Owó tó ń san fún àwọn ọmọ wa nìyẹn mò ń gbọ́ yẹn. Ọmọ mi ń gba equivalent of 50,000 naira, 25 pounds and 60 pence. Ọmọ kejì ń gba 16 pounds 95. Dáwọn tiẹ̀ náà ṣe ń gbà ní London nìyẹn or in the whole of UK. Àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Náà ló ṣe ń feel. Ara ẹ̀ ti ń sọ pé ọmọ. That is what we are fighting for. And I want us to think now. My children are getting 50,000 naira equivalent every week. In tó bá fi ṣe, it's up to them. In tí àwọn bá fi ṣe pẹ̀lú wọn, it's up. But the purpose of that money is to give them food to consume on a weekly basis. Wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ wá fún ẹni 16 pounds. Kó wá sọ pé o ò lè ra bread sílé, o ò lè ra mílìkì sílé, o ò lè ra fruit sílé. Because there's another one coming. You ready now? In 10 minutes. O ò lè ra àwọn méjì. 20 minutes. Okay. You must be getting that money to look after your children. Well, we have some families, not just from the African, especially the English. Convert alcohol, and that means that many children are going hungry in this country. And if the family, that is where the social service comes in as well. And the social service will be operated by the council. That is subject to the council is working equivalent to Nigeria. The council cannot even look after they can't even look after themselves and their buildings. Many council to get local government. What till they told you local government, but also if you told you around. It's not a rocket. Don't expect all this to happen in Nigeria because they are not valuing the citizen. So, Koiki let me pick somebody at random in Nigeria. I don't want to mention just anybody. I want to make sure that Nigeria. All right. Olakunle. Ẹ jẹ́ ká fi ṣírò pé kí ló dé tí ọmọ Koiki tán fún ní 50,000. And don't say that Nigeria doesn't have the money. We have more than enough than the UK to pay child benefit fún ọmọ Olakunle. So now, Olakunle bí ọmọ méjì, èmi náà bí méjì. Ọmọ tèmi ń gba 50,000 every week lọ́sọ̀ọ̀sẹ̀. Ọmọ Olakunle ò gba 50,000. So that means pé Olakunle gbọ́dọ̀ lọ wá owó ní ọ̀nàkọnà láti fi máa tọ́jú ọmọ yẹn because kò sí ìjọba múnisìn lẹ́ni, a government that does not respect the children, neither does it respect the elderly. But ó wá dá kí Kòkú Foundation wa máa sọ pé àwọn àgbàlagbà àtọmọ kéékèèké ẹ wá máa gba indomie lẹ́ẹ̀kan lóṣù. Ìyẹn ẹ like àwọn kan bẹ́yìn àbí? A wá gbé àwọn àgbàlagbà wa àtàwọn ọmọ kéékèèké a wá máa gbé wọn sórí Instagram. ṣé mi gbé àwọn ọmọ tèmi sórí Instagram pé government ṣé UK government sọ pé tá bá ti fún ẹ ní £26 yìí o equivalent of 50,000 gbé àwọn ọmọ ẹ sórí Instagram pé government UK ti fún wọn lówó ìtẹ̀báwárà ní Tesco ní Lidl ní Asda ẹ wá kó sórí Instagram kó wá sọ pé this week a ti gba owó lọ́wọ́ UK government fún àwọn ọmọ mi ìtara lélẹ́yìí àdúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ government UK o fún àṣírí bíbò wọ́n wá ń fi àwọn ọmọ wa ìyá mi Grace Olúṣòótọ́ wọ́n ní àwọn ọmọ tàwọn 72,000 naira equivalent ni wọ́n fún wọn àmọ́ owó yẹn ìdajì ẹ̀ mọ̀ báwa ṣe ń ṣe Áfíríkà àwọn náà lówó mi tó ń wọlé o wá wá tún mú díẹ̀ nú wá wá sẹ́ndẹ̀ sáwà tá wà ní Nàìjíríà wá tún wá máa sọ fún wa pé ẹnu wa ń rùn ká dákẹ́ pé kílẹ̀ ń sọ lẹ́nu ṣé o mọ̀ pé owó tẹ́lòmíì má jẹ́ kíjọba gbélé yòó owó tó ń fún àwọn ọmọ mi nílùú àwọn ọmọ ọmọ wa ní mom you know that my uncle that you say the children are not going to school I give you £5 from àwọn ọmọ dáadáa ní London àwọn ọmọ tó mọ̀ nípa humanity wọ́n wá ní mom it is me you know that my £16 take £5 every week and send it to Uncle Shegun I don't want the children àti ọmọ sunkún àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké ìtò ṣẹlẹ̀ lẹ́ ń gbọ́ yẹn ṣé bishop ló ń pè because mo fẹ́ lọ ṣe kankan ní kitchen náà wọ́n pẹ́ ilẹ̀ ń pè mí o èyí lẹ́ máa di ètò yìí mú nísìn èyí lẹ́ máa di ètò yìí mú tó mo máa wọ kitchen tí bá ti wọ kitchen mo fẹ́ lọ ṣe nǹkan ni kò ní láti máa sọ yẹn síta so èyí lẹ́ ní program nísìn nígbà tẹ́ bá ṣe tán màá ti fẹ́ ṣe tán ní kitchen èmi ti dìde báyìí ní láti rójú èmi dẹ̀ ní láti rójú bishop máa gbọ́hùn bishop èmi náà máa gbọ́ nínú kitchen òun tó bá dẹ̀ ń jáde sínú social media máa jẹ yẹn lọ bishop ẹ gbóhùn sókè.
Thank you very much, Koiki. Good morning, and thank you for giving me the privilege to speak on the platform. Máa sọ òyìnbó though a máa gbìyànjú gbogbo apáta la máa kọ́ Yorùbá, so I will be speaking Yorùbá as I have the capacity, but I'll be mixing it with English. Now, first I want to talk about the Showore Mayego, people misunderstanding them. Well, our ọmọ Yorùbá, we should always not be optimistic about indifferences. About that attitude of egbe okobawa, it makes us to as if we are not mature politically. Politics start from home. Politics start from home. When you study your children, you look at your children. If you say, don't go to the kitchen, tó dàbí pé kò happy because they don't go to the kitchen. Òun gangan ó lè má ní interest láti lọ sí kitchen in 2 hours time. Kó jẹ́ èyí tí ò tiẹ̀ ṣe bí wípé ó fi concern òun gangan ló fẹ́ lọ sí kitchen the next 1 more minute. So you will leave all those one and focus on èyí tó ń lejú. Whereas ẹni tó fẹ́ ṣọṣẹ́ pẹ̀lú gangan tó ní kọ́ máa lọ sí kitchen òun gan ló rẹ́rìn tó jókòó tí ò tiẹ̀ mẹ́ra. So we should understand politics. Politics start from home, and gbogbo wa a lè wà nínú apẹ̀rẹ̀ kan náà. When you talk about Mayegun General, to let you know that he is part of us, he is one of us, and he is working for us. Ó tún fi flag Yorùbá nation sẹ́yìn ẹ̀yìn kìíní ẹ̀. But you should know wípé he didn't separate himself from Yoruba nation. He's just doing his thing on his platform. Because àwọn ẹgbẹ́ wọ̀nyí wọ́n ti confuse a lot of people. They confuse a lot of people. When Chief Igboho was in prison in Benin, only owó tí Mayego raised from his platform to send to Benin to assist Babakito káwọn ẹgbẹ́ kan gbé dìde sí ẹgbẹ́ Yorùbá kan gbé dìde sí pé kò lè ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ pé tẹ̀kọ́ wa kówó yẹn fún àwọn ẹgbẹ́ yẹn. And Mayegun said no. It is our money. It is my money. I have the freedom to give wherever I want to give. And if you say that I shouldn't give the people that we know are on the forefront, then I will step back. Lẹ́ni àwọn ẹgbẹ́ wọ̀nyẹn dà lẹ́ni sìn. Ṣèbí bẹ́ẹ̀ náà láti rí àwọn bíi ayélujára tó ń tán break out tó tún fẹ́ kó àwọn ẹgbẹ́ míì jáde kọ́kọ́ wọn padà lọ bá Tinubu. These are what we are talking about. These are what we are talking about. So when you see people a bit different, don't judge them. Don't always judge them. Look, that's why most of the Yoruba, we are too emotional. We are not logical. We are not logical. Most of us are not logical people. And it is a sign of illiteracy. When you are not logical, you can be manipulated. When you are not logical, tó bá wà nílé gan wọ́n lè kọjú ẹ lòdì síyàwó ẹ. Because you are not logical. So that's one of the symptoms. When a man is a husband in the house, he must be a logical person. Ẹni tó ní ìfarabalẹ̀, tó ronú jinlẹ̀, tó dẹ̀ ní ọpọlọ. So that a lè wòye nǹkan, a lè rí ibi tí ète wà, ibi tí irọ́ wà, ibi tí manipulation wà. When you are not logical, o lè jẹ́ olórí ìjọ, o lè jẹ́ olórí ẹgbẹ́. Because eléyìí ó lè jó olóṣè á tètè wá fẹjọ́ sùn ẹ̀. Ẹni tó ṣẹ̀ sí kó tó dé ṣé o fẹ́ máa take side àbí o fẹ́ máa jà, o fẹ́ máa gbèjà ẹnìkan. You will see olórí ẹgbẹ́ as biased, and that has always characterized all our present day leaders. They are not logical. They are just as old as their parents that were carried away as a slave. We have to change our mind. Bíbélì do not be conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by renewing your mind, that you can prove what is good, acceptable, and perfect will of God. Renewing your mind. What is the purpose of our education? Professor this, professor that. I schooled in this, I schooled in Oxford. I am this, I am that. What is the purpose of the school that you go to? Ìwé yẹn ló kó bá àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá. Ìṣe ló ra wá ní èbí. What is the function and the importance of your certificate? If you are professors, if you are all what you claim you school for, and you cannot implement or do something that benefits your society or environment, your certificate is useless. It's useless. If you are not productive or efficient to influence your society with that education you acquire, you are useless. Useless. A mechanic that did not go to school but learn apprenticeship of mechanic, and a person that went to school to study mechanical engineering. If you went to school to study mechanical engineering, your tire flat, you cannot bend and remove it. You call the mechanic, and the mechanic remove tire for you and fix it back, and is asking you for 5,000. You are saying that's too much. You have to pay for your ignorance. Pay. Your speaking English and your certificate is useless. That is the man that no one wants to do. Pay him. You have to pay for your ignorance. So forget all these egalitarian nonsense as the people are doing at all this thing. So àwọn ẹgbẹ́ wọ̀nyí ni ó scared away some of these people, and they are not going away. They are just separating themselves because they are exposed to the present what did I call it? Present political structure of Yoruba. Àwọn politics ọ̀tẹ̀ tó sì wà láàrin Yorùbá gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ́lọ́run máa bá wa fọ̀ mọ́. pátápátá gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ́rọ̀ máa bá a fọ̀ mọ́. You talk about Sowore was among us. Sowore did meeting with us. Before this thing start, Sowore asked one single question. Jẹ́ pé wọn ò dá lóhùn. Ìbéèrè yẹn ló jẹyọ now tí táwọn bíi àwọn ìyàmú break out, àwọn ayílóge break out, àwọn adéníran break out. Ìbéèrè Sowore ló tán lè answer omi gbogbo kìíní yẹn jẹyọ nígbà yẹn. He asks wípé bí gbogbo a ṣe kóra jọ yìí sìn, how do we address or create a measure wípé ẹni tó bá wá ṣerú nǹkan báyìí lẹ́yìn nígbà tá a ti sọ wípé báyìí là ń lọ tó wá bí bàbà kí ni a máa ṣe fún àbí ká kò fi ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ the whole kẹfà ẹ̀ social research. If there is no answer to that, I cannot commit my life into that. That shows àwọn ọlọ́tẹ̀ ẹjọ́ wà ń bẹ̀ ni àwọn alábòdì ẹjọ́ wà papọ̀ ni. So òun fẹ́ ẹ wo nǹkan tó ṣe ń ṣe ìgbò ká náà ti pàṣẹ ìgbò lénìí ṣé irú àwọn ayílóge yẹn á tún jáde á tún máa sọ̀rọ̀ àgéǹsì ìgbò kó sá lọ bẹ̀nẹ̀. A tún máa ní pé ìṣe ni kí gbogbo yín padà kẹ lọ ṣe restructure ẹ support ti Jagaban ní Abuja báwọn wà l'Abuja ní àwọn ò sá lọ bẹ̀ Akíntóyè sá lọ bẹ̀ nẹ̀ ẹni tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ dẹ̀rẹ̀ US ló wà kó tẹ́ Nàìjíríà èmi ti sọ fún pé ọjọ́ tó bá tẹ Nàìjíríà ó máa gbọ́ lọ́hùn lọ́gàá lọ́jọ́ yẹn tó bá fẹsẹ̀ tẹ Nàìjíríà ó máa sọ pé Jesus is Lord lọ́jọ́ yẹn. Àwọn bàbá kan wà tó yẹ pé Ọlọ́run máa pọ́níṣì wọn fún ààrẹ tó fi ojú ìran àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá rí àwọn náà dẹ̀ bímọ. So all these things àwọn àárín Yorùbá ló push some of these people away and they are not utterly against Yorùbá nation, they are for Yorùbá nation but they are doing their own things. So already saw wípé a máa gba Yorùbá nation for revolution first. Tẹ́tẹ́ bá ṣe revolution ẹ ò lè lọ. Because the constitution will bind on you and call you a terrorist or a treason. And that's the same tone tí bàbá wa Ìgbòho sọ nígbà yẹn wípé a máa jà ni. But thank God bàbá wa now is using diplomacy because he has become a diplomatic figure. So irú àwọn èdè tó ń lò tẹ́lẹ̀ he has to change it. But yóò change position wọn. Yóò change position wọn. So and to confirm that nígbà tó ń mú àwọn ọmọ wa lọ sí Abuja ní test so you saw Sowore there to carry lawyer there working with all of them to make sure they release all those boys. Wọ́n dẹ̀ release gbogbo wọn Sowore ló lọ ra oúnjẹ fún gbogbo wọn. Ẹ̀yin tẹ̀ kú Sowore ibo lẹ́wà ibi tẹ̀ wà ibo lẹ́ ṣẹ́ṣẹ́ $1. Why are you people talking like they're saying somebody is confused? Oníkà kú ṣe ti tiẹ̀ ipa ti wo ni wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe. Sowore nìyẹn ó ti ṣe ipa ti tiẹ̀. Ká ní pé ó gbórúkọ Yorùbá nation sórí sí wọ́n máa dárúkọ Yorùbá nation wọ́n ní Yorùbá ló fẹ́ da Nàìjíríà. But he separated himself and he's doing something there. So rí orúkọ Yorùbá fine. We don't have to all put our head in one basket. Don't. And there are resourceful people like us too. So but we are frustrated because of our Baba Kitoye has to call some of us directly to himself and say, come and work with me. Don't worry. Come and be working with me directly. Gbogbo iṣẹ́ tí a ṣe directly pẹ̀lú àwọn bàbá àwọn ní iṣẹ́ tó wà dídí táwọn èèyàn lè rí ní Yorùbá nation ṣe lénìí. Is it radio? The Yoruba Nation Radio, Koiki directly was involved with Baba. Àwọn iṣẹ́ tó dúró lé ní nìyẹn. Is it Rupa, the money, the currency? Bátáwọn èèyàn fi send owó káàkiri. Àwọn táwọn èèyàn tún fi gbówó wọn pamọ́. Without the Kenya Nigeria, àwọn iṣẹ́ tó wà lé ní nìyẹn. Also, our social security code that is temporarily going on now, iṣẹ́ directly. Àwọn ẹgbẹ́ wọ̀nyẹn bèrè kí náà ṣe. But to collect and láti fúngun mọ́ àwọn èèyàn láti scare them and lay on you know. Please don't let us be sentimental and be judgmental. Don't let us point fingers at anybody, please. Ẹ má nà ìka àbùkù sí anybody. Iṣẹ́ títí yín ni kẹ́yìn ṣe. Wherever you are, don't say somebody is confused. Somebody is getting confused. Iṣẹ́ títí wọ kí wọ́n ṣe fún ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, fún achievement of Yorùbá nation. Kò tó jẹ bàbá Akíntóyè Ìgbòho àti gbogbo wa ló kí ni ìwọ ṣe. So don't point finger àti Ṣòwòrẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ tiẹ̀ ní bẹ́yẹn. Ó dẹ̀ ní ipa àti ìrànlọ́wọ́ tó ń ṣe fáwa. Amáyégún ń ṣiṣẹ́ tiẹ̀ ní bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Ó dẹ̀ ní ipa àti nígbà tí bàbá Akíntóyè ń give award, they send to Amáyégún. They send it ẹni tó bá gbà either he has received it or not, but his name was mentioned, his medal and his frame was given. So you know that the man knows every one of us that is working. My knows ẹgbẹ́ wo ẹgbẹ́ bàbá tó yẹ daft ni. Ẹni tó jẹ́ deputy ẹ̀ for long, òkọ́ ló tún yí lẹ́nu tó ń bu yẹn. Ayílóge tó ní gbósà lọ ṣe bàbá ò mọ̀ ni. Wọ́n dàlẹ̀ ní gbogbo àwọn lẹ́yìn wọn tó yí ọ̀gá. But that is Yoruba politics. And so you have to when tó o bá ti mọ ibi tó gbó ti ń jà ẹ́ ló máa ní problem. Tó bá ti mọ ibi tó gbó ti ń jà ẹ́ you are free o ti wà delivered because you know how to manage it. You know how to manage your home and all that. So that is that. Please don't point finger at anybody. Do your whole thing. That's it. So now talking about protest on board. Inú ìwé Abáyé sọ̀rọ̀ láti inú ìwé Ezra chapter 2. Not Ezra, Zephaniah. Zephaniah chapter 2. Chapter 2, I think from verse 4. Zephaniah chapter 2, verse 4. Only the day of the Lord of ọjọ́ Olúwa ń bọ̀. Ọjọ́ ìbẹ̀rù ojo, the day of fear, the day of terror, the day of darkness. Ó ní ọjọ́ òkùnkùn fìrìfìrì. Only when the powerful people of the world will groan with gnashing of teeth, tí àwọn alágbára ayé tí wọ́n yóò pa ní kéke. Ṣùgbọ́n tí ń sá lọ sí i, tí ń sá lọ, kíní òyìnbó o, protest òyìnbó o, gbogbo wọn ti ń sá lọ, àwọn sẹ́nẹ̀tì yìí ti sá lọ. Ṣèyí Mákindé náà ó ti gbé ìjọba lẹ̀ fún deputy ẹ̀ ó ló di September kóhun tó wọlé ó ti sá lọ. Gbogbo protest òyìnbó tó wọ́n mọ̀ pé ibi làwọn ń ṣe. Ó ní pé that day your gold and silver will not be able to deliver you. Ó ní ọjọ́ náà àwọn góòlù àti àwọn wúrà àti fàdákà yín, that is money. Ó ní wọn kò ní lè gbà yín sílẹ̀. Mo mọ̀ bí àwọn èèyàn wá gbọ́ mi clear.
À ń gbọ́ clear dáadáa, èmi náà ń gbọ́ yín, gbogbo wa ń gbọ́ yín.
So Ọlọ́run lòun dé ìwọ ń jẹ pámọ́nú. Ta ló ń jẹ pámọ́nú fún? Àwọn kan ní ó yẹ ká dáyálọ́ọ̀gì ní ta lè fẹ́ dáyálọ́ọ̀gì pẹ̀lú. Ṣé wọn ti ń dáyálọ́ọ̀gì látọjọ́ ìtọ́ ń sọ pé nǹkan báyìí ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ báyìí ṣọ́ọ̀tì ẹ̀gbọ́n? Ṣé àwọn labour tó tẹ̀ láwọn fẹ́ àwọn protest ṣé wọ́n rí president dáyálọ́ọ̀gì pẹ̀lú sójúsójú? So nígbà tí àwọn aráàlú wá yarí náà ẹ wá ní dáyálọ́ọ̀gì yóò yẹ ká ṣe dáyálọ́ọ̀gì wà nínú constitution yìí. Tí dáyálọ́ọ̀gì bá wà nínú constitution yìí kí ló dé tí ẹ sọ pé kò sí referendum níbẹ̀? Ṣé referendum is dialogue? Tí tí dialogue bá wà nínú constitution yín kí ló dé tó jẹ́ pé àwọn èèyàn ní con restructure tẹ́ni restructure my food. Restructuring is dialogue. We will come together and talk and do all these things and do referendum and that's dialogue. So nígbà tí ẹ wá rí i pé ó dàgbọ́ ti fẹ́ tán fún yín báyẹn ní dialogue ta ló fẹ́ dialogue pẹ̀lú yín. Ṣùgbọ́n ọjọ́ ìbínú Olúwa ti dé èmi ti sọ tẹ́lẹ̀ wípé according to astronomic signal tó yọ mo ní wípé from August mo ti sọ pé láti June or early July early June ni mo ti sọ mo ní nígbà tí wọ́n pa àwọn ọmọ yẹn ní Lekki toll gate October 20 and that very day àwọn alálẹ̀ moving around the country ó gbé àwọn ènìyàn wọ̀ because Ọlọ́run fẹ́ evidence because Nigeria has been a nation that kill his own youth, his own people. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ àwọn ènìyàn tí wọ́n dẹ̀ ń pa ó ti ń dé iwájú Ọlọ́run fún ẹ̀san. So when that particular time come, when God wants to place judgment, He will always come down by Himself as evidence. That is what happened when He wants to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. Israel, before Israel was scattered. That's why Takemani Jesus is Lord. Wípé ẹ̀là tó ti ara Elédùmarè ìránṣẹ́ Elédùmarè ọmọ Elédùmarè he came directly from the bosom of the Almighty. He is the representative of the Almighty. Pé òun ni wọ́n bí tá à ń pè ní Jésù lédè wọn Yeshua ni àwa ní Olúṣùà lédè Yorùbá. So wọ́n ti ń pa àwọn ènìyàn tó jẹ́ ìránṣẹ́ Ọlọ́run lórílẹ̀‐èdè Israeli for many years. Àwọn ọba wọn àwọn olóṣèlú wọn wọ́n máa pa wọ́n ni wọ́n máa gbé wọ́n pa Àìsáyà wọ́n pa gbogbo wọn. Àwọn ẹ̀ ń sọ pé Olúwa ní kọ́tẹ́ ìṣe Yorùbá ojú báyìí ló yẹ kẹ́ ẹ má fi àwọn apá wọn dànù ẹgbẹ́ nu ọdún. Ìkan ni mo sọ nípa wòlíì tí ó tó jáde tó ní kábíyèsí tẹ́ bá lọ sógun kì í ṣe pé ní ṣẹ́gun o. Gbogbo àwọn tó kù ẹ̀mí rántí balẹ̀ wọn ní ẹ lọ sógun ẹ máa ṣẹ́gun ó ní kò ṣe pé ní ṣẹ́gun ọkọ̀ ẹ̀ ní padà wálé. Wọ́n gbá etí wòlíì yẹn. Pọ̀ ẹni tó sọ̀tọ̀ láàrin gbogbo wọn nìyẹn. We have a lot of false prophets now in Nigeria. Àwọn wòlíì èké. And don't be deceived wípé some of them have been on ground for long. Ìgbà mélòó lèèyàn máa ń dóko pòrọ̀ tó máa rò tọ́lẹ̀ tó ní lè sọ. Tó bá ti ṣe bí ẹ̀ẹ̀mejì ẹ̀mí Ọlọ́run máa fi ẹ́ sílẹ̀ ni ó ti wà láyà rẹ̀. Tó bá ṣe lẹ́ẹ̀kan á wọ̀n ẹ. Tó tún ṣe kò ní wọ̀n ẹ mọ́. Tó bá ti ṣe lẹ́lẹ́kẹ̀ẹ́ta ó ti dá títí dẹ̀ ẹ̀mí Ọlọ́run máa fi ẹ́ lẹ̀ ní gbà. Ẹ̀mí ẹ̀ ti padà síbi tó ti wá ó ti wà láyà rẹ̀ nìyẹn. Kọ́ ló pé ẹ̀ mọ́ ìwọ ló pé rẹ̀ nìyẹn. So when we have a lot of things like that, he always comes down to confirm, and that is why during the time of Israel, he came as a prophet among them. He was born like human being. He came as a prophet among them. He walked on the platform of the prophet. You have made the law of God useless by your own doctrine. Now, I did not come to abolish the Mosaic laws, but I come to appropriate it. Ẹ̀yin lẹ ti kojú òfin ẹ ti sọ àwọn òfin Ọlọ́run ẹ ti sọ di aláìlágbára yẹ̀yẹ́ nípa àwọn ìlànà títí yín. That's what is happening here. You have police taking advantage of road safety rules, police taking advantage of everything. I want one more thing. What is done like all the punished, all the these are injustice. And you get confused that is the law for is human being for the law or the law for human being. So all those things, and he witnessed the way they always kill the prophet. They kill him too. And when he rose on the third day, he put a verdict of judgment on them. And that happened just like 30 years after. Or 33 and a half years after. That happened. Because, when he rose, it was 37 AD. Israel was attacked by Rome. In 70 AD. Yes, 70 AD. So, that is 40 years after. 40 years. A generation after. 40 years after. That's what happened. Àwọn Rome wọ́n ní pé nígbà tó ń invade àwọn Judah báyìí, àwọn olóyún wọn báyìí wọ́n máa ìdá sí wọn nípò, wọ́n fa ọmọ náà jáde, wọ́n lẹ orí ẹ̀ mọ́kiri. They slain them, a lot of them. Wọ́n gba ìlú wọn gbogbo, wọ́n wá fọ́ká sí gbogbo ayé wọn nílùú. For 2,000 years, wọ́n gbé ní Europe, gbé ní Russia, gbé ní America, gbé ní Africa, gbé everywhere. Kó tó di pé in 1947, United Nations, wọ́n gbàtọ́ náà ṣojú àánú wò wọ́n, that declared nation of Israel, wọ́n ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá tó wá padà. Ẹni tó ń ṣe wọn ṣe jẹ́jẹ́ wọn. But so it's like that. It's like that. When you talk about Sodom and Gomorrah, when you read the Bible, ó ní pé Olúwa ti sọ̀kalẹ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn áńgẹ́lì méjì. They appear like human beings and they are walking. Abraham sọ pé I saw 3 men walking in front of my house. Ó dẹ̀ pé wọ́n pé ibi tẹ́ ẹ lọ́jìn ẹ wá síbi ìbàyí ilẹ̀ ti ṣú ẹ jẹ́ ṣe é lálejò. Tó bá dàárọ̀ la ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ lè máa lọ. Kò mọ̀ pé àwọn àjọ̀nú lòun ń ṣe lálejò. Àti Olúwa fúnra rẹ̀ ẹ̀là látọ̀dé Lédùmarè. That's the representative of God. Because Almighty God doesn't leave heaven. But he can send his representative that came out from his bosom, which will represent him to any world he wants to send it. So it is when he began to talk with Abraham that Abraham realized that àwọn wọ̀nyí ò ń ṣèyàn o, wọ́n ṣèyàn lásán. And they ate with him. Ó fún ọlọ́jẹ wọ́n jẹun. He began to tell them. He began to tell Abraham pé ìyàwó ẹ kò bímọ. Okay. Ní ìwòye ọdún tó bọ̀ tí ń bá máa padà wá. That means pé he now develop a relationship with Abraham. Ó ní tí ń bá máa padà wá, ó ní á ti bímọ. So that's when he began to tell me pé àwọn lọ sí Sodom and Gomorrah ni o, àwọn fẹ́ lọ pa bẹ̀rún. Wípé gbogbo ìròyìn ti tẹ̀ wọ́n lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ibi tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ìlú yẹn. Ó ní pé ṣùgbọ́n òun ń lọ náà láti lọ ṣe evidence kó wúri fún ara wọn before verdict is placed on them. That's when Abraham began to negotiate with him. Wípé ṣé tó bá réyàn mẹ́wàá ṣó ní pa bẹ̀rún. Ṣé tó because Abraham ti wò wípé àbúrò ìyàwó mi tó wà ń bẹ̀ òun ọmọ ẹ̀ méjì àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ wọn ó ti calculate wípé wọ́n á tó 10. Àwọn dẹ̀ ní pé ànípa bẹ̀rún tá bá réyàn bí 10. But what happened? They got there. They can't. Even the wife of Lord compromised. Once the 2 angels left her like this, the men of the Sodom they saw them as strangers. Wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe lesbianism pẹ̀lú wọn. Wọ́n fẹ́ very poor. Those are the corrupt society. Look at Tinubu, and God destroyed that place. God destroyed it with meteorites. Ibẹ̀ ni wọ́n sì kó sọ́fọ̀dì ní eléyìí in Jordan. Ibẹ̀ ni gbogbo Middle East lọ extract sọ́fọ̀. Jordan kò lè lo gbogbo ẹ̀ tán. Israel ibẹ̀ náà ti kó sọ́fọ̀. So what are we talking about? That day in 2020, àwọn alálẹ̀ sọ̀kalẹ̀ sílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ni láti fún evidence and the trap process for Nigerian government. Nigerian government fell into it. The children were shouting, "Don't kill us again! Don't kill us again! End SARS! End SARS!" The SARS are instrument of government killing the youth frivolously. The youth cannot hold a good phone. The youth cannot drive a good car. They will stop you, take you to. A lot of people have died in that process. Once you argue with them, and they are kill and go. What sort of country is that? And they say, "End SARS, don't kill us again." And Nigeria government still go ahead, send the military. Even while the children are waving their flag, singing national anthem, Nigeria military shot at them and openly CNN carry it. And the center panel, the panel confirmed that Nigeria government killed his youth. So which lie are they lying? That is the day Nigeria government became a cursed nation. Ìlú tí a ti dé ìgbòfó, ìdájọ́ yẹn làwọn èèyàn mọ̀. Àwọn ènìyàn Ọlọ́run ló mọ ìdájọ́ tó bà lórílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà. You know, I told you, immediately after that incident, I was planning to leave Nigeria immediately. But God is still keeping me here to stay. Stay. Because àwọn tó ń jẹ nínú ìjọba Nàìjíríà àtàwọn ìjọba Nàìjíríà ní ìdájọ́ yẹn ni ó wà lórí wọn. Tinubu would have listened. Tinubu would have listened. Tinubu is not necessarily to go and be the president of Nigeria. And unfortunately for him, ẹni tó ṣiṣẹ́ bí yẹn ó ti kúrò lórí oyè now. Now you count from that time to this present time is in the astronomical calculation it is 3.5 years, which is when you have 30 days, which will be three years, and that year was the leap year. 2020 was the leap year. So when you are calculating from a leap year, you will have extra a month, which is that. So instead of 260 days, you calculate 353. I think 3 more months. That is for 1 month.
Let me help you there, Bishop. Leap year is a calendar year that contains an additional day compared to a common year. The 366th day is added to keep the calendar year synchronized with the astronomical year or a seasonal year.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm calculating from the lunar calendar. That is the original astronomical calendar. Àwọn babaláyé àtijọ́ òṣùpá ni wọ́n fi ń ka oṣù. So kì í ṣe kàlẹ́ndà àwọn róòmù tá ń lò nísìnyí tó jẹ́ pé leap year wọ́n fi ọjọ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan. Tí ó bá ti jẹ́ leap year ní ayé àtijọ́ odidi oṣù kan náà máa fi kún. So instead of having 12 months, you have 13 months.
Okay, let me also read from the National Air and Space Museum, The Science of the Leap Year, February 27, 2020 by Bob Raddock. Bob Raddock is not as intelligent as Bishop Adesina is. Bishop Adesina is doing exactly what anybody can do, whether they are English, Africans, but Bishop Adesina is a Yoruba man. But most Nigerians or most Yoruba people will be expecting an English name or one scientist. But this is what he wrote, just to give you that as well. What do the years 2020, 2024, 2028, 2032, 2036, 2040, and 2044 have in common in a question mark? They are presidential election years in the US. The Summer Olympics are scheduled to occur, and there are leap years when February gets an extra day and is 29 days longer. But why? The reasoning behind it is little complicated. For example, most people believe the leap year occurs once every 4 years, but that is not always the case. Why do we have leap year? A calendar year is typically 365 days long. These so-called common years loosely define the number of days it takes the Earth ìyẹn ayé to complete one orbit around the sun. Bishop ẹ̀gbọ́n sókè bó ṣe ń gbádùn yín lọ́wọ́.
Thank you very much. The reason is to complement what he said because ayé ó máa ń revolve around the oòrùn and there are constellations surrounding the moon, the sun. Now, àwọn constellations wọ̀nyẹn ó ní àpéjọpọ̀ ìràwọ̀. Àwọn míì wọ́n péjọpọ̀ wọ́n dàbí ẹṣin, àwọn míì wọ́n péjọpọ̀ wọ́n dàbí kìnìún, àwọn míì wọ́n péjọpọ̀ wọ́n dàbí ẹyẹ, àwọn míì wọ́n péjọpọ̀ bí oríṣiríṣi ẹranko, míì bí ó péjọpọ̀ ó dàbí múkúndíá bí èèyàn. So oríṣiríṣi ìràwọ̀ ló wà. Àwọn ìràwọ̀ yẹn wọ́n group ara wọn into family, àwọn náà pè ní constellation. So wọ́n dàbí ògiri, wọ́n dàbí ògiri tó yí inú ilé ká tí oòrùn wá wà láàrin inú yàrá. Kí àwọn ìràwọ̀ yẹn dàbí ògiri tó yí inú ilé ká kí oòrùn kó wá wà láàrin inú yàrá. So oríṣiríṣi ayé ló wá wà, àwọn ayé pọ̀, billions of capable ayé. So the 9 planets a máa ń sọ yẹn, àwọn ètò tóbi jù nìyẹn, in which Earth is one of them. But there are many, they call them comets. Now, ọ̀pọ̀ ògbọ́n bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. So gbogbo wọn yẹn ni wọ́n máa yí oòrùn yẹn ká.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká fáwọn èèyàn ní update nípa the 9 planets: Mercury, Mars, Uranus, Venus, Jupiter, Neptune, Earth, Saturn, Pluto. Ẹ̀gbọ́n sókè Bishop.
In fact, àwọn ọmọ mi sọ ń sè pé wọ́n ti yọ Pluto kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀ pé Pluto pé àwọn comet míì tún tóbi ju Pluto lọ, wọ́n dẹ̀ pé wọ́n comet wípé now Pluto is now a comet, it's no more a planet, wípé we now have 8 planets. Nǹkan tó kọ́ nílé ìwé sí nìyẹn. So àwọn ni wọ́n yí oòrùn ká nínú wall tí àwọn ìràwọ̀ yí ká yẹn. So bí star galaxy wa ṣe rí nìyẹn. So star galaxy títí wa ni wọ́n pè ní Milky Way. No, there are also many star galaxies. Ìyẹn ló ń pè ní àwọn ọ̀run tí wọ́n máa ń sọ wípé Ọlọ́run ó dá ayé méje, ilẹ̀ méje, ó fọ̀run. We have 7, 7, 9, 7, 8, 7, 10, 7 níbi tí Elédùmarè gangan fi ṣe ìtẹ́, wọ́n pè bẹ̀ ní 10th heaven. Harabad kìkìdá iná níbẹ̀, kìkìdá iná. There is a book of Enoch, wọ́n yọ ìwé yẹn nínú Bible, but nínú archive àwọn Jew we are able to lay hand on it and study. Enoch tó kọ ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ nínú Bible yẹn wípé Ọlọ́run gbé lọ láàyè, wípé kò kú, ó develop. Kó tó di kó lọ, ó ti àjá ti gbé lọ rí, tó gbé padà, ó kọ àwọn nǹkan tó rí nínú àwọn ọ̀run yẹn sílẹ̀. Ó sọ níbẹ̀ wípé ó ní when he got to 7th heaven, only that is the highest place where you have existence of creature of God at Awangeli. So the 8th and the 9th heaven is not habitable for any creature. They are God powerhouses. Kí odidi universe kan kó jẹ́ ilé ìṣọ́ agbára Ọlọ́run. So àwọn kan kọ̀ rò pé Ọlọ́run yẹn tó bá gọ̀dọ̀ ọ̀run wọn á rí tó jókòó bí ọba kábíyèsí kan. Àwọn áńgẹ́lì gan bá ṣe ń wo oòrùn àti òṣùpá lókè, àwọn náà ń wo Ọlọ́run lókè. Ó ní bíbẹ̀ lòun ti ń wo Elédùmarè nínú kíní lókè. Ó ní tó bá gbé ojú ẹ̀ sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ báyìí á dàbí bí a ṣe tí wọ́n bá fi irin sínú iná alágbẹ̀dẹ tẹ wá da omi sí, ó ṣe máa ta pátápátápátápátá. Ó ní bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ìyíjú ẹ̀ ṣe rí, ó ta ní bí iná. Ó ní nígbà tí ó sọ ọ̀rọ̀, ó ní èéfín tó jáde lẹ́nu ẹ̀, ó ní wípé ẹ̀mí ni gbogbo. Oh my God. That is the creator of heaven and earth tó ṣẹ̀dá gbogbo wa nìyẹn. Ó ní pé kì í sùn, ó ní tó bá ṣẹ́jú pẹ́rẹ́ ní ìṣẹ́jú kan, ó ní gbogbo ayé àti ìṣẹ̀dá dàrú. Tó bá ṣẹ́jú ẹ̀ pẹ́rẹ́ ní ìṣẹ́jú kan.
Títóbi Elédùmarè.
That is the God. So àwọn wọ̀nyí wọn ò mọ̀ wípé to be a leader of people is a privilege. Wípé Ọlọ́run fi ẹ́ ṣe olórí àwọn ènìyàn tó dá is a privilege. You are building, you make people to suffer. I think when you are in position of authority, make it better than you came. Make it better than you get there. You will have everlasting and lasting joy. It's not about what you acquire. It's not about what you acquire. I think all these our politicians and all this, they need personal orientation. A lot of them have mental problems. A lot of them, because what is the needfulness you have people's wealth, you are amassing it to go and build a mansion and something in another country for your unborn children. I think that man is crazy. Why? Whereas you are denying the people that have the right in your presence. I'm talking about satanic, not issue. Satanic because satanic tún pèsè fáwọn èèyàn tiẹ̀. Satanic tún pèsè fáwọn èèyàn tiẹ̀. Kò ṣe tó yẹn. So you can tell terrible people are now mentally deranged. They are. Wọ́n mọ̀ wípé ìbùkún blessing of God, ìbùkún Ọlọ́run ló mú ní là. Ìbùkún Ọlọ́run ló máa mú ní là. And because people don't understand it, okay, let me give a scenario. If you read the Bible, nígbà tí Jacob tó yan ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀ jẹ, tó gba àṣẹ àti ìsúre lẹ́nu bàbá ẹ̀, but ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀ ni bàbá fẹ́ súre fún, but kẹ́gbọ́n tó dé, Jacob lọ ṣe bí ẹ̀gbọ́n, ó lo ohun ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀, ó gbé àwọ̀ ara kìíní bàbá ti súre fún. Now, nígbà tẹ́ pọ̀ ní pé ó ṣe lé ìtàn, Jacob ó kó gbogbo ẹrù ẹ̀, ọ̀pá tó fi ń tẹran nìkan ló gbé kúrò nílé, ó sá lọ. Ta ló jogún gbogbo ilẹ̀, ẹran àti nǹkan tí bàbá yẹn ní? Ẹ̀gbọ́n tí wọn ò súre fún ló jogún gbogbo ẹ̀. Kí ló dé tí ẹ̀gbọ́n yẹn ti ń sọ pé Jacob ó ti gba ìbùkún mi, bọ̀ ẹni tí wọ́n ní ó gba ìbùkún yẹn ọ̀pá nìkan ló gbé sá lọ, ọ̀pá nìkan ló ní. Wọ́n mọ̀ wípé ìbùkún yẹn tó wà lórí ẹni yẹn àti gbogbo ilẹ̀ tó wà lákàtà òun àti ẹran tó wà lákàtà òun àti tí ẹ̀wọ̀n tí ìfojú rí, ìbùkún yẹn máa pa gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ́sọ̀dọ̀ Jacob. That is the power of blessing. Agbára ìre nìyẹn, agbára ìre tí òbí ẹ̀ súre fún ẹ. You have one uncomprehended boldness. That is why àwọn ìyàwó yẹn tó bí ọmọ tó máa ṣe pè fún ọmọ wọn. Ẹ̀kọ́ ọjọ́ ọ̀la ló fi ṣeré. Because they misbehave doesn't mean you swear for them. Be blessing them. No matter how angry you are, why can't you say, ọmọ lórí rẹ̀ dẹ̀ ní ẹ̀ tó ṣe? You are restructuring the life of that child. You are restructuring. That you won't back. More ìgbà kan when I was a little child in nursery school, in nursery. Gbogbo àwọn ọmọ nígbà tá à ń graduate náà fún certificate. Gbogbo àwọn ọmọ tí a jọ wà níbẹ̀, òkìkà ní gbogbo wọn wọ̀. Wọ́n mì mí rán sílíkì. Èmi ò mọ̀ pé olówó ló wọ sílíkì nígbà yẹn. Sílíkì. Àwọn aláṣọ yẹn mọ́ níbí báyìí sìn. Sílíkì náà máa ń pè. Sílíkì ni wọ́n rán fún mi tí mo wọ̀ lọ. Èmi wá ń wora mi wípé èmi nìkan ni mo dá yàtọ̀. Gbogbo àwọn tó kù níṣe ló ń wọ aṣọ bọ́sikọ́nà ni wọ́n. Aṣọ bọ́sikọ́nà, aṣọ òkìkà, aṣọ òyìnbó àlòkù ni gbogbo wọn wọ̀. So aṣọ yẹn jọ mí lójú bó ṣe wọ̀. So èmi tèmi bá dúró wọ́n máa yẹra fún mi mo mọ̀ pé wọ́n respect mi ni wọ́n ṣe ń yẹra fún mi yẹn wípé nǹkan tẹ́lẹ̀ ìwọ̀ èmi wá feel wípé ẹ wo gbogbo àwọn èèyàn ẹ wo aṣọ tí wọ́n wọ̀ ẹ wo nǹkan tí wọ́n fi tètè wá rán
ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ìkànnì wa mà mo ń gbádùn yín bishop.
ẹ̀mọ́ ni ẹ wo nǹkan tí mọ́mì mi rán fún mi so èmi wá lọ jókòó mo wá wà moody I was crying so one teacher now came to me and I said Adesina why are you crying? wọ́n ní wọ́n á sunkún pé ẹ wo gbogbo everybody ẹ wo aṣọ tó wọ̀ ẹ wo gbogbo náà ẹ wo nǹkan tí mọ́mì mi rán fún mi. That teacher bó ṣe lanu yẹn tó fọwọ́ bojú wípé wọ́n sọ pé no don't cry again is that why you are crying? ó ní pé you don't know this your cloth is the most expensive among all what everybody wear and your mommy sent a salary last month salary to store it for you because you are royal. Ilé ọba ni mo ti wá the royalty ẹsẹ̀kẹ́ tó sọ́ọ̀kì ní yẹn báyìí omi yẹn ó dry ní gbogbo ojú yẹn pé mo á ń wò pé you mean nǹkan tí mo wọ̀ yìí so is that why they are shifting away from me only they are respecting you that is the power of parental care parental blessing. It creates boldness. Nígbà mo ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá ń feel pompous. I now know my worth. I now know what I'm wearing. So yeah, let me just pull all that aside. So around this August, Hawaii, Bossy mark 3.5 years plus a month in astronomical calculation. Tí ìpànìyàn tí Nàìjíríà ṣe tí ó ṣẹlẹ̀ now according to astronomy ẹ̀san ìpànìyàn yẹn we commence immediately the 3.5 years completed, which is the August time when they protested, and that's how I know that the payback time has come, and it will last for 3 months. It will last for 3 months. That is 90 days. 90 days. It will last for 3 months, and that's why I'm telling everybody: go and buy food at home. Máa sọ wípé àwọn ọlọ́pàá àwọn àmì àgbo àwọn Nigerian kìíní dédé ẹni tó bá fẹ́ dìde tó náà òun fẹ́ jà fún Nàìjíríà láàrin wọn ó máa kú bí àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀sà tí ẹ ṣe kú ni nítorí ìgbà ẹ̀san lóde yìí àwọn náà ni wọ́n lò fi pa àwọn ọmọ yẹn that God always know how to justify his things. And that's why I preach one message. I said Nigeria is a cursed nation. Nígbà tó ti ṣe nǹkan yẹn Ọlọ́run ti gbé ìdájọ́ lé ìtẹ́ Nàìjíríà yẹn ó ti dé ègún fún ìtẹ́ Nàìjíríà yẹn. So kò sí nǹkan tó máa ṣe lórí oyè yẹn tó máa bọ́ sí rere. No matter how much they try, Tinubu may have good intention, àwọn èèyàn máa ṣépè fún ni. It doesn't matter because orí ìtẹ́ tó jókòó sí yẹn orí ìtẹ́ ègún ni ègún ni. Ègún wà lórí ìtẹ́ yẹn. So Nigeria Ọlọ́run ni ó mọ ìgbà àti àkókò tí ìpínyà separation yìí yóò wáyé because that's why we have our Baba Professor Banji Akintoye try to pull us out so that we will not be part of this punishment that is upon Nigeria. But àwọn èèyàn wa ojú wọn ò là. Ó ní ọjọ́ Olúwa ń bọ̀, ọjọ́ ìbẹ̀rù.
Ẹ má bínú bishop pé ẹ má bínú pé mo interrupt yín bishop. Ẹ má bínú pé mo interrupt yín because tá a bá ń sọ fáwọn èèyàn wa pé ẹ ń sọ̀rọ̀ bàbá Akíntóyè ó wá ń jẹ́ kínú mi dùn torí pé ìgbà tẹ́yìn bẹ̀rẹ̀ Yorùbá àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá kan ní kí ló dé ta tún lọ ń gbé nǹkan kan wá ṣe central bank ni ibi tí mo kàn fẹ́ mọ́rọ̀ lọ mọ̀ tí fẹ́ kẹ́ lọ síbẹ̀ ọ̀kẹ́ parí tí ẹ̀ ń sọ má gbàgbé hold on o. This is 49 minutes ago. Simon Ekpa, the Biafra government in exile present special IOU loan coming soon, making history. Egbonsuke Bishop.
Thank you very much. Àwọn náà wo àwòkọ́ṣe ohun tá a ṣe wọ́n ti lọ́ọ̀tì Biafra coin owó tiwọn náà. Because tó bá máa dín Nàìjíríà bá máa pajú dé, we must have a means to transfer money. Different from the Nigeria Central Bank, because tí Nàìjíríà bá pajú dé Central Bank, Nàìjíríà pajú dé nìyẹn. Gbogbo náírà yẹn ó dòtú bá tẹ. Kò sí any country kan tó bá gba náírà mọ́. So if you have foolish people who don't know anything now, and it's not the political set in Yoruba. That's who they are. They are there for only gbogbo tí yọ ṣe padà ẹ̀ àti rí gbogbo wọn. So ìwọ̀nba information tó rí wọn fẹ́ máa lọ. Òun ni mo ṣe support everybody coming to the platform here. Máa rojọ́ Máyégún, máa rojọ́ Ṣòwòrẹ́. Màá kò sí tó kàn yín pẹ̀lú Ṣòwòrẹ́ tàbí Máyégún lọ ṣe títí ẹ. Gbogbo wa ò lè dúró sí inú basket kan náà. Ṣòwòrẹ́ is for Yoruba nation and he proved it when he went and assist our people in Abuja. Buying food for them when DSS locked them up. People in Wawa, she was saying 1 naira. Mayegun was there raising money with his platform to assist Babakito and Chief Igboho Ibene when in prison. Àwọn ẹgbẹ́ kọ́kọ́ ló attack ẹ̀ tán ní pé kó má fún ọ lówó, ẹgbẹ́ ni kó fún lówó, ẹgbẹ́ máa fún bàbá. Olùṣègbówó òní. So why are you reporting? You look at Mayegun, you see Yoruba flag at the back of his program. Àwọn kìíní wọ̀nyí ló scare a lot of people. People like us who would have been scared away. If not Baba directly call us, say, come, you'll be working with me. So somebody like Koiki would have been discouraged. He's a strong man. That's why he stayed and said, because he don't come in by no war media, because this platform is Koikimedia. And whatever I want to use this for, they say want to discourage you, no. Please, am I road you anybody, nibi, stick any coach. We know ourselves. What Ṣòwòrẹ́ is doing only benefit to máa ṣe fáwa kó máa ṣe lọ. Ó ti sọ ó ní bá a máa gba Yorùbá nation ó ní bọ̀ revolution first. Wọ́n máa dà kọrú first yẹn la máa lẹ́nu bẹ̀. Bọ̀ tẹ́tẹ́ bá da gbogbo ẹ̀rú tẹ́ bá ń lọ wọ́n máa lo state constitution yẹn máa fi mú yín mọ́lẹ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ kí wọ́n káwọn dàrú náà. Wọ́n fọkàn sọ constitution yẹn dànù. A protect ilẹ̀ wa. Kò ní sẹ́ kò sí wèrè kan irú wèrè kan tó wà ní Ọ̀yọ́ tó ní pé Ìgbòho did not have right to tell Fulani to leave nígbà tí Fulani ń pa àwọn èèyàn ẹ̀. Ẹ bá ọmọ Yorùbá ti ya wèrè. Wọ́n ti ya wèrè nítorí wọn ti wà pa family member tó má ti pa kán ló family member you now come to Koikimedia and say nǹkan bá ṣe ẹlẹ́dẹ̀ jẹ́ pàkọ́ kí ni ká ṣe sí. So if you want to stay with Nigeria you will suffer with Nigeria. Nigeria is a cross country. You will suffer with Nigeria.
Wow. So
Babakito is telling you come out. Igboho is telling you come out. If you want to stay with Nigeria, you will suffer with Nigeria. Nigeria is a cross country. How can a country have a crude oil? Sending it to another country to refine it and sell it back to him. That country is a slave. He's a slave. Among his contemporary countries, he's a slave. And you say you are Yoruba. I buttress what Ṣòwòrẹ́ said. Ọmọ àlẹ́ Yorùbá ni wọ́n ọkọ̀ pariwo Yorùbá nation ṣì ni. Amọ̀ra wa, àwọn àtàjẹ́ Yorùbá nation amọ̀ra wa. Amọ̀ra wa. So nobody should come here to come and report anybody here. Do your own. What are you doing? Can we see it? Can we assist you? Not doing anything. You are pointing finger at that's what Jesus said. He said, remove the plant that is covering your own face first to my point of speck that is in front of somebody else. Only you have made the law of God useless by your own doctrine. Everything. So God knows the way He punishes country, government, and nations. And when it will come around to inspect, people don't know. The government that is doing it, you don't know. Àkókò inspection Nigeria in 2020, Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ ti rí, ó ṣojú àwọn alálẹ̀ dẹ̀ ti fi ègún lé. So àkókò ìdájọ́ yẹn wá fẹ́ dé tí wọ́n wá ń sá kíjokíjo. Kò sí bíkíbi táwọn pípì máa sá lọ. Diaspora ni ní Amẹ́ríkà o, ní Canada o, kò bá jẹ́ Ghana bí o, UK o, gbogbo ẹ̀ fún àwọn guys ń monitor. Tí gbogbo ẹ̀ bá ti gbogbo lé bí wọ́n máa lọ gbé wọn nínú ilé wọn. Ní abroad bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n máa lọ gbé wọn. Ọlọ́pàá abroad máa dá sí, wọ́n máa sọ fún wọn wípé àwọn tó sọ wá sí wàhálà rẹ̀. Wọ́n máa faṣọ wọn ya lójú títì, ẹ máa rí lọ wò. So you know that I'm not saying I'm a prophet. A prophet doesn't even say he's a prophet. It's people that say he's a prophet. But I'm telling you, according to signal and signs that God has shown us, and we can interpret it and say this is about to happen. It's going to be terrible. And all these people will regret forever being in Nigerian position. But you mean, man, but my content. Because wọ́n máa lọ gbé àwọn ọmọ wọn káàkiri àtìyàwó wọn, wọ́n máa lọ gbé wọn yìí tó bá sá sọ̀rọ̀ rí mú àgbé àwọn ọmọ àtìyàwó. You can't put us in this kind of mess. Kẹ́hìn máa ṣayé. Do you know in Nigeria you buy a liter of fuel 1,100? The highest currency of Nigeria is 1,000 naira. The highest currency in Nigeria could ra 1 liter of fuel. Koiki, what is the highest currency in UK?
50 pounds.
50 pounds. Is that what you use to buy 1 liter of fuel in UK?
No. Not at all. Interfere to 2 pounds.
So
the highest ẹlòmíì ọmọ tán pé 1,000 torí ẹmọ lórí tọrọ tiwa we love practical. So I've got put 1,000 naira in the front, which is the one Dalaro, the blue one. So if you don't know the 1,000 naira, that is the 1,000. So Bishop, you are telling us this morning that 1,000 naira cannot do what? That is the old one. That is the new one.
I can't even buy 1 liter. I cannot buy 1 liter of fuel. You have to pay 100 naira extra. 1,100.
Well, the good thing is I have the 100 naira 12. So that is 1,100 is what you need to buy 1 liter.
To buy 1 liter of fuel.
Okay.
If you are to use a generator, in which I don't like though. There is no electricity here. If you manage to buy electric generator, or your uncle in the solar send to you, you now have a generator. Because many people can't even afford a good generator. A very good generator now starts for 350,000, 400,000. A very good generator. Now, if your uncle now finally send gen to you from abroad, you now have gen. To fuel that gen now for 5 hours, you need nothing less than 5,000 or 6,000 naira for 5 hours.
Okay.
Nothing less than 6,000 naira for 5 hours. Is that a country? Is that a country? When they just increase the minimum wage to 70,000, oh, see by 70,000, yo, asking the one bow. Can that 30,000 fuel your jet for 1 month?
50 pounds according to triple DRS. I don't drive that down here. Only 50 pounds we get to 35 liter of petrol in the UK, and that's what 50 pounds look like with the king's head on it. Because the Orolokun is the one that is giving people's problem. If I give you 50 pounds with King Charles' head on it, you will not refuse it.
See, I will round up in few minutes. Yoruba should repent. Yoruba people should repent. Yoruba people are not the problem. It is our elite that are the problem. They are the problem. And the time has come when the people is taking the burden away from them. Isaiah said something. He said it to the children of Israel. He said, the time shall come when the burden shall be lifted off your shoulder and the yoke off your neck. Only and the yoke shall be destroyed because of the anointing. Anointing yẹn ló ti sọ̀kalẹ̀ báyìí. Ló mú gbogbo àwọn ọ̀dọ́ dìde. Wọ́n mọ nǹkan tó kó sí wọn nínú. Àti north o, àti west o, àti east o, àti àwọn ẹlẹgbẹ́ kiri náà ń pariwo bí àná jẹ́ ìyẹn. Àwọn tó bá ti ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹ máa wò wọ́n bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ̀n níjọ́ ebi ló máa mú wọn jọ́ ẹ̀. Ibi kan ó máa lè róúnjẹ ni ẹ lọ róúnjẹ náà ọjà ò ní ṣí. Thank God, Èkó náà ti náà fẹ́ gbòòrò. Ṣé tó máa ń gbòòrò ṣe máa jáde ni? Wọ́n máa block everywhere. Lockdown ló ń pè bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Wọ́n máa lock yín tán oṣù mẹ́ta. Ẹ máa fi kò sí ìtò ń bọ̀ yìí. Oṣù mẹ́ta. Fún làásìgbò gbogbo àwọn tó tọ́ sí ìyà jẹ gbogbo wọn pátápátá ìgbé àfẹ́wé ọmọ sá lọ ni. Then we can begin to ask God for mercy to retrieve our steps. Àwọn kan tí wọ́n ti ń gbìyànjú díẹ̀díẹ̀ House of Assembly gbogbo wọn ti ń pariwo àwọn fẹ́ dá sálárì wọn sí méjì. Ta ló bẹ̀ wọ́n láti dá sí méjì? Ṣùgbọ́n ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ yọ̀tọ̀ mi tẹ́lẹ̀ ni when you give 90 billion káwọn kọ́kọ́ lọ fi ṣe kíní ní Saudi. I don't know what's wrong with it. Well, and you said that we don't have money. You remove subsidy. And you can give 90 billion. Koiki, do you know 1 billion? 1 billion is 1,000 million.
Hey.
Do you know that?
Have you seen so many?
You said that. And you said that because so wọ́n nílò ìgbé aráàlú ni kó ṣerú kó pèsè owó yẹn your subsidy láti 100 epo di 700 lórí 700 ní ó ti di 1,001. Kó kí gbogbo ẹ̀ ṣáà máa kówó wá fẹ́yìn ṣáá. Ẹ̀yin dẹ̀ wá ń náwó yẹn lavishly. Ẹni kò sówó ẹ̀ kó 90 billion fún àwọn olóṣèlú kankan lọ sí Saudi. Kí ló kó government pẹ̀lú support ẹ̀sìn? I don't understand. Then ra jeep fún gbogbo àwọn adájọ́ jeep. Nigeria is producing vehicle, you don't patronize them. Ọmọ Ìjẹ̀bú kan produce mọ́tò. Àwọn iléeṣẹ́ mọ́tò méjì ló wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yìí. Ìkan wà ní Ìjẹ̀bú Òde, ọmọ Ìjẹ̀bú kan produce mọ́. Innocent náà nílẹ̀ yìí. At least mo mọ mẹ́rin ní South bí ọ́nìyàn méjì kan tó wà ní North náà. Indigenous people are trying to come up. You are frustrating them. Despite the fact that you did not give them life to work, to be productive. Epo tí wọ́n tún lò ẹ tún gbé owó lé lẹ́yìn ní rí bá ti ṣe ní lọ́nà gbọ́. So gbogbo wa ń sin ilé iṣẹ́ ìjọba ló yẹ ká ti máa ṣiṣẹ́ and you don't have that enabling environment to be employed, to employ people. No, you don't have that. So how will people live? How will people survive? Gbogbo iṣẹ́ ló collapse. Gbogbo company àwọn òyìnbó ló ń lọ. Ó ní company àwọn òyìnbó kan tó produce provisions tá à ń bá ṣiṣẹ́. Gbogbo oúnjẹ pápá tó ló ti lọ sókè. When we are interrogating them, talking with them, àṣé àwọn Nìjẹ́ Koiki.
Mo ń gbọ́ ìsà.
Àwọn Nìjẹ́ tẹ́wọ̀ yẹn. Àwọn ló ràn wá lọ́wọ́ o. Gbogbo wheat, àgbàdo, ẹ̀wà, gbogbo ẹ̀ tí Tinubu sọ, gbogbo ẹ̀ ṣé Nìjẹ́ náà ti ń kó wá láti north. Kì í ṣe pé àwọn north yẹn gangan wọ́n ń gbé anything. Àwọn north yẹn máa lọ rà ní Nìjẹ́, wọ́n kó wọ Nàìjíríà ni. Nígbà tí Balablu débẹ̀, ó ló fẹ́ jagun pẹ̀lú wọn, ó blọ́ọ̀kì bọ́dà lọ́hùn. Wọ́n ṣe gbóúnjẹ wá bí mọ́ nìyẹn. Now, àwọn òyìnbó yìí wá ní pé ókè gbogbo wheat and co tó fi produce noodles, spag, gbogbo provisions tó táwọn èèyàn ń rà wọ̀nyí, bread, gbogbo ẹ̀. Wípé ókè nígbà tí kò wá láti north mọ́, ẹja máa gbé gba Benin Republic. Nígbà tí wọ́n tún dé Benin, àwọn immigration yìí wọ́n tún gbẹ́sẹ̀ lé, wọ́n máa gbowó ńláńlá lọ́wọ́ wọn, wọ́n tún gbé wọlé. Àwọn ìbò ẹ̀ wá irú ìlú wo lélẹ̀? This is a cost country. Ló ń tẹ àtúntà yìí gbóúnjẹ wọlé ẹ tún táàkì ẹ̀. Ibi ló máa pa yín kú. Báwo ìbò ẹ̀ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí lọ nìyẹn? Wọ́n gbẹ́rù wọn lọ, àwọn díẹ̀ ló kù sí tó ṣe ìṣiṣẹ́. Gbogbo oúnjẹ ti lọ sókè. Spaghetti, golden penny spaghetti. Tó jẹ́ pé 16,000 ni wọ́n tà tó jẹ́ pé a sì sọ pé ó wọ́n. Àwọn kan ní sorry mo ní 16,000 14,000 14,000 àwọn èèyàn ló wọ́n 14,000 13,600 ní 13,700 ní a ní pé ẹ ṣáà rà 14,000 within 1 week ó jump sí 19,500 from 14,000 19,500 spaghetti. Tó bá fẹ́ ra that is carton ẹ̀ tó bá fẹ́ ra ẹyọ̀kan sí 1,002 lẹ́yọ̀kan 20 ló wà nínú carton. What sort of country is this? We say you are in a cursed country. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ ìfẹ́ jókòó síbẹ̀ you are fast because you are sentimental pé ọmọ Yorùbá kí ló dà fún ẹ fọmọ Yorùbá jẹ president Nàìjíríà kí ló dà fún ẹ ṣó sanwó lé ẹ olóbìnrin kan tó ṣe sunkún ní ìjẹta bí nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ fídíò ẹ̀ sí yín tó ní pé òun campaign fún Tinubu àwọn lọ́ọ̀kì owó alájẹsẹ́kù tó ń lọ fi ra ọjà àwọn lọ́ọ̀mà bíbí nǹkan wọ́n ti gbé ọjà wọn ti ṣọ́ọ̀bù wọ́n ti gbé ọjà wọn lọ kọ́ bá ń bẹ̀ wọ́n òun kó lọ pátì wọn rí òun mọ̀ ní tí ìta gọ̀gọ̀ mọ̀ wo tó never end gbogbo yín lẹ máa jẹ breakfast gbogbo yín ìgbà tó máa jẹ́ lò mọ̀ tó bá wẹ̀ o lè jẹ breakfast ẹ láàárọ̀ tó bá wẹ̀ o lè jẹ ní dinner tó bá wẹ̀ o lè jẹ ní supper gbogbo breakfast yẹn ó wà lórí tébù fún gbogbo yín. Ṣèbí màdán lọ àtàkì chief mọ́lé gbogbo yín àwọn kan rẹ́rìn àwọn kan ní wọ́n ti ṣó ẹ̀ àwọn kan ní ṣèbá sọ fún àwọn kan wọ́n sọ blabla àwọn lórí burúkú kan look at àwọn yẹn ló ní wọ́n sunkún báyìí sí pé bí ń pa wọ́n. Thank you very much, Koiki.
Wow.
Thank you.
Bishop, thank you so much. That was exactly 1 hour, 5 minutes that Bishop took us to the spiritual realm, the leap year, the planet, and so many other areas that we were touching this morning. I didn't know that we've gone over 4 hours, but I think we will see how far I can push and then we start winding down. But kudos to everyone that have joined us on this broadcast this morning. As usual, we have a couple of the currency in Nigerian money here. We have the 500, we have the 200, we have the Tiwok Balaru, the 1,000, we have the Babaulawo on the 100 naira. And I don't know what 50 naira can still buy, but we also have the 50 naira as well. I also have a couple of dollars and specimens of the pound sterling. But the question is, let's go back to the final part and then we'll wind down this broadcast, because we've done 5 hours already. But let me read a couple of the comments that were strolling in quickly while Bishop was taking us through that as well. Triple DRS says they won't patronize them since it is not Dangote that produced them. He's talking about the vehicles produced in Nigeria. Rather than the government patronize them, rather than the government patronize them, the government was rather patronizing the Toyota and the rest of them, and that means the innocent motors that should have been part of what should be used in the government on the federal level was not durable, according to one of the senators that says that we can't use it. Why are we going to be using that when we can make use of a SUV that is more reliable? You would think that government that are loyal to the citizen and indigenous people will not think in that direction. If the roads are a problem, why not fix the road? Moki Mr. Jaye TV. We also share shout out to Pavilion and many of our independent that many of you do not know. When I share that program, especially some of our upcoming, and some of them probably have been with us, about my follow-on, because while they are live, I might not be live. Mr. Fab, Baoni and Sinon Inule told me that Mr. Koiki, you actually put 27th on your broadcast. I can assure you that, not assure you like Wario, that I have now updated it. Today is the 28th day of the month of July 2024. Less than a couple of more days before the rage or the protest that is coming up in Nigeria. Bishop, thank you once again. We cannot love you less. Please reach out to... Look, the Sudan Central Bank is no longer operating because it has been destroyed. And I don't know how much people that have their money in that account there might exist. So secure the little that you have. And if you have more, if you don't want to use Ruba, move your Naira out and leave the little that you are spending. Transaction because things are going to be hot. Well, if you're in the hospital, we cannot do anything yet. So I'm sorry, we don't want anybody to come and be giving this. We have injury, we have that. Injury, injury. So, Mr. Taufik Kodri, I don't know what you mean by, you're in the hospital, you are injured. And to why injured, phone. So, there's so many people that have problems that you cannot take advantage and say, oh, because we're alive, you come and put the question there. Do you know how many people have sent message, of injury and headache and all that? I wish you, a quick recovery, but I'm sure these are the reasons why you need to come out and next week be part of it. This man said the Afenifere can't determine the future of millions of the global Yoruba who are demanding Yoruba nation self-determination, freedom, and the prosperity to compete with the advanced country of the world today. We want to compete with the advanced country. We want the advanced country to look at us and beg us to come and visit their country, just like the Chinese, the Japanese are begged to come and visit this country because they know that they're coming in to spend money. So, Mr. Larry Lamino said, I really thank you for bringing Bishop all the time for us. Look, Bishop is a symbol that I can't joke with. When the movement started at the early stage in 2019, the first and the few people that reached out to me directly were Bishop additional. 2019, as Bishop saw, I don't know how he come across my video. We don't know each other before. And he called me and he said, from the astrological things, so is going to happen. So things will happen. So things will play out. Are we going to go this way? Are we going to go that way? And I knew that Bishop knew what he was talking about. And fast forward 2 years after, in 2021, I visited Nigeria, and around Easter time, about typing Bishop Adeshino and OLAYOMI KOIKI or Koikimedia on YouTube, he will bring out the video that we produced together in Igbo's house. Bishop spent 5 days with us. But that same energy, the Bishop of Insoro in 2019, and some of the things he's talking about is still happening. And a lot of things is going to happen. And I love when we come to this kind of the stage of discussion. Moki, Mr. Fawaz, Bello, Mr. Larry Lamino, thank you so much. Mr. Demola Ebenezer, thanks, Bishop. A word says you cannot bless whom God have cursed. May God deliver and pull us out of Nigeria. Cursed in Jesus' name. Koikimedia and Yoruba Nation. Tony AG says in Belgium is about 1.5 euro if you're talking about the petrol there. Aziz Shakiru, Mr. Fawushe Pelumi, it's very painful that I can't drop a voice note. Well, if you want to call in, the line is still open, but for now, maybe because I do the live, no Instagram, Koikimedia. But we are still here, maybe for another half an hour. I don't know. We see how far it goes. I'm not hungry yet, so I've taken 2 cups of coffee this morning. I still have 2 more discussion to pick on. But I want to let you listen to this. I was actually listening to that myself on the YouTube channel this morning. A lot of what is playing out right now, generation Tiwa, is different from the generation that were before us. And that is why they are scared. So many things. And as they refuse to negotiate, I was listening to a guy that says a massive storm is coming. I've listened to it probably about just 5-10 minutes, even less than that. So what I'm going to do, I want to see if I can listen to it with you just for a few seconds. These are not my videos, so sometimes about this stage, the bank boa, you might probably add that the whole thing got muted. It's because if YouTube comes back to me and say, this video cannot be monetized, what do you want to do? Do you want to defend that you own it? I can always say erase it. So if that is the reason why live broadcast, you will not be able to not listen to it. But after a live broadcast, there are probability that some of our videos that we are using certain videos, you might not find it in there. So since I don't own the video, so what I'm going to do now is that I just want to go back and see how far I can take you on the message that these particular broadcasts that I listen to, you know, because we all have it, we are all gifted. Mo sọ pé àwa tá wà labroad at Yoruba Nation Lafẹ́ TV mo kí yín, and I believe that's Aluka, if I'm right. Ṣaluka ló wà nínú Yoruba Nation TV Lafẹ́, bá mi type ẹ̀ síbẹ̀. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn world medias and the rest of the independent media as well. Gbogbo wa la wà gifted ni Elédùmarè fún ní gift. It is when you're going to get your gift out. Your gift could be in anything. You are gifted sí ni mò ń lò yìí. Ibi tí bishop wà gifted sí ló ń lò yẹn. But rather than us to comprehend each other, especially on this movement, Idowu Matthew Mokin, Jamo Abiodun, 15 naira cannot buy anything. So this 15 naira is useless. So why are they producing it? They might as well fade it out of the current. You're full up? Yeah. Okay. They might probably just fade it out, because if 15 naira is not buying you anything, it's a useless tissue paper. So your currency is as useless. So interfaith play out there's a gay woman called, then I'll play it from there just a little bit, because so in ton sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí, only the guides speak. The guides speak. Bàbá Akíntóyè ń guide wa. Kò ṣe pé bàbá ò mọ tó lè ṣẹlẹ̀, pé ìrìn àjò yìí ó lọ báyìí, ó lè lọ báyìí. Like Bishop said, Igboho is guiding us. Igboho mà pé tá bá ní kẹjáde gbùrùgbùrùgbùrù. We don't want anybody just to be killed, even if death is going to come. We want to make sure that many people are protected, especially the women, the children, because Israel, as we find today, many lives have been lost with some of the bombs, and there's so many, of situation room happening in Palestine. So this video that we're just going to listen to the audio, you will not see the video, but I can share the link. It's coming from a page called Wisdom from the North, with about 107,000, followers. Silver Badmos, good morning. Moki Awon Baba Olatunde Said. Moki, as many of you that have joined us, if you share it, it's for the importance of everybody, because but millions of our people do not have access to these social media, and that's where we need to come up with other alternative quickly to get them going, because the last thing we want is to see Tinubu to become the next president after 2027. We want Nigeria to break as quickly as possible, but it will not happen without many crises, anarchy, and many other things. So Moki Baba Yinka Ogundele, Moki our silent listeners, even those that have come from Dukboni Tiri's side and listen to us, we know you're under the program. You love my program, but you just want us to come and endorse stupidity, especially in diaspora. So you want me to come and become as stupid as you, that Dukboni Tiri Tigba country for you. Moki Baba mi Abiodun Sunday. Moki Boboyi. I am not special human being. Gbogbo ala wa special human being. Ìgbà tó lúkàlùkù máa lè lo tiẹ̀ ló yàtọ̀. But in the Nigeria today, you are likely not to get use of yours, because Nigeria ti gbé wa mọ́ inú ìgò tá fẹ́ yọra wa kúrò nínú ẹ̀. Mo kí bàbá mi ọpẹ́ ló yẹrú Mr. Ṣẹ́gun. Mo kí ẹ̀yin tí ẹ wà lórí ìkànnì wa. I've posted as many of my account details that you can use to support us, and please do so, because it is going to help me and it's going to help you as well. Yakubu Kolawole Bokin, shout out Baba mi Shitu Omawumi, Babawa Boye, Manyugbe, Ani Koiki, Mama Baruko Momi Jeo, Bagbalagba ni mi o. Kò ní bàjẹ́ fún yín daddy mi. Only God knows how much some of you are spending. Owó tó yẹ kẹ́ fi jẹun, ẹ fi ra data, ẹ fi gbọ́ Koiki, ẹ fi gbọ́ àwọn ilé, ẹ fi gbọ́ tọ̀hún. Ẹ ṣé gan ni bàbá wa. Ẹ kú àdúró tì ràn yín. Ọmọ Yorùbá ìkan náà ni gbogbo wa. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ tó ń ràn lára tèmi ló ń ràn lára tiẹ̀. Tèmi kàn ní freshness nítorí pé àwọn nǹkan tá à ń jẹ ní London. Ẹ̀yin náà tó bá jẹ́ pé ẹ̀yin náà ń jẹ nutrient food, tí ẹ mu mílìkì, tó ń ṣe mílìkì tó ń jáde lára màálù Fúlàní, that's if they're producing milk. Some of you cannot even afford powdered milk. Àti raṣọ ní Nàìjíríà ti 10,000. Kódà a wà ní New Yam but it is still expensive. New yam yẹn dá láti fi ṣàṣàrò or láti fi gún iyán. Ìyà tó ń jẹ wá nílé, it is a human fault. Kò ń ṣe Ọlọ́run Elédùmarè, kò ń ṣe Ọlọ́run Jésù, kò ń ṣe Ọlọ́run Muhammad. And don't come and tell me, oh, wọ́n gbé Christianity wá ni. Keep that to your family. I'm not interested on this platform. I am more interested in humanity, on the reason why we are where we are today. And that needs to stop. And I keep asking, Baba Deboye, kí ni Ọlọ́run fi ń wọ̀n yín ní sáà yìí? Ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ jáde kẹ́ dá mi lóhùn. This is not calling you out alone as a disrespected ọmọlúàbí Yorùbá. Mo ń pè yín ṣàkíyèsí pé kí ni Ọlọ́run ń bá yín sọ in the present day Nigeria. Because we are listening to all other prophet men of God. Tó ń sọ fún wa pé Ọlọ́run sọ nǹkan kan fáwọn. Ṣé Ọlọ́run ò tí ì fi wọ̀nyí ni? Àbó fi wọ̀nyí ẹ̀kọ́ ń gba sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́. Be truthful with us as a Yoruba man. Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ in tí wọ́n sọ ní bíbáyìí. I'm going to release my audio and I hope you can listen, but I'll try and increase the volume. It's almost 20 minutes to 1 p.m. Time kan náà lájọ wà pẹ̀lú ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní Nigeria. Nigeria is still a country, but it's a country that's going into a turmoil. And things will happen next week. Olówó ó máa affect me. Èmi dẹ̀ fẹ́ kó affect àwọn olówó. I don't want them to be able to travel from next week. Everywhere shut down. Ó máa affect èmi náà bó ṣe máa affect ìwọ náà. Tí má dẹ̀ máa wálé, mo lè má lè dé sí Nigeria through a direct flight. I will have to come through Benin or Ghana or Cameroon or wherever is convenient for me to get into the country.
Step into their purpose and to step into their abilities to be ready for this new topic.
If you can hear it, just say yes in the comment section because I'm playing it from that beautiful 60-inch TV. Because if I have to play it from here, I'm already on Instagram here. So just listen to it. But I will share the link if you just want to go and listen further. 40,000 people have listened to this or watched it in the last 2 weeks. The guys speak. Massive change is coming. This is how you is the topic.
And I'm really curious about what this new time actually entails. You know, everybody is speaking about this big shift of
the new time. Mokia easy. Ono ngbo. Bia easy nìkan ló ń gbọ́. Àwọn tó kò gbọ́. Bí ẹ̀ ń tẹ́ wà Nàìjíríà, network ò jẹ́ kẹ́ gbọ́. Ṣé n tí mo play nísìn, mo tún ti pause ni o. Ṣé ẹ gbọ́ rárá? Ẹ jẹ́ kí n close the window mi because àwọn ọmọ orin ìjà mú ìyàwó tó tún wọlé àdẹ̀fẹ́ kó infiltrate wà láàárọ̀ ẹ̀. Kì má lọ máa jó lórí broadcast. Because mo lè má lọ máa rèdí nísìn. So, okay, Mr. Tunde Aremu náà wọ́n gbọ́. Ó ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa time. This is the time. The longer tá a bá pẹ́ sínú Nàìjíríà, ìyà máa jẹ gbogbo wa, including myself. Where mo wà nílùú òyìnbó ni o, because I will not be freely to come to my hometown. Ó wù mí kí n lọ sí Ìjẹ̀bú-Òde, Silver Badmus náà ń gbọ́. Ó wù mí kí n lọ sí Èkìtì, ó wù mí kí n lọ sí Oǹdó, but mo fẹ́ lọ in fear. Mo rẹ̀ fẹ́ lọ pẹ̀lú kí ló máa ṣẹlẹ̀ ńbẹ̀ yẹn. Mo ti pause ni, but the thing tá a kọ́kọ́ pick ńbẹ̀ ni ó sọ̀rọ̀ nípa time. Ní àsìkò kankan ká máa sọ pé ẹ jẹ́ kí Tinubu ṣe títí di tó bá parí 4 years then the following year kó wá break in Nigeria. Kí ló dé tó lè break ẹ̀ nísìn? Kí ló dé tó lè break ẹ̀ láàárọ̀ yìí? Kí ló sì mú nínú Nigeria tó ò tí mú ní after 1 year? Kí ló wọn àti mọ̀lẹ́bí ẹ̀ mú tó kù nínú Aso Rock? Ẹ ṣé gan Mr. Idowu Matthew. So time ó ń affect gbogbo wa. Àbẹ̀yẹ̀ bá Koiki ẹ jẹ́ ká dàrú náà. Táwa máa dàrú. Mo sọ pé we need to be fully ready pé a fẹ́ dàrú ká dẹ̀ pull out. Kò ń ṣe pé a fẹ́ dàrú tí a tún máa wá di pé a máa lọ pull out láàrin méjì ó máa di disaster sí wa lọ́rùn. But what we are doing right now is to take any more big bag, more big. Okay, all right. So I'm going to play this. Ṣe máa láti rí náà nìyẹn. Ọmọ kékeré bá ń jẹun tó bá náà wọ́n tí yòó. And
I'm curious about how that actually looks like. And perhaps we also get to meet Willem today, if possible. However, I would love to hear a bit about the story. Like, how did you end up doing this amazing work that you're doing today? Have you always had these these gifts and these abilities, or was it something that all of a sudden opened up in your life? Because I know you've had quite a tough life.
Mm-hmm. Right. I resisted my abilities and I didn't know what they were. And they've been with me probably all of my life. And, but they seem very strange to me. I think a lot of people might go through that when they have an awakening of a spiritual sense. And, you know, I just had a very different life moving through it. So I didn't understand why I was experiencing some of the things that I was, some of the difficulties, some of the challenges, not knowing who I wanted to be. That's
not knowing who you are meant to be.
Of who I wanted to become, and I just had to look at my parents. What did they do? Maybe I'll do that. And I just kept trying to find something. And even when I would go into work, when I started my professional life, going into adult life, you know, career, I kept switching around. I had this joke where I said I would take a job and I'd stay there for about 4 years, then I'd have to leave because something else seemed better or different. Never understood while I was doing that. And then at the same time, I was having all these other issues that were happening, as I call them, illnesses, diseases, all kinds of things. And it wasn't until 1988 that I started to see something else, something different. And that's when I started doing automatic writing, which is when Wilhelm first began to come through.
Right. And I just have to mention also, you are, or I don't know if you're doing it still, but you're a vocal coach or
Yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah. I find that fascinating because I'm a singer.
Yes.
And I've had so much troubles with my voice, like nodules and everything, and I had surgery, so I should have come to you, eh?
Oh yes, because that's my specialty. I said, listen, no, none of my clients ever get nodules. Like my entire thing is about using the voice in the correct way so you don't have those problems come up. And we find that it's always something, these little habits that we might have in the way that we produce sound that we learn or develop over time that lead to the nodules. However, the good news is even when we figure that out, you can also change it. And that's about changing the habits and the way we produce sound so they never come back again. That's the thing that I always like to get people to understand. So, yeah.
Right.
But for you, though, there's something else. Because you, the music for you was connected to your spiritual sense, to your spiritual side. And so the problems in the voice are typically a little bit of a resistance or not accepting that at a certain time or not moving in that direction. Because that's what I would find so many times with my voice. And then with a lot of people that I would work with, I would start to notice that. And it really came upon me when it was probably 30 years ago, I don't even remember, about that long, where a client came to me because she was referred to me by her therapist because they said, we believe that you have some blockages in your expression of who you are, and maybe doing, some trauma or something that's there, we know, but maybe if you took some vocal lessons.
And Mr. Ruben, who are we? Taniwa. Ẹ má bínú, mo sọ tọmọ yẹn out lẹ́yìn bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Èmi náà dẹ̀ ń sáré èmi náà ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. Mo kíyà mi Títílọlá Shaw. Who are we? Taniwa. Ẹ bá mi kọ sí comment section. Ṣé ẹ get details in tí arákùnrin yẹn ń sọ bọ̀? A sì máa play díẹ̀ sí nínú ẹ̀. I will share the link síta fẹ́yìn tó bá fi lọ gbọ́ later. A kò máa lo díẹ̀ nínú ẹ̀ ni. Ó ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa time, kò ń ṣe time ago báyìí, time ilé ayé ta fẹ́ lò kó tó di pé Ọlọ́run máa mú wa kúrò nílé ayé yìí torí pé we are not gonna be here forever. Everybody knows that. Àwọn òfikú yọ àmọ́ ó ti ṣẹlẹ̀. Ó ra ticket tó jẹ́ return, I'm sure pé return ni Ifeanyi ò bá rà. Tó bá sọ fún pé London tó ń bọ̀ yẹn ibẹ̀ ni ẹ̀mí ẹ̀ máa dákẹ́ sí, á ní òun ò lọ torí kò sẹ́ni tó fẹ́ kú. The world olówó tálákà nìyẹn oní nobody wants to die. Why ta ṣe wá ń fẹ́ lo time wa tó kù ta fẹ́ lò nígbà ta ti dàgbà ta ti gbọ́njú báyìí nínú ìlú kan tí kò ṣiṣẹ́ fún wa. Bàbá Èkìtì ti jí láàárọ̀ láago 6:30 òun wà Nàìjíríà ó ń pariwo èmi wà ní London mo ń pariwo look kò ń ṣe pé akọ̀fẹ́ fi dẹ́nu mo mọ̀ọ́mọ̀ gbé síbẹ̀ ni àwọn aránkùnrin mi ti ń pariwo pé ebi ń pa mí baked beans ẹyin bread mo mọ̀ọ́mọ̀ má fẹ́ sọ fún yín tẹ́lẹ̀ ni so a ní àsìkò kankan mọ́ ju pé ká tètè búra pé a fẹ́ kúrò nínú Nàìjíríà ká búra tó bá sì náà fẹ́ búra kúrò nínú Nàìjíríà búra tí mo sọ pé kò yẹ pé ká búra fún èmi o búra pé Nàìjíríà ó ti fail mo ní kí ni bàbá Adébóyè ń rí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ní àsìkò yìí ní wákàtí wọ́n lè má rí tẹ́lẹ̀ but right now kí làwọn rí torí àwa òun ṣe wòlíì kì í ṣàfà à ń ṣe babaláwo but àwa ń rí nǹkan from the perspective of the situation room tó ń lọ nínú Nàìjíríà ṣé àwọn ò rí kankan. Englishman ni kò sí kinní bẹ́ẹ̀ kò sí sausage àti ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ sausage ni turkey sausage. bí bàbá mi Yínká Ògúndáre wọ́n ní Kóìkì bá ń ka ilé síta this is the right time to pull out right time yẹn ti wá dé ẹ tún wá fẹ́ slow wá padà regional kinní kan why are we like that 50 naira rèé kò ra nǹkan kan 1000 epo kò rà èlò ni bread so arákùnrin wa ń sọ fún wa nísìnyí pé apart from time apart from time who are we ta ni wá are we Nigerians tá a bá tẹ ẹ̀mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ pé ó dá look my birth certificate said I'm Nigeria it's because that is what the British created. All that now can be reversed. In tó bá mú Britain tó kúrò lára EU tí passport tó ń lò tẹ́lẹ̀ wọ́n lè do another passport. Wọ́n lè how many of you have your new passport? Ẹ̀yin ní British passport. Have you got your new passport? Àbí old one lẹ́sìn ń lò? Ṣé old one yẹn gbé yín lọ sí European country after the exit of the EU or Brits exit ní 2016? Tó bá dé airport pẹ̀lú old passport you got it on àrùn olè má yọ mí lẹ́nu láàárọ̀ yìí ẹ̀gbọ́n mi dáadáa tó bá gbé the old passport tí wọ́n ń lò prior before the Brits exit tó bá dé airport tó ń lọ sí Spain láàárọ̀ yìí wọ́n ní gbé ẹ ẹ̀gbọ́n mi triple direct kí lẹ sọ this is the right time for us to pull out because the shout we may not have it anymore. A sì ní strength gbogbo wa yìí a sì ní body a sì ní style má jẹ́ kíkiri ẹ̀ dànù kò mọ̀ mọ́ tó ń gbé sókè fún nígbà tó gbé apple juice tó tún wò lókè. Mo ní táìmù Ife àyè òbá òun ló débá ní London kò ń ṣe pé London yìí ó ti wá London ó ti ń jáde ó ń wọ London ó ń jáde ó ń wọlé ó ń jáde ó wá wọlé kan kò lè jáde mọ́ bọ́ọ̀dì ẹ̀ lọ́ máa gbé padà because èmi mọ̀ pé wọ́n ní sísì ìlú yìí owó ń bẹ wọ́n máa lọ sísì ìlú ẹ̀ ní àwọn ọmọ Ìgbò wọ́n máa gbé padà lọ sí ìlú ẹ̀ àwọn kan tẹ̀ tí wọ́n ń jubilate ibẹ̀ kọ́ là ń lọ láàárọ̀ ẹ̀ ìmú wọn bi wá pé ọmọ Yorùbá ta ni wá ntí arákùnrin yìí béèrè ni ẹ pé who are you ìjọ ọmọ ẹni tó jẹ́ èmi mọ ọmọ ẹni tí mi jẹ́ mo mọ ilé tí mo ti jáde àmọ́ mo wá mọ̀ pé mo ò kí ń ṣọmọ Nàìjíríà my birth certificate sọ ọdún pé Nàìjíríà lọ bí mi sí lóòótọ́ but ilẹ̀ Yorùbá níbẹ̀ ẹ gbọ́ mi yé my birth certificate ó sọ pé you were born in Nigeria wọ́n tẹ̀ mú ọmọ bí wọ́n fi táìmù sí bí wọ́n fi déètì sí bọ̀ yẹn kọ́ ló má tà àmọ́ déètì àmọ́ orí ilẹ̀ yẹn ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ni because ilẹ̀ yẹn ti exist before Nigeria but orúkọ tó pé yẹn nísìn là ní ká withdraw from just like the British withdrew all the passport ọlọ́run ló mọ iye passport ṣe mọ̀ pé yẹn tún create iṣẹ́ fún àwọn kan because they have to withdraw all the passport tí wọ́n àwọn èèyàn ń lò prior before the Brits exit because ó ní logo European lórí ẹ̀ àwọn ọ̀dẹ̀ ń ṣẹgbẹ́ yẹn mọ́ so àwa náà ní àfẹ́ ṣẹgbẹ́ Nàìjíríà mọ́ gbogbo àwọn tó wá jẹ́ iléeṣẹ́ gbogbo àwọn kan tí ó jẹ́ yunifásitì gbogbo tó bá ti kọ Nàìjíríà sí building yẹn sì máa wà Ọbáfẹ́mi Awólọ́wọ̀ yunifásitì sì máa wà UCH sì máa wà bó wọn ní máa lo Nàìjíríà pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ ó dà ń pa àwọn èèyàn gbọ́n tí mò ń sọ àrólé náà ṣe gba passport tòun just few weeks ago. That means pé àwọn ò tètè apply for new one or kó jẹ́ pé updated one ló ń gbà in terms of pé wọ́n renew ẹ̀. So why are you now thinking that a gbọ́dọ̀ keep Nàìjíríà lórí ilẹ̀ wa tí kò ṣàǹfààní fún wa? Ilẹ̀ wa ń ṣàǹfààní fún wa o, ẹ gbọ́ mi dáadáa. The name coin yẹn NIGRIA tó ń pè ní Nàìjíríà yẹn òun gangan ló ń ṣe àkóbá fún gbogbo wa. Ta ni wa? Who are we? Ẹ jẹ́ ká padà máa gbọ́ kí kémi náà sáré ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. Ó yá gbóhùn sókè.
It would make a difference, and it did. That's what I thought. Oh, I said there's something else there. Us being willing to own our voices, being willing to understand that we have the ability to own our own voice. That's really what it is. And that's so funny. I just thought of this. There was a video that I did. I never understood this. It was many, many years ago. And it was called How to Own Your Own Voice. It was about vocal, it was about singing and all of that. And then another one, how to sing with your own voice. And it just took off. That video had like over 1 million views on it. And I thought, how did that happen? And which told me that, again, that's the thing that most people are attempting to do, is to own their voice.
You are so spot on, because I feel that's what's the message for me. I was not owning my own voice, and today I have a deeper voice, like a message to share, and I'm doing this, and I think I'm sort of made to do that. So I know that 2012 was significant for you and so many others. Like, I started my show in 2012. What happened from your perspective in 2012 and actually in your life?
I didn't know. This is the thing that I'm going to tell you. Yes, 2012 that I came to understand later was a really pivotal time in the evolution of our world. We were moving, which we all moved through this evolution, but I didn't know anything about that until later when I started understanding that I had this information. I knew the world was changing. I knew that I was receiving different information. In 2020, let me go back a little bit. In 2020, my messages that I would receive, because I write them every morning, I would channel, do automatic.
Nisuru, the world is moving. Kilo move in the world. Within the last 25 years, democracy, how has that affected you to be a better person? We return back to democracy in 1999. How has that affected you? For you, Ọmọ Yoruba, nílẹ̀ Yoruba in Nigeria, báwo ló ṣe ràn ẹ́ lọ́wọ́? Ọ̀nà wo ni ó gbà ràn ẹ́ lọ́wọ́? Because the world is moving forward. The world is moving forward while we are still stagnant. Bí àṣà bàbá Èkìtì, a ní omi tó dúró sójú kan tó move. Àkékè lè wà nínú ẹ̀, ìjàpá lè wà nínú ẹ̀, kódà mo rí ìjàpá kan tó send sínú inú media team mi lánàá. How many of you have seen it? Mo post ẹ̀ lánàá. 400 years. So ìjàpá yẹn ju Nàìjíríà lọ. Wọ́n wá ń bi wọ́n pé báwo ló ṣe mọ̀ pé 400 years ni. Wọ́n ní tó bá gbé microscope sórí ẹ̀, ó ní àwọn lines kan tó máa indicate every details of ìjàpá yẹn. But òyìnbó ò ní fẹ́ accept pé ìjàpá yẹn ju 400 years lọ. But wọ́n fẹ́ kémi believe tó wà nínú zoo tiwọn. But àwa ọmọ Yorùbá la máa wá defend gbogbo nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Not in Nigeria, because Britain ò fẹ́ jẹ́ ká defend irú kan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, kò fẹ́ jẹ́ kí a rí àṣeyọrí ṣe àsọmọ Yorùbá. Nígbà táwa sì ń sọ̀rọ̀ ebi ń pa wá, kò jẹ́ ká máa sọ̀rọ̀ ebi ń pa wá, ó jẹ́ ká máa jọ compete pẹ̀lú wọn in every ramification of anything tó bá ń ṣe. Wọ́n lọ sí space ni, wọ́n ń ṣe nǹkan kan ni, kájọ máa fara gbá. Báwo ni Elon Musk ṣe lè máa ju ti space lọ sókè kí àwa lè ṣe the same thing when we can do it? But it's because we are in a wrong time in Nigeria. The day Tabati pull out of Nigeria, we will be in a different time zone. We will be in a different world entirely. Pastor Momoki. But yet, we don't want to pull out of Nigeria because any attachment pẹ̀lú nǹkan tí kò ń ṣe tiwa kò ń ṣe lẹ́yìn là ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ àwa la nílẹ̀ but à ní emotional attachment pẹ̀lú orúkọ tó yẹ pé mo ní Nigerian passport níwọ̀nba díẹ̀ tèmi náà ti rìn from point A to B even before Yoruba nation movement tó bá ti na passport yẹn sí wọn tí kò rí British lórí ẹ̀ tí kò rí America lórí ẹ̀ tó dámọ̀ àkọ́kọ́ máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ pé what country is this because wọ́n mọ̀ pé àwa gangan ní ìran ọmọ aládé. Mo kí Sister Ellen àwọn lọ ṣe ìwé fún sister wa tó pa ní Nàìjíríà Tolúlọpọ̀ Arótilé bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń wò yẹn ẹ jẹ́ kí n kántẹ̀mì yẹn àìtí parí ètò iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wa iṣẹ́ wo là ń sọ fún gbogbo wa àtẹni tó gbàgbọ́ pé Yorùbá gbọ́dọ̀ dúró àtẹni tó gbàgbọ́ àmọ́ iṣẹ́ yẹn ò lè ṣeé ṣe nínú Nàìjíríà torí pé jìbìtì ní Nàìjíríà jìbìtì wàyó òun ní Nàìjíríà jìbìtì 419 òun ní Nàìjíríà gbogbo tó attach mọ́ orúkọ yẹn kò ń ṣe ilẹ̀ là ń sọ because ilẹ̀ wa dúró dáadáa tọ́lọ́run fún wa ní gbogbo nǹkan lè lò láti fi ṣayé títí tí ẹ̀mí máa fi bọ́ lára wa kọ́nà fún gbogbo alẹ́ mi gúngùn torí ẹ̀mí yẹn máa já bọ́ ní stage kan Ifeanyi Oba died in London hotel tẹ́ bá mọ orúkọ hotel yẹn I need the name of that hotel anybody that has the details of hotel tó kú sí ní London please share with me if you have my details mo fẹ́ mọ hotel yẹn. Iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wa fúnlẹ̀ wa iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wa fún orílẹ̀ ibi wa ká gbéga. No, kí lẹ fẹ́ gbéga nínú Nàìjíríà? Yà lè rí nǹkan kan gbéga. Ìgbéga ìyẹn máa ní kò ń ṣe èpè. Look, àwọn àdúrà kankan máa gbà lórí yín lóòótọ́ bóyá o gbàdúrà màá kàn send owó sí ẹ̀wà náà àdúrà ẹ̀ ti gbà kò jẹ́ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Ó yẹ kí wọn náà lè máa ṣiṣẹ́ láti rí owó ni. Èmi gan lẹ́ẹ̀ka àwa gan lẹ́ẹ̀ka máa tọrọ owó lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà nílé torí pé ilẹ̀ yẹn ní gbogbo tó yẹ kó fi fún yín ní owó kẹwàá máa fún wa ní pounds kí mo sọ pé mo need 10,000 pounds kò sáré yá mi kódà ilẹ̀ wa àwọn tá a bá jẹ́ diaspora tá a tẹ̀tú wálé gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì wa gbọ́dọ̀ máa fund wa níta just like báwọn ṣe fund àwọn tìjọ sí lórí scholarship so èyí tó wá ń struggle tó bá wọ UK tó ń wá 3,000 pounds 5,000 pounds tó fẹ́ fi complete business center tí UK set up tó ní ká ló máa gba student visa torí business center ní university wọn nílùú yìí is a business center but mo mọ̀ pé wọ́n kàn ń lò láti fi jápa wọ́n wá ní àní di family ẹ̀ ṣèbí ìwọ nìkan ló fẹ́ wá kàwé má tún máa kó family máa bọ̀ ìwọ nìkan ni kó máa bọ̀ sórí pọ́ ti gbọ́n because wọ́n mọ̀ pé tó bá dé àwọn ọmọ ò ní gba child benefit báwọn ọmọ tèmi o gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá dé gbogbo child benefit tí mò ń sọ yẹn it is only for those of us that have residency tá a bá ti ní Yorùbá government ọmọ Yíbò ò ní lè gba benefit nílẹ̀ wa torí pé àfi tó bá ti wà through immigration through pé marry kan náà àwọn ọmọ wa àbí through pé ó apply tó sue allegiance la máa fún ní child benefit o ní fún any garden person tó jẹ́ ọmọ Yíbò ọmọ Haúsá ọmọ ẹ̀yà míì ní child benefit gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń wọlé ẹ̀ lè gba child benefit ẹ máa ṣiṣẹ́ bíi kúùrú ni wàá máa faṣẹ́ gbòlà kò ní lè ka kò ká àwa gan tá à ń ṣe 40-80 hours kò ká so how 16 hours if a fund the university ẹ máa bọ̀ ní London kájọ máa gbé níbí máa bọ̀ ní England máa bọ̀ ní Scotland ní Wales because ìwọ ò nírú owó tó máa fi sanwó yẹn up front lọ́ṣẹ̀ ní kẹsàn 60% àwọn náà mọ tó ń ṣe tó bá ti san 60% wọ́n ti lock yín in wọ́n wá issue visa fún ẹ wàá wá dé wàá máa wálé wàá sanwó náà wàá sanwó omi ẹkùn àwa máa gbóná wàá máa wẹ̀tẹ̀ láràárọ̀ kó tó jáde tó bá dalẹ̀ wàá ra relax ẹ̀ obìnrin ní àdé kódà tọkọ ẹ bá fọwọ́ pọ̀n tó ẹ máa kanra mọ́ra yín burúkú torí ó ti ṣe 12 hours ara yẹn gan jọ̀lọ̀ mọ́ lórí bẹ́ẹ̀dì ìwòkó tá a fi sí nìyẹn bìtìkó tí wàá gbọ́n ẹ má ká àwọn ọmọ yín wá mọ́ tó tẹ bá kọ́ ọmọ wá ilé ọ̀fẹ́ láwọn yẹn máa lọ ẹ ká àwọn ọmọ yín sí Nàìjíríà kẹtù máa wá send owó oríṣiríṣi app wá wà send money to Nigeria rate yẹn lé ní ṣé irú yẹn la fẹ́ máa ṣe. bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo sọ àìmọye àwọn obìnrin tó yẹ pé ẹlòmíì ọdún mẹ́ta kò tí ì rẹni kọlù gbogbo ẹgbẹ́ sísàlẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni níbo ló ti fẹ́ ráyè fàṣẹ lọ fàṣẹ bọ̀ 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 ẹlòmíì akọ drop dead gbága kí ló pa ó máa ti kú náà nìyẹn ó dà pé tẹ ẹ pé pé ó dà pé lọ Nàìjíríà kan tó dé ó lè jẹ stress depression ẹ jẹ́ máa lọ check blood pressure yẹn tẹ́ wà London àbí ní UK torí pressure tó ń bẹ nílùú ẹ̀ ó ju ti Nàìjíríà lọ a kàn manage ni ẹlòmíì oògùn ló fi rọra suppress ẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tó bá ti lògùn yẹn á gbé dúró díẹ̀ títí dijọ́ kejì. ìyẹn ló wá fẹ́ káwa wà ní bíbá ká máa fọ́ǹdì yín nílé torí pé réètì yẹn ti lọ sí 2,600 naira to a pound. ẹgbọ́n sókè 5 hours la máa fi ṣe programming so I just have 20 minutes more.
The messages every single morning, but in 2020, I started receiving different information. It had said we were moving through a restructuring in our world, and that was just didn't make any sense to me. I really didn't understand it. And then, but I knew I needed to change. So I started talking about things in a different way. I started saying, oh, we need to pull together groups. We need to come together and all of that. Many people thought I was talking about just the pandemic or something because we were moving through that. But I knew it was more than that, but it was challenging to really explain that. And so then in 2021, this is the craziest thing ever. I'm walking, I go out for a walk, and I hear my guidance very clearly saying, we gave you everything you needed to know in 2012. I go, what? I don't understand that. I had heard other people mention 2012. I heard another channel, I think.
I had my guardian telling me something. Guardian tí ni Baba Adébóyè. Ìyẹn dẹ̀ ṣe support Yoruba Nation. Because òun ni guardian yìí. So Baba Akíntóyè ò ṣe guardian yìí. Báwo lẹ ṣe máa believe Baba Akíntóyè? Who is he? Ṣé ó ní ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì ńlá tó tóbi ni? Ṣé ó wà connected pẹ̀lú church oríṣiríṣi? Ẹ̀gbọ́n kan tó sọ. Only my guardian told the gbogbo tó fẹ́ ṣe tó fẹ́ mọ̀. Remember, I carry money in my idea.
2021, this is the craziest thing ever. I'm walking, I go out for a walk.
Òun rìn lọ. Whether nínú atẹ́gùn ló rìn sí ni, bí a nínú ẹ̀gbẹ́ títì ni, kí ló wá ṣẹlẹ̀?
I hear my guidance.
Ó náà ń gbọ́ ohùn. Ohùn yẹn làwọn náà ń gbé jáde ní síta ní Koiki ó lè lọ ṣiṣẹ́. Yóò kémi lọ ṣiṣẹ́ iṣẹ́ tí mo ṣe fún UK wọ́n ti sàn dájẹ́ padà fún mi. ṣé lè yọ níṣẹ́ ni kò níṣẹ́ ní London ni ẹ mọ̀ níṣẹ́ èyí tí mo ti fà níṣẹ́ méjì tí mò ń fà lọ fà bọ̀ tó yẹ pé ìdajì owó yẹn Nàìjíríà mo sẹ́ndẹ̀ sí pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ náà gbogbo àwọn ta sẹ́ndẹ̀ sí ẹ má kì í ṣe pé bọ̀ kò ń ṣe kó o padà sóríire pè náà ni kò ń ṣe fọ́ọ̀tì wọn. Kò ń ṣe pé fọ́ọ̀tì yín à ń support yín fún business àti establish yín kí lẹ padà fi san wá kò ń ṣẹjọ́ yín Nàìjíríà ní. The diaspora have tried and we are still trying. Àti establish many of you but country ò jẹ́ kẹ́ gbéra. Àwa ní ká pull out nínú country yẹn the same Yorùbá tẹ́lómi send owó sí diaspora tẹ́ bá ń send owó sẹ́nu anybody. Tó bá ní òun ṣe Yorùbá Nation they are born bastard kẹ́ stop láti máa send owó sí mọ́ àwọn tẹ́lẹ̀ send owó sí wà tí ó support Yorùbá Nation ẹ pè mí máa fún yín ní nọ́mbà wọn ẹ máa bá ń fún wọn ní 1,000 2,000 wàá máa anybody tí diaspora bá ṣe send owó sí tó ń ṣe Yorùbá Nation tí ẹni tẹ̀lé ń send owó sí kò accept Yorùbá Nation wo ẹ ti sanwó ọmọgọ̀ that must stop family yín ni mọ̀lẹ́bí yín ni ìyàwó yín nílé ni ọmọ yín nílé ni ẹ abandon wọn for now tábà délẹ̀ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá government á máa lọ support wọn. Ìgbòho wá gbé ohùn síta pé òun náà gbọ́ nǹkankan kí ló gbọ́ ó gbọ́ tí Koiki ń ta pápápápápá nígbà tó pa Tolúlọpẹ́ Arótilé Ìgbòho wá níta tún lè léèkẹ́ eléyìí ò lóògùn bọ̀ tòun tóun rí lára bọ̀bọ́ yìí òun lè tẹ̀lé ohun ní Ìgbòho gbọ́ ohun mi ní Ìgbòho gbọ́ kò ń ṣe pé kò tí gbọ́ Yorùbá country tó ń lọ tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ bọ̀ ohun tèmi gangan ló padà gbọ́jù pé ẹni tó pa níjọ́ náà lọ́ọ̀nì tí mo lọ ń gbóhùn síta níwájú ẹ́mbáṣì arákùnrin wa ní òun gbọ́ ohun kí ló ń gbọ́ ó ní my guidance gbogbo wa la ní lọ́ra Elédùmarè ń sọ̀rọ̀ fún wa Jésù ń sọ̀rọ̀ fún wa ànábì ń sọ̀rọ̀ fún wa bọ̀ nígbàgbọ́ torí pé bàbá Adébóyè ò tí jáde láti wá sọ fún wa pé Yorùbá nation lọ́nà àbáyọ mo mọ̀ kí bàbá Adébóyè bá jáde lórí puppet lẹ́ni pé Yorùbá nation lọ́nà àbáyọ Ọlọ́run ti sọ pé Nàìjíríà máa pín that means a different kind of energy bàbá yẹn wá ń gbé ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn mọ́nú kùn ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn dẹ̀ ó ti fi máa jẹrà mọ́ wọn nínú kùn báyìí pé bàbá tó o bá sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn jáde á dì pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀mi ṣe rí nìyẹn o Ọlọ́run rẹ́ mi iṣẹ́ o èmi ò ń ṣe wòlíì o Ọlọ́run ní tó o bá sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn bàbá Adébóyè òun á máa dì pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ nínú ilé òun á máa ṣàpọ́nlé ẹ̀ níta bọ̀ nínú ilé òun á dì pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ òun á dì pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ nítorí pé òun fún ẹ ní ohùn pé kó sọ fáwọn ọmọ Yorùbá pé àsìkò tó o wá ń gbé ohùn yẹn òun gbé sá torí pé o ò fẹ́ sọ síta who are you worshiping gangan bàbá talent and worship àwa tá a tẹ̀ gbọ́n ohùn a kò gbọ́ àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ a dẹ̀ rí gbogbo ẹ̀ tó ṣe ń lọ ní àárọ̀ yìí ọmọ Yorùbá lẹni tó kidnap bàbá Adébóyè ọmọ Yorùbá lẹni tó kidnap but you refused to wake up you kept mute ẹni tó jí gbé nísìn winners ló ń lọ ní sẹ̀lẹ̀ ní kérúbù ní mùsùlùmí ní ta ló máa lọ gbálẹ̀ ẹ bá wa fi Jésù gbálẹ̀ ẹ má yà pé Ìgbòho bí a lè bá wa wọnú igbó lọ ṣé Ìgbòho á tún kúrò lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àbẹ̀ Ìgbòho pé ọ̀nà Àbújá ló ti kidnap àwọn èèyàn Ìgbòho máa lọ Àbújá why are we like this kí ló dé tẹ́ ẹ fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ sókè bàbá yìí kí lẹ̀ ń bẹ̀rù ikú àwa gan bẹ̀rù kú ta ló ní kú ikú máa káyàn mọ́lẹ̀ ètò bá ṣe làwọn èèyàn máa fi rántí ẹ̀ gbogbo tí Fáyàn bá ṣe pátá ó ṣe rere fáwọn kan ni ó ṣe burúkú fáwọn ìran ẹ̀ ó ṣe rere fáwọn kan bọ̀ ó ń ṣe burúkú fáwọn ìran ẹ̀ àwọn kan lè ní fóun lówó àwọn kan ló tọ́jú àwọn àmọ́ àwọn ọmọ Biafra ní ó ṣe burúkú pẹ̀lú àwọn wọn ló ṣe burúkú pẹ̀lú àwọn èmi nìyẹn ó ló ṣe burúkú pẹ̀lú àwọn ìyẹ́ bí àwọn ló jẹ ọlọ́jọ́ dé ni èmi mọ̀ ní ẹ̀ lọ. Why are we like that? So you are waiting for Baba Adébóyè and the rest of them to speak out that ìran Yorùbá tó bẹ́ẹ̀ ó jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ láti dá dúró gẹ́gẹ́ bí orílẹ̀-èdè. They are not going to tell you. But in tó ń dì pẹ̀lú wọn lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ òun ló lọ lọ́nkàn yẹn.
Saying we gave you everything you needed to know in 2012. I go, what? I don't understand that. I had heard other people mention 2012. I heard another channel. I think Lee Carroll was probably the one that.
Ó ní wọ́n sọ fún òun pé Guardian òun sọ pé a ti sọ fún ẹ láti 2012 now. Just like bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ṣe ń gbọ́ gbogbo wa ẹlòmíì ṣe ń doubt ó lè possible ṣá. The world is not going to end. Èèyàn nú ẹ̀ ló máa lọ. The world has not ended after the death of Ifeanyi Uba lánàá. Torí pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ èèyàn ti kú before Ifeanyi Uba.
Well, that I heard speak about 2012, I had no clue as to what that was about. And then when I was on this walk, and we gave you everything you needed to know in 2012.
We have given us everything that can make us to prosper. our identity can make us to become a prosperous people. Kí ni bàbá kọ sí níbà? Part 2, good news, the good news, path to prosperity in our orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá. So ìwọ wá ń sọ pé path to prosperity in Nigeria. Where is the prosperity? So to you think that the path to prosperity is still in Nigeria because Baba Adeboye ṣe fún Nigeria. Àdúrà fowó ló ń ṣe fún Nigeria. We are not disrespecting Baba. A kàn ń bi Baba ní question ni. Bóun ìyá àdúrà bí ṣe nífẹ̀ẹ́ wọn tó wọ́n máa ṣe comforter l'Abuja ní whenever. Bóun wọn kọ́ máa ṣe àwọn tẹ̀ surprise me because white garment church gbọ́dọ̀ tètè ríran ju àwọn tó kù lọ. Torí Ọlọ́run fi ràn wọ́n. So bóyá Ọlọ́run tí fi ràn wọn ìyá àdúrà láti fi mọ̀ pé ọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà ó ti kọjá anywhere. She doesn't have anything to do with the government. She doesn't have anything to do with the government. So why is she not speaking out? Abi, there is something that we don't know. Baba Adeboye, àbí nǹkan kan wà tá a mọ̀ ni tẹ́ fẹ́ ṣàlàyé fún wa. A dẹ̀ fẹ́ kẹ́ fi ẹ̀nà bá wa sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹ má fi òwe bá wa sọ̀rọ̀. We need the clearance and we need it very fast. Ẹ má fi ẹ̀nà bá wa sọ̀rọ̀. Ìtọ́nà bá sọ fún yín ní sáà yìí, ní generation yìí, òun ni kẹ́ sọ fún wa.
This restructuring to help people move through this restructuring. That didn't make sense. I come back into my home, I go to my computer, I look at, and I just arbitrarily looked at a folder that was there that said Wilhelm, which I had not paid attention to, and I opened it and the messages there were from 2012. I go, that just was crazy to me. And then I started looking, and then I said, this doesn't make sense. I kept going through this doubt. Then one morning,
doubt. Many people are very, very doubtful that Yoruba. Everyone only link there. Mako article mi títí, màá lọ comment àwọn Yorùbá. Àwọn kan náà fi ṣe kíní kan 500 billion diaspora investment. Diaspora, ẹ má sanwó anywhere kan pọn pé diaspora investment o. Wo wá fowó yín jẹ gẹ̀lẹ̀dẹ̀. Any diaspora investment now must be for the future of the Yoruba country. Mo wá lọ ń ka comment. I saw it on LinkedIn. I post there all the time. I'm shocked wá ti mọ̀ pé ní orí platform yẹn pé eléyìí. And I was reading comments, Yoruba people, Igbo, they're writing, yes, this is a great idea. We need investment in. Àwọn wèrè, àwọn ọ̀sìnwín people. You need investment in a country that is scarce. Go and put your money there. Ìwọ tó ń wò mí. Ṣé kúkú mọ̀ pé ibi tẹ́ máa fi dáwó sí náà nìyẹn. Ibi tẹ́ máa fi dáwó sí nìyẹn kẹ́ má parọ́ fún wọn. You love to invest in those kind of things. Kọ́ba sọ pé iná wà ń bẹ̀.
You bought a car between 2014.
Ẹ̀yin náà máa ń fi dáwó síbẹ̀. Ẹ máa ń fi dáwó síbẹ̀, ẹ má parọ́ fún wọn. But the end of Nigeria is just around the corner. And nobody can stop it. They can try to slow it down. What they cannot do is to stop the mission and the vision of this country that we are fighting for. Ellie, slow it down. Ellie, she so many things. You have money. Tawoni. But the numbers more. Because the numbers is now being taken away from you on a daily basis. Yes, actually now numbers can come. Not because one Jelara, because those of you defending Lagos State, Tabani kef ṣe live video àdúgbò yín, kò ṣe nu ilé o, má show nu ilé o, kò tán live video kò show àdúgbò ẹ fún mi. Ìwọ tó ń defend the Lagos State. after 25 years. Owó tẹ́ kọ́ máa fi tọ́jú gbogbo wa, tó fi ṣe títì, tó fi ṣe omi, wọ́n kó lọ Àbújá, wọ́n wá ń fún peanut fún Àbújá, ṣe rí pórí gbogbo wọn pé. So wọ́n tó ń defend Lagos, má ṣònú ilé ẹ̀ mọ̀ ní láti rí inú ilé ẹ̀, torí èmi náà ní ṣònú ilé tèmi, bó tó bá ti dé ta, bébí náà bá wà ń ta ní sí mo lè ṣe òtèmi. Kò tán kámẹ́rà kó ṣe live video pé Koiki gbẹ́nu sàn, Lagos ya lélẹ̀, àwa Lagos náà lè. Má lọ àdúgbò tí ẹni kò ṣó fún mi o, má lọ àdúgbò àwọn olówó, kò ṣe ládùúgbò tiẹ̀, kátẹ̀ wo bá àdúgbò ẹ̀ ṣe rí láàárọ̀ ẹ̀ níjọ́ Sunday. Nigeria now needs the courage to dissolve peacefully. Dizzy Man 123 by Professor Adebanji Akintoye. We are not fighting Tinubu. Kódà, we love Tinubu. Àwọn Igbo lè hate it. We love him. I might not agree with him. We love him. But he does not love himself. So whatever wants to happen to Tinubu next week with the government, so be it by the grace of Almighty God of Yoruba land. Ẹ má gbé orò jáde lọ́sàn-án, wàá mess up orò. In town tó ń sọ ni pé àtòrò àti kòórò àtégúngó àtẹ̀yọ ẹ bá gbé jáde ní next week wàá disrespect ẹ̀. Àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ló ń sọ eléyìí, kò sí àwọn ọmọ Ìgbò. Ara ń kan Gaza. I'm not coming for your protest, so don't expect me to come for your protest. Because àwọn yín ní protest, ẹ̀yin lè sọ pé ẹ fẹ́ protest, but my job is to help you to make it out. So ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa, let us not be fearful. Let us not be scared. What we want is Yoruba nation. Then Yami Pastor Mo, such oro is not genuine. Ẹ fẹ́ bà ìṣẹ̀ṣe wa lọ́wọ́. Wọ́n ní Adeleke ta omi Ọ̀ṣun, gbé oro kẹ́ gbé lọ́ba lọ́fíìsì kó máa dancing lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. So I want to finish that part, even if it's going to take me away from the 5 hours. Torí pé it was meant to be part of the program, and we've done 5 hours. Kò ń ṣe dandan ni kí ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ máa fi tún bẹ́ẹ̀ bá lè wò tán ẹ máa wọ̀rí. Lọ́jọ́ iwájú tá bá lè ní owó ta ní, a slice videos ẹ̀ ní kékèké. Mo á dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ brother mi kan, Ọkọ̀yà Fọláyan, àti group ẹ̀ Yorùbá ni mí. Gbogbo àwọn short video tẹ́ ẹ rí tá à ń jù síta yẹn, òun ló ń bá mi bóyá screen record mo mọ bó ṣe ń ṣe. A kò ṣe bí 4-5 á send ẹ̀ sí mi, màá dẹ̀ send ẹ̀ síta. So à ń ka nǹkan lọ pé the way forward, Yoruba independent path forward. Ẹ̀rọ tí pé à ń kà kó to debate there. These are the vitals. Erika took out because we lost plot on it. The cry for Yoruba, and I will not interrupt, I'll just read it through. The cry for Yoruba independence is not new. However, what is new is the approach adopted by the current proponent of the self-determination struggle. Full stop. Our approach goes far beyond merely crying for independence, but actively, persistently taking action to fulfill those cries. Our doggedness provokes fear in the political cycles, as they know that we will not give up or accept compromise this time. These are the vital ingredients for success. So I highly appreciate the many who have stayed steadfast in this cause. We have previously faced the challenge of being indiscriminately trusting of everyone who purported to fight for our goal of independence. However, when there were no funds to be shared, people's true colors and motivation for coming on board were revealed for all of us to see. It has become clear who among us are true crusaders and who are filter communists, standing for nothing other than their own personal gain. Therefore, the time has come for us to rid ourselves of the shackles of those who have betrayed the struggle and spur forward. There is a lot of ground to cover and much more work to be done. So So the earlier we get to work, the better it will be for all of us. Some people believe that Nigeria will one day collapse. If only we wait until then, we can take our Yoruba nation without resistance. Whilst I pray and hope that the day will come soon and the path will be visible, I know that we must also be realistic. We are truly honest with ourselves. That our only recourse is to hasten that day by our own deliberate activities. With all the corruption in Nigeria today, those who benefit from this rot will always strive to find a way to perpetuate it, so long as we allow them. Consider the housing tax recently introduced by Lagos State government. We have yet to see any evidence that this is anything more than a tenement rate by a different name. This is just one example of the stealth tax designed to steal from innocent people to enrich the political class, and before you know it, there will be severely more. We have now reached our tipping point where either we move forward or we perish completely. If we desire to move forward to avoid perishing, we must be proactive and deliberately in our work towards self-determination. The most effective strategy you can implement is the mass mobilization of our people. And there are many tools available to us to achieve these, including mass communication and call to action. This requires a two-pronged approach. We need to educate our people to the reality that an independent Yoruba nation is the only solution to our current predicament in Nigeria. Any other alternative is just like putting a sticking plaster on a gunshot wound. What we also need to communicate the benefit that an independent Yoruba nation offers to our people, both at home and in the diaspora. It is therefore imperative that we all come together, united with one voice and one mission, to achieve Yoruba independence by striving together. We know that our victory will come sooner than we can even hope for. We have been on this journey for the past 6 years already. So we must not waste any more time. We must not waste any more time. That we can ever hope to cross. No, I missed the slide. We have been on this journey for already 6 years, so we must not waste any more time ruminating on the past failures. We must focus on our mission and work towards it. It is only by keeping our eyes ojukororo on the finish line at all times that we can ever hope to cross it. And by God's grace, we will achieve our desired goal, so as long as we faint not. The next one is, again by Kayode Emola. If you are in Europe and you would like to become part and parcel of this Yoruba nation struggle, especially if you are already in a kind of a Yoruba culture or group, but not the politicians of APC in Europe, not the politicians of PDP in Europe. We are not interested in your politics. But if you're a genuine Yoruba in Europe and you want to be involved, reach out to me. I'll connect you with the DOT, with self-determination under YSDM and Kayode Emola. Don't come on the disguise of politics and you put that inside your wardrobe. Then you will wear Yoruba Nation outfit. Then when you have joined us and you are asking questions, ṣé Koiki ti fẹ́ declare, ṣé Baba Akintoye máa kó bọn síta, and all the things that we never said or we are not going to do at the appropriate time when we are not ready. You will then take that to Tinubu because you think Tinubu will give you money to pay your mortgage. Tinubu, the bomb bastard, will not give you any money. He will take that information and run with it, and you will be in mess. We don't want any disguised person. You can wait until Yoruba nation becomes a full country and come back into that country, because we cannot tell you not to come. But Tobawa in a disguise, àwọn alálẹ̀ gbogbo tí ojú ọ̀dàlẹ̀ bá ń rí pẹ̀lú àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ lẹ̀ máa rí. We don't need any disguised politicians that will go and wear Yoruba. Kódà ẹ̀yin lẹ máa náwó, ẹ̀yin lẹ, but all you are doing is sniffer dogs. Bẹ́ẹ̀ tó fa cocaine. Because you think that you can take that to any of your corrupt politician, because ẹ ti ń struggle láti san mortgage yín, àgbà tí ń dé, wọ́n ti fi gbalé mọ́ yín lórí, and all the things bí ọ̀fẹ́ ra Mercedes Benz, ó wá rò pọ̀ máa kówó fún ẹ. Trust the politician at your own peril. Gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n ń jẹ lábẹ́ fáyìn ìgbà nísìn, the end has happened. Biafrans were celebrating with beer and Okuruko at Isiewu yesterday. The next one, Yoruba heritage is not for sale. We didn't put it on eBay or Amazon to sell. Our artifact, there's one called Oriolokun like this, that the is keeping at the London Metropolitan where we kept it. That was stolen from Nigeria, ended up in Belgium, sold to an art collector for €100, something that have been in existence for years. So we are not selling, okay, as long as we can. Kayode Mola again, this was published yesterday. The one I read earlier was the week before, July 20. It is not enough that Nigeria has taken almost everything from us, the Yoruba, without giving us anything in return. By turning every institution we built during the regional government of Awolowo between 1951 and 1960 into becoming a Nigerian property, it is now very evident that the sons of the destroyers are awake to steal our heritage, culture, and tradition. Let us recall a few of our Yoruba properties and institutions that the Nigerian government has confiscated into becoming Nigeria's property for the sake of conveniences. If I don't even know anyone, the Nigeria High Commission in London was bought with cocoa money for us during the Western region. First of all, before we go on to that, let's say naming Western Nigeria was very convenient for the colonial masters, who had a perfect plan on how to steal our property for themselves in the northern Nigeria. Our fathers were unsuspecting, and they believed that the other nationalities will be honorable with their actions. But time has revealed the truth. That is why our generation must not fall foul of the same mistake made back then. Let us tell many of our folks that that they are Yoruba, and some of them might want to behead you for insisting that they are not Nigerians but Yoruba. Yoruba people back home are much poorer today than 100 years ago. It is because we lost our sense of reasoning, thinking every other nationality in Nigeria has our best interest at heart. The truth is that they don't. And until we get out of Nigeria, we may lose the last thing we hold dear to us, which is our heritage, our culture, and our tradition. In the late 1940s and early 1950s, when the struggle for freedom was rift around the globe after the Second World War, African countries began vigorously to fight for their places in the world. But rather than drop the colonial mentality and embrace who they are truly were, they left things to chance. Those who were fortunate to be at the helms of affairs at the time failed to imbue in their people any sense of identity. Rather, they sought to continue in the legacies of their colonial masters to the detriment of the people. It is no wonder today many African countries still suffer from the European colonial inertia that was inflicted on us for many centuries. In Yoruba, for example, rather than go with the same Yoruba region of Nigeria, for example, we choose to bear the western region of Nigeria, which was the genesis of our problems. Very quickly, we began to name everything we built after western Nigeria, and it was time for the children of destruction to raise their ugly heads. We lost everything in the heartbeat, one by one. What we owned was turned into Nigeria, removing any trace of Western Nigeria in it, effectively turning Yoruba institution into the Nigerian government property. Take, for instance, the NTA that you are watching today, known as the Nigerian Television Authority, belongs to the Yoruba people. You don't know that. Now you know. You are getting angry because of your love for Nigeria. Don't have high blood pressure, okay? Just slow down and listen. Because you might end up to die like Ifan Yoba of heart attack. Just slow down, okay? NTA, yeah, NTA, National Nigerian Television Authority. NTA, listen. Let's take, for instance, the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, belongs to the Yoruba people and will ever be our property. The day that Yoruba Nation declares itself, every NTA inside Yoruba Southwest will go back to the Yoruba name automatically. That's what we are saying. And they will be speaking Yoruba, but there will be other channels that will speak English under NTA. And we can help the people that doesn't understand English to speak their own language, but controlled by the Yoruba government of the day. And you might get a job there because there will not be intimidation. It will be Yoruba job first, not the one you are trying to find now that Igbo people are taking all your jobs, your businesses in one Nigeria, and you want me to fight on that for you. Eh? Sorry. But today, we dare not even mention it is ours. Many of our elderly folks will remember that it was Pa Awolowo who built the first television station in Africa and named it Western Nigerian Television, WNTV, that is now known as NTA. It was one of the first victims of Sons of Destruction, whom we accommodated thinking we were of the same ilk. Again, the Yoruba government brought several properties abroad, where it operates its diplomatic affairs. Simon Ekpa says, and I quote, all those mission houses that they have right now under the Exile will be converted automatically into their embassy as soon as they declare their country, which you should be happy. Let them go. We don't love them. They don't love us. We hate them. They hate us. And let them go, and we can take our own territory and space back. And the ones that want to live with us, we abide by our constitution. But you cannot chase them out of the constitution you are all operating in that fraudulent country you are calling Nigeria. Mukia Tokyo 778. The Yoruba government brought several houses, bought, not brought, bought, ara, cash, owó kòkó, cash, owó tó ń wọlé owó kòkó, kòkó àwọn gan ní sin àríṣe mọ́ Nàìjíríà. Tí bá ti parí mò ń bọ̀ straight lọ́dọ̀ yín, ìyá lálùbáríkà, àná ẹ̀ mọ̀ lè make ẹ̀ mọ̀, àdúrà wa gbà. And we have, oh, kí ti parí, but as soon as tí bá ti kárí ìtàn, I'll be ending this program because 5 hours I've tried already. Tí n bá try, wọ́n náà gbé kámẹ́rà kó tán fóònù ẹ̀ kó máa pariwo Yoruba Nation. Again, the Yoruba government bought several properties abroad where it operated its diplomatic affairs. The majority of them were named Western Nigerian House, WNH, including what today stands as the Nigerian Embassy in London. Your guess is as good as mine. It is no longer Western Nigeria House. It is now proudly called Nigerian House, erasing all the memory of the Western Nigeria that it had ever had. I was watching a movie yesterday with my wife, and they were trying to eradicate the memory from that young girl. I don't know whether you've watched it. That is a dog. That is the technology being used. It is not meant to kill or attack anybody as long as you raise your hands up. I can't remember the name of the movie. Anonymous Wolori Netflix. All you do is when the dog goes after you, is a machine. It's not a real dog. I'm sure you know what I mean. Machine. But the job of the dog is to stop you, and then as long as you raise, if you do not raise your hands up, it will do something to you. But one person raise their hands up, the dog was still given the command to attack. And the sister of the young man that was killed was wondering, but in Towa presented for her, and that just line with the Nigeria. What they are presenting to us in Nigeria is a fraud, but they are telling us it's not a fraud. Tinubu is saying Nigeria is not a fraud, though. It's a good country. Hey, happy Sunday. Nigeria is good. I don't want protest. I don't want destruction. I want everything nice. But behind the scene, it is not a true picture of Nigeria. It is fake. It is called illusion. Mirage. Àwọn tó ti gba desert kọjá ló lè understand mirage. Wàá máa wò pé omi dẹ̀ nìyẹn yẹn ń súnmọ́. Bó ṣe ń súnmọ́ yẹn ló ń lọ fà. Ọlọ́run ayẹ kò gbé sínú desert lọ bèèrè lọ́wọ́ àwọn tó gba ibẹ̀ kọjá. Wọ́n mú tọ̀ kódà tó bá dé stage kan wàá fẹ́ jẹra wọn. And our land was producing enough to buy property in UK around the world. Call it Western Nigerian house. Nígbà táwọn wèrè dé, àwọn mùjẹ̀mùjẹ̀, àwọn illusionist. This battery is telling me 15 seconds, 15% remaining. So those of you here, darapọ̀ mọ́ wa lórí other platform again. Thank you. Kí ló padà ṣe? They took down Western Nigeria. They now add Nigeria alone. So we will do the same thing. We will bring down the name Nigeria. We will then engrave in gold every part of our institution. Engrave pẹ̀lú proper gold. We have the money. Bó ṣe jẹ́ kó rí nìyẹn. Gbogbo any government institution will be lè jí, because lè jí, nílé súnmọ́ pé ó fẹ́ lọ yọ jí, because wàá máa gbádùn, a máa san child benefit fún ẹ, kí ló fẹ́ lọ jí fún ẹni tó bá wá jí o máa need the reform, a máa rán ẹ lọ sí mental home ní Àrò, a máa make sure pé Àrò yẹn a duplicate sí gbogbo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. Wèrè ni gbogbo yín, a máa gbé yín lọ sí Àrò. Gbogbo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá will be engraved in gold. Transportation side wa máa engrave pẹ̀lú gomo kí àwa Bukola Sekinat. Ètò ẹni tí fẹ́ parí àti pẹ́ lórí ẹ̀gàn ti ṣe over 5 hours. Mo máa ka bíbẹ̀ tán in a minute. Kò ń ṣe gold tó ń jí ní Ọ̀ṣun. Kábíyèsí ẹ bá wa wo Ọ̀ṣun state dáadáa, ẹ bá wa gbé binoculars ní jáde, kẹ bá wa fi mú fílẹ̀, wọ́n ní àwọn gold kan kúrò lọ́ṣun state sàn. Èmi ò bá Adeleke sọ̀rọ̀ bí Adeleke ti tà wá dànù. Criminals all over the place. Wọ́n ní olówó lọ́wọ́. Níbo ni èyí tó jẹ́ the first generation wọn bí ló ti rówó? All we just hear is wọ́n lówó lọ́wọ́, billionaire ni, kí ló ń tà, kí ló ń rà? Kí ni bàbá Davido ń tà tó ń rà tó fi dolówó nínú Nàìjíríà? Ẹ lọ dig ẹ rí pé something smells lábẹ́ ìdí wọn. But ẹ fẹ́ rí yàn àbí ẹ dẹ̀ fẹ́ gbọ́ yẹn ọmọ lówó. Kí ni Ọ̀tẹ́dọ́lá ń tà tó ń rà tó fi dolówó? Kí ló ń tà? Táwọn èèyàn tó mọ̀ ní Sùúrùlérè tó mọ̀ dáadáa, briefcase kan lọ́nu máa ń gbé báyìí. Kí ni Alákejá ń tà tó ń rà tó fi dolówó? Ṣé iléeṣẹ́ búrẹ́dì lọ dálẹ̀ ni àbí factory tó padà collapse tó tà? Wọ́n invest síta. Thanks so much, Pella World 1498. Kí ló ń tà, kí ló ń rà? Billionaire. Kí ló ń tà, kí ló ń rà? We're almost finishing. All of the many things that Nigeria took from us, the Yoruba, it is only those that add Odua or Yoruba in his etymology. They couldn't steal. It is the very reason why we must guide against the erasure of our heritage and do everything we can to protect our Yoruba identity. ẹ̀yẹ wá àìpẹ́lẹ̀ ayé máa wo ìbí àwọn èèyàn rin Davido lọ ń gbọ́ wọ́n á ní Davido lówó lọ́wọ́ bọ̀bà tó bá bẹ́ẹ̀ ló fi kọ́kọ́ lówó lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ara ní talent bí Davido ṣe ní talent wọn náà ní talent bọ̀ níbo ni wọ́n ti àwọn ìgbà bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n ti dey play àbí I love Davido bọ̀ mo ń béèrè pé níbo làwọn bàbá ẹ̀ níbo lọ́ ti lówó ṣé ká dig ṣé nǹkan kan lè máa smell ṣé o mọ̀ pé tí bàbá tiẹ̀ náà bá rí irú owó yẹn ìwọ náà tẹ̀lé sí lórí platform yìí ìbò òní Zazo ti ń sọ fún yín nísìnyí pé òun náà ti kárì díẹ̀ kí ló fi máa ṣe protest fún ẹ̀yin imagine that ẹ̀pọ̀ máa lè nìyẹn bá ṣe nífẹ̀ẹ́ tó bá tẹ̀lé sọ̀rọ̀ ìwé àdákẹ́ ẹnu ẹ̀ òun náà ti lọ ṣe é ṣàrí Bob D tó ń ṣe protest Bob D ibi tóun ti máa jẹ ló ń wá so kò lè bá yín ṣe protest anyway. Stupid people. Recently, the Osun governor and his government contracted Osun Osogbo Festival 2024 to an Igbo man, giving a Yoruba festival and heritage to a foreigner. So that speaks something about their delicacies. Osun Osogbo ó gbé fún àwọn foreign because foreigner ní Igbo fún wa because if we were all different countries that we are going to be in the near future tó ní pẹ́ mọ́ they will become a foreigner a kàn máa sọ pé our previous neighbours tájọ wà ní Nàìjíríà but foreigner ló máa jẹ́ ó wá gbé Ọ̀ṣun Òṣogbo heritage site àwọn yẹn wá nígbà tó pọ́nọ́ pé wọ́n àwọn yẹn wá ní kílẹ̀ ń ṣe shut up ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ̀dá kọ́kọ́ mọ̀ you just be sitting there be talking afẹ́ bá yín ṣe Ọ̀ṣun Òṣogbo bí ojúde festival ẹ bọ́ ṣe disgrace wa wọ́n nígbà tó pọ̀ ọmọ Yíbò yẹn ó ní kẹ́ and then afẹ́ bá yín gbé pọ́n ilé bí wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe ojúde ọba mo wá ní ojúde ọba tẹ́ ń ṣe náà ẹ lọ sí Jẹ̀bú-Lé àárọ̀ yìí níjọ́ Sunday what is the economic value after ojúde ọba ojúde ọba ní sáà ti tó how many weeks tẹ́ ti parí ẹ̀ nísìn ẹ bá mi rán èèyàn lọ ẹ̀yin tẹ́ máa ń lọ sójúde ọba ẹni kọ́ bá yín lọ kọ́ lọ béèrè kí ni economic value gbogbo eré àyẹn nísìn ṣé hòtẹ́ẹ̀lì bẹ̀rẹ̀ ṣì wọ́n operate hòtẹ́ẹ̀lì míì báyìí ní sí ó tún ti shut down ó tún di the next year ojúde ọba ẹ wá débẹ̀ wá ní ẹ̀rín ayan irú hòtẹ́ẹ̀lì wọlé ilé ìkẹta gbà yìí ìyá rísíkà ṣe mọ̀ pé mi ti bá ti dé Nàìjíríà mọ̀ like hòtẹ́ẹ̀lì tó sí air condition ẹ̀ máa bára yín jà hòtẹ́ẹ̀lì tó operate for every day tó kó di pé ẹ wá fẹ́ Ọ̀ṣun Òṣogbo àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ omi gbóná ní ṣiṣẹ́ ìjọ ọlọ́ operate bí a yàrá tó jẹ́ 300 níbẹ̀ yàrá 10 péré lọ́mọ máa operate fáwọn ọmọ ní àwọn ọmọ gédìgédì tí àwọn fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ àlùfàǹṣá àwọn ọmọ gédìgédì àwọn yẹn máa fẹ́ lo bẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ tó bá dọwọ́ alálẹ́ tí gbogbo ẹ̀ tójú adé tọ́ọ̀rí títì gbà sí fún yín torí ẹ ti ń gbà sí fúnra yín lójú títì báyìí nísìn ẹ ti ń gbà sí fúnra yín lójú títì èèyàn máa lè gbogbo ilẹ̀ ń ṣe ṣìnà orin wò mí wọn parọ́ ni ẹ bá tẹ̀ máa wá ṣe ṣìnà ó yẹ kẹ́ ẹ máa lówó lọ Ogun State ibẹ̀ ni ritualist state ní gbogbo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ẹni mo parọ́ mọ́ wọn bó ṣe ń gé orí tó bá ṣe jigijigi tán wọ́n á tún gé orí ọmọ yẹn àbí kọ́ lò nǹkan lára ẹ̀ á gbé sójú títì wọ́n á tún máa wọ́ ọmọ míì orí sisi ológe fine girl messed up country ìyẹn lẹ́wọ́ ní káwa jókòó káwa nọ́ọ̀sì Nàìjíríà àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ sọ ẹni orí bá wá yọ Ọ̀ṣun State Governor ta ló ń jẹ́ governor Adeleke the dancing senator pẹ̀lú àwọn ìjọba ẹ̀mẹ́wẹ́ now contracted Ọ̀ṣun tó bá tẹ̀ wá contracted fún àmọ́ amẹ́ni ìkan tá a sì ń jà nísìn pé kọ́ má gbalẹ̀ mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́ ilẹ̀ tó ti gbà for 100 years ẹ̀jẹ̀ àgbà padà àtúwátúwá lọ contract Ọ̀ṣun Òṣogbo fún ọmọ Ìgbò èyí tó contract fún òyìnbó ní amalgamation àìtí ìyanjú ẹ̀ ìyẹn ti wá tètè yá gbọ́n ẹ̀mọ̀ fún àwọn òyìnbó kíní kan àwọn mọ̀ nípa business ó kọ́kọ́ ti trademark ẹ̀ so tí Koiki bá wá fẹ́ lọ Ọ̀ṣun Òṣogbo èmi àwọn reach out ọmọ Ìgbò pé ọ̀dìmá ṣé Ìgbò ni máa fi kọ mẹ́sẹ̀gì sí ní àbí Yorùbá bastard wicked people evil people tó yẹ ká máa fún lépè lójoojúmọ́ tó tẹ̀ kọ́ gbọ́ sétí pé ẹgbẹ́ Ọ̀ṣun Òṣogbo fún àwọn Ìgbò ọmọ Ìgbò tá a ṣe ń bá jà tẹ́ pé wọ́n bú wa bí olùṣàwá náà ń bú wọn tíjà ń lọ lójoojúmọ́ lórí social media. How did we get to all this nonsense? But when we have stupid people. So àwa rí ọmọ Yorùbá tó rí òpè tẹ́lẹ̀ gbé fún pé oríwọ òpè ṣáàgbọ̀ Ọ̀ṣun Òṣogbo ní tó bá wọn ẹni kó lọ fi ṣe amọ̀ pé orí òpè torí ẹ pé ìyẹn wà lábroad àbí tètè bá gbé fún wa a máa consume too much. Gbogbo project lọ ti lọ gbé bá àwọn governors ẹja ṣe léyìí ká fi ran àwọn èèyàn wa lọ́wọ́ àwọn olórí burúkú tẹ́ bá ti gbé débẹ̀ tó bá ti wo gbogbo project yẹn ìmí àní bí a ṣe ẹgbẹ́lẹ̀kẹ́ padà wá lọ́la ẹ má gbé template proposal yẹn olórí burúkú ni wọ́n máa duplicate ẹ̀ tẹ́ bá gbé fún wọn diaspora ló lè understand tí wọ́n sọ yìí this is a nice project wow you and your team can we have another dinner tomorrow and leave this proposal here ọmọ tó bá gbé proposal yẹn sílẹ̀ ò ní rí the end of it mọ́ wá ríru Ọ̀ṣun Òṣogbo fún gbé fọ́ọ̀mù kẹwàá tẹ̀ polówó pé diaspora o Ọ̀ṣun Òṣogbo is for sale o mo mọ̀ fáwọn ọmọ Ọ̀ṣun tó wà labroad wá tu owó jọ wá raise owó tó wó wá kọ́kọ́ gbé fún gọ́vnà pé àwa máa manage site yẹn wọ́n wá lọ wọ́n kúrò ní Jẹ̀bú wọ́n kúrò lógùn state wọ́n kúrò ní Èkìtì wọ́n kúrò ní Ọ̀ṣun wọ́n kúrò ní Lagos state wọ́n kúrò ní Ọ̀yọ́ state wọ́n kúrò ní Ògùn state wọ́n kúrò lẹ́kìtì l'Ondo Kwara àti ibi Kogi wọ́n wá kọjá orí omi lọ́kọjá wọ́n wá ń tẹ̀ lọ wọ́n wá lọ rí ní pé Nnewi ni a ti máa rí èèyàn I'm sure pé bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn kò nílé ní Ọ̀ṣun state I am very sure of that bí bọ̀bọ̀ tó gbé project yẹn lé lọ́wọ́ kò ní ilé nínú Ọ̀ṣun state and look at Ọ̀ṣun people tó lóye ń sunkún fún tí bàbá kí tó yẹ ń sunkún fún èmi ò sunkún fún yín o Peter Pan only greatness is only great when people discover how great they are. Biafra and Oduduwa are great nations. Hopefully they discover and believe it. Thanks so much for the super chat. We love money on this platform. Ọ̀rọ̀ burúkú. Àárí Yorùbá kọ̀ọ̀kan ní gbogbo àgbáyé tó lè bá wa manage it. If it's not for sale. The worst couldn't be imagined when they quickly trademark it and are now actively trying to rename it. Two things ló ṣe nínú Ọ̀ṣun Òṣogbo fún wa. Wọ́n bá wa trademark ẹ̀. Wọ́n wá ní no, let's don't call it Ọ̀ṣun Òṣogbo now. That one is a smelly, stinking name. We call it Nigerian Culture Festival. Àti ó ti rẹ̀ mí, àti wọ one chance. Just like they rename everything that belongs to us. But gbogbo yẹn kò pull the street. Gbogbo ibi tí mo sọ nísìnyẹn Big Brother máa wá pọ̀ ní next week nísìn. Àwọn tó máa ṣí ìdí àtọyàn sílẹ̀. Gbogbo protest yẹn wọ́n lè má rí ṣe. Àwọn ọmọ yẹn tó bá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí rí ìdí àtọyàn. Gbogbo orí wọn ní pé mọ́. Gbogbo protest tó ń sọ yẹn. Because Big Brother máa jáde kó náà máa release Bobrisky Tinubu. Jagaba strategist burúkú ni bó ṣe wà yẹn. Orí ẹ̀ ń ṣiṣẹ́ bí aago. Ó ń wo kí làwọn nǹkan tó lè sáré ṣe. Tó lè fi destroy ó ti rí pé ọ̀rọ̀ òròyìn náà pé kò fẹ́ work ó yẹ bá mi release Bobrisky ó yá ẹgbẹ́ Big Brother jáde wàá gbé kódà ìyá àdúrà lè náà fẹ́ ṣe festival kan nísìn tí gbogbo olórin máa wá síbẹ̀ ọ̀fẹ́ dẹ̀ ní TBS kò sí nǹkan tí wọ́n lè ṣe nìkan tó ń bọ̀ yìí distraction máa dé so as much as we want you to be out there àwọn ọ̀gbọ́kànlé yín lọ títí àwa dúró lórí pé nígbà tásìkò tí wá bá tó fùrọ́ máa là torí nígbà yẹn àtẹ̀mí bá sọ pé olóyè ti ní ó yẹn kò ní kanlẹ̀ káwọn èèyàn tó ṣe kí ni kan tó bọ́ síta torí pé ìyẹn a mọ̀ pé ní distract wa ṣe ara wa tá à ń ṣe movement lè ever distract wa pẹ̀lú ìdí àtọyàn aláìkẹ́ lóòótọ́ àmọ́ ìdágbédání a máa dé bẹ́ẹ̀. I will be surprised next week yẹn ẹ máa wà too but indicator sọ pé indicator yẹn sọ wọn pé tó bá ń drive Nàìjíríà lẹ́yìn ò ní indicator tó bá bí dá díẹ̀ dá drive nílùú kò má ní indicator wọ ẹgbẹ́ ló wá ń ṣe lórí M25 tí mò ń sáré tí mò ń gbé 70 miles máa gbá mọ́tò ẹsẹ̀ gbẹ̀ tọ́lọ́pàá bá wá dé ọlọ́pàá ló máa wá yanjú ẹ̀ pé kọ́ni what happen màá ní mo rí bọ́m̀bọ̀ àwa máa sọ òyìnbó Queen English I didn't see him coming what's going on ọlọ́pàá no it's not Africa stupid people UK lẹ́wà you are in England what we do investigation wá wá rí i pé mọ́tò tí wọ́n gbé wá wèrè ọmọ Nàìjíríà tó ń drive àṣé kò ní indicator wá wá rí i pé wọ́n lo commit offence àwa arún ẹ̀ lọ sẹ́wọ̀n àwa gba láìsẹ̀nsẹ̀ and that is exactly what is happening in that zoological kò sí indicator nínú Nàìjíríà mọ́ tó ariwo akọ máa lọ gbòò kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ń bẹ̀ yẹn àwọn ń pèrún ni kí ló tẹ̀ ń pèrún tẹ̀ ń fi ń disturb wa ṣé Saudi Arabia láwa ni kí àwọn olóńgbà ló ń bẹ̀ yẹn lọ́sàn-án gan wọ́n ń ṣẹ̀sìn lọ́wọ́ ni kí lẹ̀ ń fi ẹ̀sìn tí yín disturb wa fún àwọn wo ló ń jáde yẹn orò ti jáde ní August 1st ó di 16 kó tó wọlé ẹ gbé orò jáde ní next week ẹ mọ táwọn yẹn máa ṣe fún yín orò kọ́ oró ni ẹ gbé orò jáde kẹjẹ kí wọ́n bá wa disgrace sórí yín ò pé ni ẹ̀yin ẹ fẹ́ kọ́ disgrace orò mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́ orò táwa ti ń gbọ́ láti kékeré táyà wa máa já òun làwọn èèyàn ń gbọ́ nísìtàn tó bá bì yín dẹ̀ gbé orò síta èmi kọ́ mo sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ o èyí táwọn ọmọ Gen Z ń sọ fún mi nìyẹn o wọ́n ní Koiki wọ́n náà à ń gbọ́ lórí program ẹ̀ kó ní wọ́n fẹ́ gbé orò síta àwọn ọmọ Gen Z ní ẹ gbé orò síta ẹ tó sọ níbí èmi kúkú kọ́ mo sọ mo ń bọ̀ ṣe ní wáyé pé mi mo sọ nísìnyí ẹ máa ní Koiki òtútù dé ṣó owó tó fẹ́ gbà lórí social media tàbí mo ń bọ̀ ẹ gbé orò síta o ẹ gbé orò síta kí lẹ sọ brọ́dà mi tó pè mí lánàá kí lẹ sọ sà.
brọ́dà Koikimedia ọ̀rọ̀ àgbà kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ èmi ń pa wá o èmi.
ẹ̀rín yẹn ẹ̀rín fáyà tó ń bọ̀ níkùn many Yorùbá people tẹ wọ́n sọ pé àwọn Ìgbò ló fẹ́ bà Lagos jẹ́ orí ń ta yín gbóhùn sókè.
pa wá o ọmọ ẹ̀yà ti bàjẹ́ gbogbo.
ṣẹ́rí bó ṣe sọ Nàìjíríà ti bàjẹ́ diaspora kan wá jókòó sí London baba London boy Nigeria is gonna be good it's just that we have corrupt leader. wọ́n ní Nàìjíríà ti bàjẹ́ Nàìjíríà ti ṣe kí ni kí lẹ sọ sà.
ọmọ ẹ̀yà ti bàjẹ́ gbogbo ìlú ó ti tọ́ upside down.
wọ́n ní gbogbo ìlú ti wà upside down ìwọ ṣì wà ń sọ pé bàbá Adébóyè ṣì máa slap ẹ̀. bàbá dé ó ń send address Ọlọ́run pé kó bless Nàìjíríà ṣé sámọ̀ kan ṣe lọ́wọ́ nìyẹn mo like gbogbo ẹ̀yin KICC o bàbá Adébóyè lèmi ń béèrè question lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ the disrespect wọn ọmọ bàbá Adébóyè ó ti ń sunkún máa sunkún sábọ́ bí Dangote ta ló ń bẹ̀ ń ṣẹ́ bí ṣe close mọ́ Dangote tó true uncle mi tọ́nkù mi gan bá ń gbọ́ bí ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ Dangote wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ sọ pé dọ́là ń pamọ́ a close mọ́ mo ẹ̀ bá sọ fún yín rí àbí òun lẹ́ ń gbọ́ yẹn kò ṣe pé mo mọ̀ ọ́ directly o bó ti bá ní access sí pé mo ní access sí mo mọ bí ṣe lè ní access sí directly. Nàìjíríà ti bàjẹ́ ẹ jẹ́ kò sí London ní Nàìjíríà go work Go back home. Do Nigeria mama work. Stop sending £10. Don't find one 12,000 naira nílé. Oh, need ìyẹn. Máa bọ̀ nílé kájọ máa ṣe. Ẹ gbé orò jáde. Mo ń bọ̀.
Bàbá àgbà, ọwọ́ adé ráìsì àníwọ̀n àbí jẹ ráìsì o. Ó yẹ 10 ó yẹ 20k bá ṣe káfíra wọn.
And I send money to that person. Kò ń ṣe gbogbo ìgbà. Mo ní sọ ẹ̀ time mo mọ̀ send owó sí wọn. Ẹni tó ṣáà ní ráìsì nílé, ó náà ò lọ́bẹ̀. Ó yá lọ rọ́bẹ̀. Kò lọ́bẹ̀ lẹ máa ń rà tẹ́lẹ̀. Kò tẹ̀ wá ní kankan lọ́wọ́ yìí.
So ká tó fi support ẹ alọ́jà ṣe ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó bá ti jẹun ló máa ra aṣọ àwọn
ẹni tó bá jẹun ló máa ra aṣọ bọ̀yàn kan lówó ẹ bá lọ sórí Bob Dean page nísìn wedding rally wedding naming ìyàwó gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ń ṣe níbẹ̀.
ra aṣọ láti Monday àtàwọn 200 naira lọ́la account mi o your bless.
Pẹ̀lú evidence tó send wa account yẹn was 220.51 gbà tẹ́mi send owó síbẹ̀ ló máa push up sókè. Wọ́n wá ní àwọn kan ní orò ń bọ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n tó sọ.
Battalion ló máa jáde èmi ò mọ zó mi o mo ní Kòròdú lásán battalion ni wa battalion àwọn ní jáde kẹ gbogbo ọgbọ́n tó ń dá àtòrò wọn àtòrò orò mọ́kùnrin obìnrin lóró mú.
Wọ́n ní orò mọ́kùnrin obìnrin ló ṣẹ́rí pẹ́ tí ń bà ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ jẹ́ ṣẹ́rí ibi tẹ́ gbé ọ̀rọ̀ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dé nísìn. So ẹ tún ti fẹ́ ta orò wa fún Tinubu ẹ fẹ́ ta fún Sanwó-Olú Ambode dà ó ti lọ Sanwó-Olú náà máa padà lọ náà ni lílọ ìbọ̀ yìí bí last 10 years ló ń lò òun náà fẹ́ lọ ṣe senator àbí òun náà máa pilot bó ṣe máa acquire owó bíi Jagaban òun náà fẹ́ di president bíi in another 30 years so àwọn yẹn lè ká máa nurse. Èèyàn wa ìtaṣédélé ni ó tó sọ àdúrà wa gbà àníṣe lásán ọbẹ̀ Elédùmarè ní fi gbogbo yín sílẹ̀ kò ní fèmí náà sílẹ̀ mo kí bàbá Razak Bankole happy Sunday àfún yín ní extra dose 6 hours ní program ìfilọ̀ fún murder probe after stabbing in London Park ọlọ́mọ àyàkọ́ para wọn tán ní UK pẹ̀lú àwọn tó ń mú ọ̀bẹ káàkiri yẹn mo rí kan lórí ní orí online náà ni mo post ẹ̀ ó wọnú báyìí wọ́n tún fọ́ gíláàsì yẹn tó ń gun lọ́bẹ ọlọ́mọ àyà kí wọ́n fọ̀bẹ gún àwọn ọmọ wa pa nílùú yìí ẹ̀ sọ́pà mi ẹ̀yìn tàjọ́ ń gbé London tàjọ́ ń gbé ní UK so mo kí gbogbo alẹ́ nǹkan sí o thanks so much Joseph K. Eshigoni they shouldn't involve Oro with their political tactics ẹ sọ fún Tinubu àti Sanwó-Olú bàbá mi brother mi Kenzie Abiola Fápọ̀ndà mo rí ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ní South Africa Fápọ̀ndà ẹ bá kí gbogbo àwọn family yìí náà so Jamo Abiodun Eshigoni happy Sunday bàbá mi Alhaji Daudu Ọlálẹ́yẹ Egunjọbí Eshigoni sir Allen Conde ní Britain have changed our identity ọ̀rọ̀ burúkú ó ní Britain changed my identity and gave me the criminal name called Nigeria you didn't know okay call me Nigeria Queen Elizabeth King your family are from evil Satan kingdom what family can do best is to destroy humanity thank you so much and ìyàwó Táíwò Kíkẹ́ ẹ ṣé gan ni bàbá wa Ọlátúndé Saheed Tèmítọ́pẹ́ brother mi mo kí yín ẹ bá mi kí gbogbo àwọn tó ń bẹ ní Òṣogbo ẹ bá máa tọ́jú àwọn ará ilé níbẹ̀ David Carter good afternoon to you it's been 6 hours on this platform today and we can only give thanks that we have the strength to do so kò ṣe gbogbo gbà náà bọ́lá nǹkankan ó máa wá bẹ́ẹ̀ so if you are new to the platform Samson Adekunle mo kí yín sir Arole Duduwa thanks so much Triple DRS we appreciate enjoy the rest I will not be out today it will probably be tomorrow God's willing we will start a new topic with the Baba Kitoyi ẹ tẹ́ wà lórí mixlr ṣe ń gbádùn ẹ̀ ṣe rí pé no interruption kọ́lọ̀ ń jẹ́ kí a lè máa rówó ká fi keep it like that thank you so much if you are not getting notification it is not because of anything it's because that is what the social media are doing to restrict us from doing that. Which one are you using? Don't use the one on the right hand side though.
Front or back?
The front. This one in the front. The big one. Don't use that. So thank you so much, everyone. Moki, Momsimina, Moki, Danielo Yede, all our silent listeners. And those of you from the 2x2 and their medias, don't feel wo kini olóyè tún ní ká lọ sọ síta. Akéde Moke Olaniran, Plan B, and all the Biafrans as well. Yoruba Nation struggle will continue, as many programs will also erupt, I'm sure, before the end of the day. So let me say good afternoon, happy Sunday. That's why I always try to start my ẹ̀gbọ́n mi Yẹmí Fátókè ẹ ṣé gan ni ẹ kú náà ẹ kú gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń fún wa ní support yín financially, morally, prayers. We're grateful. Advice, many people will call and say Koiki sọ fún Igboho báyìí, sọ fún Igboho báyìí. We love all those advice. Let them keep coming. Olani Imukiyi, from Ghana to Cote d'Ivoire to Sierra Leone to Libya to Qatar to UAE to Malaysia. All our brother Malaysia, what about 2x2 law is up to them. Dublin, Belgium, all the European countries, wherever we are as Yoruba people, we love every one of us. We appreciate you. And if you want to share it, we're not going to have money. Okay, William. I tell Instagram. This is my 123. Thank you so much. Please donate to Koikimedia from Tony Ages. It's important. Tokyo 778. Baba, my brother, me Oladele Timmy Eshigoni. Either on Instagram, Afolabi Ibrahim. In and out. I can't see anyone on that Twitter video. I have to go on YouTube. How do I see people that are live with me on Twitter? I don't know. How do I see that? Because it's good to always appreciate you all that are there. You're watching the live video, but for whatever reason, let me click here and see something. I don't know. How do I see? Okay, Kogbejade. It's not giving me the viewers. I don't know how that works. I'm sure there's a way that you can view the names of the people that are watching you. And they can see me clearly because I'm looking at myself right now on my screen here. So let's say happy Sunday. We love Abadeboye. We love all our religious leaders. But we just want them to tell us the truth. What is the Nigeria that we are today? Happy Sunday. Yoruba Nation, no going back. Love you all. Continue to pray for Babakitoye. Pray for Igboho. Pray for Yoruba country. Pray for the territory. Moki Princess, Moki everyone and anyone that wants to be free. Bye for now. Thank you. Mr. Park, thank you so much. And that's about it this afternoon. Enjoy the rest of the day. And likewise, I will do as well. Yoruba Nation for life. Sanki, every single one of you, either we mention your name or not, we appreciate you, especially those of you in Nigeria. It costs you a lot of money to keep tab of what is going on here. Yami Ruka Atomomi. I'm up at the Twitter space. I'm up at the Facebook. Keep those comments coming. Help the platforms so that we can get to where we are going quickly. Eshegoni, Comrade Olusegun Adeniji. Bye for now.